So once you have opened your Adobe After Effects, then there's a menu bar, and this menu bar can be used to manipulate the effects or add many options. So first of all, there is a file menu. If you click on that, there are various options available. The first option is new. From here you can just create a new project or a new folder. So the next option is of open project. We can go there, and from here you can just open any of the After Effects project that you have already created. The next option is an open recent projects option. So from here you can just open the recent projects on which you have worked. After that, we have a close option that is used to just close your project. Then we have a save option and a save as option. So the difference between save and save as is that with save you can just save the changes in your current project with the same name, and if you're using a save as option, then you can just give it any name that you want. And similarly, there is an option of import, and with the help of this option we can just import the files into our Adobe After Effects project. Next option is an import recent footage, that is similar to the recent projects option, that will open the recent projects or the recent files on which you have worked on, and through this you can just import them. The next option is for export, and this option is used to just generate an animation independent of the Adobe After Effects. Suppose you have created some animation and now you want to look at it, you want to export it in a form of a media file, then you can just export it by going to this option, that is add to render queue. So here is an option of render settings. Here you can just click on this best settings, and here you will find some of the options which you can play with. You can change the quality as per your choice, but just keep it best for the best results. You can change the resolution settings as well, but it is advised to keep a full resolution. Now there is an important option called the use comps frame rate. Now this option is used to set the frame rate of the animation. Usually we keep a frame rate of 30 frames per second for our animation, but if you want you can just change it over here, and if you want you can just select this option and define a custom frame rate. Suppose I am setting a frame rate of 24 frames per second. Then in that case this will be exported, this animation will be exported at a frame rate of 24 frames per second. And now from here on you can just select the start and the end position of your animation, although you can just set your work area over there, or if you want you can just set the duration of the animation from here only. You can just select this custom option, and from here the duration is the total duration, that is the length of your composition, the duration of your composition. And from the start point you can just select this start point, and from this end you can just select your end position of your composition and then hit OK. Otherwise you can just select this time span as the length of the composition, that is the total length of the composition would be exported or rendered, or if you want you can just export your work area only. Then there is another option of output module. If you just click on it, then from here you can just select the different formats in which you can export your composition, but for the default it is an AVI format for your composition to be imported. Then there is a video output for which we have some of the specifications, like here the RGB channel or the RGB colors would be used, then the depth and the type of the colors. From here you can just manipulate all of these values. Then there is an option of resize. If we just check on it, then all these options become visible. From here if you want you can just resize your composition and set it to your custom dimensions irrespective of the size of the composition that you have created. Now if you just check this crop option, you can also crop your composition from the sides, and that's totally up to you. Now there is an option of audio output, that is for the video output, and this is for the audio output. If you want you can just change the settings of the audio output as well, but these are the default settings that should be kept. Now if you want to render something, then there is an option of output 2. You can just click over here. You can now just select the path where your file is going to save and just provide it a name and click on save. Then you can just click on render and your file would be rendered. Now the next option that we have is of a project settings option. You can just check or just change the settings of the project as per your choice, as per your wish. And apart from that, if you want, you can just exit from your project using this exit option or Control Q. Now the next option that we have in our menu bar is that of edit. So here the first two options are of undo and redo. Then there is an option of history, in which you can just see your history or your history of actions. If you want, you can just manipulate them. Then there are some of the options. These are the basic options which we are not gonna just discuss, which because they're very basic. Then there is duplicate. You can just duplicate any of your layer using this. So for that, we are just gonna see an example. Suppose we create a composition, a new composition. Now we can just create a new solid layer and name it as PG and hit OK. Now if we want to duplicate this layer, we can go to edit and click on duplicate. Then this layer would be duplicated just like this. Now if we want this layer to be splitted, so we just move forward into a few seconds in time, go to edit and select on split layer. Then this layer would be splitted just like this. Select all, so both of these layers would be selected, then deselect all, then label and then purge. Okay, so this purge option is important. You can just go to purge and select this all memory and disk cache. So there will be an option. So if you just click OK, then what this purge will do, it will just clear all of your cache memory and will help you to free memory or free your memory. So that would be always beneficial. So you just remember to just delete your cache or just clear your disk cache or purge your disk memory once in a while. The next option that we have is of a composition. From here you can just create a new composition over here. When we open it, we find a variety of options. First is a composition name. You can give a name to your composition and that could be anything that you want. You can just select a custom preset or any of the predefined presets that you want. You can just select the width and the height of your composition from here, and if you want, you can just lock to your aspect ratio. Then you can set a frame rate from here and the start time code from where the composition is going to start, and the duration and the background color of your composition. If you click OK, then a new composition with the specified settings would be created. Next, in composition we have a composition settings. So if we go to there, then the same panel would be open and you can change your composition settings anytime. The next thing we have in composition is we can add to render queue this composition directly from here instead of going to export and that. And another is a preview option, from where you can just preview your work that you have done, or you can just go to a preview tab. That's simple as that. Next we have an option for a layer. So from here you can just go to new and you will find an option of the various layers that you can add in Adobe After Effects. Or if you have a focus on a layer, then you can just go to solid settings, and from here you will find this layer specifications. You can just make any changes to this layer, like changing its color and so on. So that's all for the layer composition. And from here, if you want, you can just add a different things to your layer, which we're gonna just discuss in detail when we will be discussing about layers. So from here you can just apply different kinds of styles to the layers. And one more thing, you can just pre-compose your layer from over here, just like this. So this layer is now changed to a composition. Now if your layer is selected and you go to an effect options, then from here you can just add a variety of effects onto your layer. Next we have animations, in which we can just find a keyframe assistant. So for that, what we are going to do is first add some of the keyframes. Suppose we add a keyframe for scale, just like this. We have added 2 keyframes. So if we just select these keyframes, go to animation and go to keyframe assistant, then there we will find an option of these easy ease keyframes, easy ease in, easy ease out, and all those options. We can easy ease our keyframes from here. We can go to animation and change the keyframe velocity, which is as per these specifications. If you want, you can just change them or keep them the same. The next we have a view option. From here you can just select the zoom options, like you can just zoom in your composition from here. So you can see the zoom percentage being changed like this, or you can just zoom out repeatedly by setting this, or you can just change the zoom percentage from over here as well. Now if you want, you can just change the resolution from over here as well. You can check to show rulers, so this rulers would be visible. For the guides, we can if the guides option is turned on, like show guides option is turned on, then you can just view the guides. If the lock guides option is turned on, then these guides would not be available for selection. If that is turned off, then you can just move those guides like this, and you can just clear your guides. You can uncheck show rulers option, so these will be invisible. Now if you want, you can just go to a specified time. Suppose I have specified, like I want to go to a 3 second and hit OK, then you can see that my stylus is moved to a 3 second time. The next option is a Windows option. From here you can just select your workspace. At present I'm using a text workspace. You can define your own custom workspace, or you can just delete an existing workspace. So today we are going to generate a very good but a simple text reveal in Adobe After Effects. So first we will preview it, that what are we gonna create. So this is a simple text animation that we are going to create today. So let's start and see how it is created. So for this, first of all, what you need is you need to create a new composition. So once you have opened your Adobe After Effects, you need to go to composition, and in that you need to select new composition. Here you can give it any name, like I'm going to give it text reveal. Next, make sure that your frame rate is at least 30 frames per second, and the duration, 5 second duration is enough, but it could be anything that you want, and then hit OK. Now the next thing that we are going to do is create a new layer. So this will be our background. Right click on this area, go to new and select a solid layer. You will see this panel in front of you. In this, name it as BG, signifying that is a background layer, and choose any color from the color palette over here. You can either set the RGB values or just move the stylus over here, or you can just use this hexadecimal value over here. The hexadecimal value I'm using is this, so if you want, you can just copy paste it and click OK, then again OK to create a new layer. Now the next thing you want to do is just hit the lock button for this background layer, so that you cannot accidentally move it anywhere else. Next, we need to create a circle. So for that we need to create a shape layer. Again, right click on this area, go to new and select the shape layer. Next, you need to draw a circle. For that, go to the toolbar and select the shape tool. You will be shown a rectangle tool, so just press the Q on your keyboard and you will notice that this shape is changed to rounded rectangle. Now again press Q and you will find an ellipse tool. Now this is what we are going to use to make a perfect circle. Next, you have to change the fill color. So just select on this color and change the color to yellow. Now I'm going to use the eyedropper tool over here to pick a color. This is the yellow color that I want to use, and this is the hexadecimal value. Copying it will give you the exact same color. Then click OK. Now you need to draw a circle, but for that you have to make sure that you hold on to your shift key. Now this size of the circle is perfect, but we don't need any fill on the circle, we just need the stroke. So we go to this stroke options and make sure that it is selected to solid color and hit OK. Now we go to fill and change its type to none. And make sure that the width of the stroke is 25 points or 25 pixels over here. Next thing we're going to do is animate the position of the circle, but before that we are going to make sure that it is lined at the center perfectly. So we go to Align tab and make it center both horizontally and vertically. Next we expand this shape layer, go to Add. Here you will find an option of Trim Paths, so select it. Now you will find that this trim paths is being added over here. You need to expand it and just set the value of the start to 100%. Now click this small stopwatch icon to keyframe it. And this is the keyframe animation that we are going to do in Adobe After Effects. Then move forward in time. Around 15 frames would be good. And just set the value of the start to 0%. Now we need to preview it to see that what we have created up till now. So in the preview tab, select this first frame option and click play. So this is the animation that we have created and it looks pretty good. Just select both these keyframes, right click, go to keyframe assistant, and here you will find an option of easy ease. So you need to easy ease these keyframes. That's it. That's how your circle is animated. The next thing we need to do is add a text animation. But before that we need to lock the circle layer. Now we need to add text. So we need to add a new text layer and type in anything you want. I'm typing text text, but its dimensions have to be set as per your wish. I'm just using the Malgan Gothic font and the font style of text is regular. Next I'm going to reduce its size to around 228. The height is 241 pixels. The width is 4, and all these values you can see from here. If you want the same text, you need to copy the same values, otherwise anything that you like is going to be good. Then we need to make sure that is aligned correctly. Okay. The next thing I'm going to do is add another text layer, and in it I'm going to type here. Then I'm going to align it as well. Okay, so that is its position. That looks good, but this text appears to be big. Just decrease its size to around 207 pixels, and this size also to around 207 pixels. Yes, that's good. Just increase its width a little bit. Okay, that's perfect. Now what I'm gonna do is first animate this text layer. So what are we gonna do is just create a new shape layer, but this time we are gonna use the rectangle tool. So just hit the Q until you get the rectangle tool. This time we are not going to use any stroke, so set the stroke to none, but set the fill to solid color and change its color to something else than that of the text color. So I'm going to use a red. It could be anything but not the same as the color of the text, and just make a rectangle that covers your whole text. The layer that contains text is covered as a whole. Now make sure that this shape layer is just above this text containing text layer, and change the track matte. You can find this option over here, track matte of this text layer to alpha matte. Now make sure that your text layer is selected and hit the P on your keyboard to bring up the position. Now change the Y coordinate value, just decrease it and put a keyframe by hitting the stopwatch icon. Next, move forward in time and bring back to its original position, or the position that you like. So the value is around this much. Okay, and the next keyframe will be added automatically. Same thing you need to do for the hair layer, but this time we have to bring it from the downside. So we are just going to create a new shape layer, just covering the whole text of hair. Then change its track matte to alpha matte shape layer 3 and hit P to bring up the position, keyframe it and move backward in time. For reference, you can just hit U on the text layer to bring up its keyframes and make sure that the animation is done simultaneously if you want them to occur simultaneously, and then just increase the value of the Y coordinate a little bit. Okay, so then select all of these keyframes and hit F9 on your keyboard to ease them for a smooth animation. So just go to the first frame and play it. Okay, so that looks pretty good. Now if you want your text, this layer, upper layer, to come first and the hair layer to come after that, you need to just move the position of the keyframes. So here we are going to click U while selecting this hair layer. Select both of these keyframes and move them forward in time. We need to just increase its size a little bit and then preview it. So that's our animation. I hope you all enjoyed this video, and I will meet you soon with the next tutorials in Adobe After Effects. Goodbye. Hi everyone, welcome to Adobe After Effects tutorials, and in this tutorial we are going to learn about some of the basic text animations that we can create in Adobe After Effects. These text animations are easy to create, they are simple and elegant. First of all, let's preview that what we are going to create. This is what we intend to create. Here we have used 4 effects. The first is known as the text pop-up effect. The second is the text rubber band effect. The third is rotate effect, and the fourth one is text fade in effect. So these all text animations have been created using very basic properties of the text like scale, opacity and rotation. Let's see that how they are created. For this, first of all, you need to create a new composition. So go to composition and click new composition. You can now name it anything. I'm going to name it text animation. Make sure that the frame rate is at least 30 frames per second and duration of 5 seconds is good. Now click OK. Then I'm going to create a background layer. So right click, go to new and select a solid layer. Rename it as BG for background. You can choose any color, but I am using a dark gray color with this hexadecimal value. Then click OK and again OK to create a new solid layer. The next thing we are going to do is lock this layer. Then we are going to add a background picture. This is the background picture that I'm using. So I'm going to add it just above the background layer. Hit T on your keyboard to bring up the opacity and set its opacity to 15%. Now this will give you a translucent look of the picture. Now we have to just lock this layer as well. The next thing we are going to do is add our 4 text layers. So the first text layer will be containing the text text text. The next layer will be containing the text animations. The next text layer will be containing the text in. We have to adjust its position. And the last layer will be containing the text After Effects. Now we need to select all of these layers. Make sure they are aligned center horizontally. Here you will find an option of choose grid and guide options. You can just click on it and select proportional grid. This will give you a grid so that you can easily align your text as per this grid. I'm going to just select these layers and move them a little bit upwards. Now this is good. This looks good. A little bit more. Yes, that's perfect. Now you can just turn off this grid options by deselecting this proportional grid option. Okay, now the first thing we are going to do is add a pop-up text effect in this text layer. So select this text layer and hit S on your keyboard to bring up scale property. Now make sure that these two values are linked or this chain is being shown over here. So we will hit this stopwatch icon over here to bring up a keyframe and change the value of scale to 0%. Like this. Now move forward in time. Around 15 frames would be good. And change the value of scale to somewhat bigger than 100%, around 150 would be alright. Then move forward around 10 frames and change this value to around 80%. Then again move forward 10 frames and change back this value to 100%. Now you have got 4 keyframes. Just select them all and hit F9 on your keyboard to easy ease them. Alternatively, you can also right click over here, go to keyframe assistant and just easy ease them from here for a smooth animation. Now the next thing that we want to do is our animations layer. So for this we want a rubber band effect. We are going to manipulate the scale only. So just hit S on your keyboard to bring up scale. And this manipulation will begin as soon as the animation of the first layer is complete. So first of all, we are going to delink this scale over here. Then we are going to manipulate the value of the X coordinate to 0. Now you will see that manipulating the value of the X coordinate doesn't change the value of the Y coordinate because there is no link in between them. Then we are going to keyframe this scale over here. Move forward in time around 15 frames. Then change back its value to 100%. The next thing we are going to do is easy ease these both keyframes. So just select them both and hit F9 to easy ease them. Now our rubber band
text animation is complete. The next thing is the rotation animation for in. For that, we need to move forward a few frames. Then the in animation will begin. So hit R on the keyboard to bring up rotation. Set its angle to around 120 degrees and keyframe it. Then, while this in layer is selected, hit S to bring up the scale. Keyframe it and change its value to 0%. The next thing we are going to do is move forward in time around a few frames, and while this layer is selected, hit U to bring up both the keyframes. Change the rotation angle to 0 degree and the scalability back to 100%. Then we are going to select all these keyframes and again easy ease them. After this, our last layer, After Effects animation, is remaining. Then just move a few frames forward in time and hit T to bring up the opacity. Just keyframe it and change the opacity value to 0%. Then move forward in time, around 15 frames would be good, and change back its opacity to 100%. The next thing we are going to do is select both of these keyframes and hit F9 to easy ease them. Now our text animation is complete. Let's have a look at what we have created so far. So for that, we need to go to the first frame and just increase the dimensions of the preview screen and play it. Okay, so you must have noticed that an orange bar is shown here and this animation is displayed slowly. So if that problem occurs, you can just change its resolution to half or a quarter so that the animation will be shown in a smooth format. So again, we jump to the first frame and just play it. So this is what we have created, and this is, as you can see, a pretty cool looking animation but very simple to create. I will meet you in the next tutorial. Till then, bye bye. Hi, this is the third After Effects tutorial of our Adobe After Effects tutorial series, and in this tutorial we are going to look at how can we create a simple light sweep effect or a glint effect in Adobe After Effects. So first we will preview it. This looks effective and elegant effect, and it is very simple to create. So let's see that how can we create it. First of all, as always, you need to go to composition and create a new composition. You can name it anything. I'm going to name it the text light sweep effect. Now make sure that the frame rate is at least 30 frames per second and the duration of 5 seconds is good. Now click OK. First of all, as the drill, we have to add a background layer. So right click and go to New. Now go to Solid and name it as BG. Now, whatever the background color is shown here, it could be anything. We do not need to focus on this at this point in time, and hit OK. The next thing we are going to do is add a radial gradient on this background layer. So go to Effects and Presets and type in gradient. you will find an option of gradient ramp within generate. So apply it on your background layer. Now change the ramp shape to radial ramp and go to toolbar, click on the span behind or the anchor point tool and bring this anchor point to the center of the screen. Now whatever the colors that you like, you can choose them. I'm going to choose a dark gray color for the outside, whose hexadecimal value is this, and a light gray color for the inside with this hexadecimal value, and click OK. Now if you are happy, then it's okay, otherwise you can just swap the colors, which I'm going to do, and just increase the blend with origin value to 24%. Now you can also increase the end of the ramp a little bit to around 1287. Now you need to lock your background layer. The next thing we are going to do is add a text layer. So right click, go to new and add a text layer. Now you can type in any text that you want. I'm typing your text. Now this is the text that I have typed, and I have adjusted this text with 2 spaces after the your. Now I have typed your text, and you can arrange your text as per your wish. The font I'm using is Vivaldi. The download link of this font will be shared in the description. And the size is 269 pixels. The next thing I'm going to do is just increase its width a little bit to around 10 pixels is good. Then to begin with the animation, we first need to create a duplicate of this layer. To do this, you need to select your text layer and click Ctrl D. Now this will create a duplicate layer of your text. Then we need to add a light sweep effect in our text. For that, we are going to add a new solid layer. So right click, go to new and add a solid layer. Alternatively, you can also go to layer over here and go to new. Here you will find the same options and click solid. Then rename it as light sweep and change its color to pure white with a hexadecimal value as this. Then click OK and again OK. Now bring this layer between your 2 text layers and change its dimensions. That is, you have to decrease it in width. The width that you select will be the width of your glint or the light sweep layer that we are creating. So this much width is good. To know the width of your layer, just select your layer and hit S on your keyboard. Now the X coordinate is 1.3 and the Y coordinate is 100%. That means the width of this layer is reduced to 1.3 of what was its original width. Next, we want a slightly rotating layer. So go to the toolbar and select the rotation tool. Now you need to rotate your layer a little bit. This much is okay. Now you want to see the rotation angle, so make sure that your light sweep layer is selected and hit R on the keyboard to bring up the rotation. 29.7 degree is the rotation angle of this layer. Then using the selection tool, bring it to a particular position. This will be the starting point of our layer. Now, we have to animate the position from this to a final position, which will be somewhat here. The initial position is this, so we will go a few frames forward in time. Around 5 frames is okay. Then, while your layer is selected, hit P to bring up the position value. Now keyframe it. Move forward in time around 20 frames and change the position to a final position. Now this is the change in the position of this light sweep layer. Hit U to bring up the keyframes and select both of them and hit F9 on your keyboard to easy ease them. Now the next thing we want to do is create a light sweep layer. This is showing a very hard boundary that we do not want. We want a soft boundary. So that we need to go to Effects and Presets and search for an effect called Fast Blur. You will find it in Blur and Sharpen. Alternatively, you can also go to Effect in the menu bar. But before that, you need to select your layer, then go to Effect in the menu bar. Here you will find the different options, the different categories of the effects that are present. So go to Blur and Sharpen and select Fast Blur. If you don't want to remember so much steps, then you can just only go to Effects and Presets and search for Fast Blur. You will find it here. Just apply it on the light sweep layer. Now change the value of blurriness to around 900. The next thing we are going to do is change the track matte of your light sweep layer to alpha matte your text to. If you don't find this track matte over here, you can go to Toggle Switches / Modes option and click on it, and you will find it again. If this thing is displayed, then you can just click on Toggle Switches and Modes option and you will find your track matte option over here. Just change it to alpha matte. Now let's see what we have created so far. So our text animation is almost complete, but it is moving very fast. Move it a little bit slow. Go to your light sweep layer and hit U. Then increase the distance between these two keyframes. And change the position of the second keyframe to around 1 second. Increase its display area a little bit. Go to the first frame and play. This is the light sweep effect or the glint effect that we have created. Now you may have noticed that my resolution is changed to 3rd over here. Now I'm going to change it to full and then preview it. So this is the light sweep effect or the glint effect that we have created in Adobe After Effects. I hope you all are enjoying this Adobe After Effects tutorials. We will meet you with the next tutorial soon. Till then, goodbye. Hi, welcome to the YouTube channel Programming Knowledge. In our After Effects tutorial series, today we are going to learn how can we create a smoky text effect in Adobe After Effects. Smoky text effect means that how you can generate a text that will be generated by a smoke easily in Adobe After Effects. So first we will preview it. This is the effect that we want to create in Adobe After Effects. It looks very elegant and can be used for a variety of intros. both for the text intros or for the logo intros as well. So let's see that how can we create it. First of all, you need to create a new composition. So go to Composition, New Composition, and name it anything you want. I'm going to name it Smoky Text. Make sure that your frame rate is at least 30 frames per second. And here we have to set the duration to around 10 seconds. Hit OK. The next thing that we want to do is import some of the files. This will be a file that will contain the smoke that will go across the screen from left to right. So to import any file, you can simply press Ctrl I on your keyboard or just go to File. Here you will find an option of Import. Now you can import these many files in Adobe After Effects, but we are going to import a single file. Just select that file and click Import. I have already imported this smoke in Adobe After Effects, so I'm going to use it only. The link for downloading this file will be shared in the description. Now, as you can see that this size is smaller than the size of the composition. So, make sure that your smoke layer is selected, right click, go to Transform and change it to Fit to Comp, or just press Ctrl Alt and F. As soon as you do that, you will see that it has been fitted as per the composition. Alternatively, you can also select this layer, press S on your keyboard. This will bring up the scale property and you can just change the scale values so that the layer fits to your composition. Now this smoke, as you can see, is white or gray in color, but if you want to change the color of the smoke to any color that you want, you can simply go to Effects and Presets and search for an effect called Tint. You will find it beneath Color Correction. Just take it and apply it on your smoke layer. Here in Tint, you will find an option of Map White to. Just change its color. You will find this color palette. You can change its color to any color that you want. And if your preview option is on, you can simultaneously see that the color of your smoke has been changed over here. You can choose any color that you want. If you want to change the background also, then you can find an option of Map Black to. Just select on it and you can choose any other color. I have chosen this color. If you want the same color, this is the hexadecimal value of the background color. And this is the hexadecimal value of the foreground color that I am using. Hit OK. Now the next thing that we want to do is select the text that we want to appear. So for that, we need to add a new text layer. Now we have added a new text layer and now you can type in any text that you want to appear. I'm typing smoke. I'm keeping the distance to be around 980 pixels. The size of the text is 227 pixels. So we have to make sure that the text is aligned at the same place that the smoke is traveling through so that it appears that the text is appearing from the smoke. The next thing we need to do is change the color of this text to the same color of the smoke. Now we have to animate this text. So we have to apply an effect in our text. So go to Effects and Presets and search for Linear Vibe. You will find it under Transition. Apply it on your text layer. Here change the wipe angle value to -90 degrees. So you have to change the transition completion value to 100%. Move forward in time a little bit. Keyframe it. And when the smoke has completed, change its value back to 0%. Now if you preview it, then you can see that the text is appearing as the smoke is appearing, but it's not aligned very good. So we just go to smoke layer, hit U to bring up the keyframes. We have to adjust the position of the keyframes in such a way that the text appears as soon as the smoke is passing that particular position of that character. We have to adjust it a little bit. E is appearing before, so we have to just increase its value a little bit. That is good, but as you can see that there is a straight line appearing over here, which is giving it a bit of unnatural effect. To reduce it, we have to change the value of this feather. We have to increase it to around 50. Now you can see that this smoke effect is looking somewhat more natural. We can change the value of the angle, wipe angle, as much as we want to bring it to a more natural form. Now the next thing that we are going to do is add an adjustment layer. So right click, go to new and add an adjustment layer. Then we are going to add some effects to this adjustment layer like turbulent displace effect and the fast blur effect. Now when your adjustment layer is selected, then you need to go to the shape layer tool and make a rectangle like this. This will be treated as your mask. Now while the adjustment layer is selected, hit M to bring up the mask path. Go to the first frame, keyframe this value by clicking on the stopwatch icon. Go to the time when the animation is almost complete and change the value of this mask path to around here. Now go backward in time and just preview it. Here you can see that there is a clear transition between the mask layer, the adjustment mask layer and the background layers. So what will we do? While the adjustment layer is selected, we will hit F to bring up mask feather and increase its value to around 40 pixels. Move forward in time. We have to play with the values of turbulent displace and fast blur. First of all, in turbulent displace, you have to just reduce the amount to around 10. The size is also to be reduced to around 50. Evolution angle must be increased to around 24 to 25 degrees, or 26 is also alright, and anti-aliasing must be changed to high. Then for the fast blur, the blurriness must be increased to around 15 to 16%. Okay, then we have to preview it. Okay, as you can see that the blurriness is a little too much here, so we have to decrease the value of blurriness to around 4. This way you can see that the effect that this smoke is producing this text is a little bit more natural. Now this animation is complete and we can preview it easily. So this is our smoky text animation. Hope you all have enjoyed learning it, and stay tuned for the next tutorial. Goodbye. Hi, welcome to the YouTube channel Programming Knowledge. In our After Effects tutorial series, today we are going to see a basic text introduction through shapes. Now let us preview it. This is what we are going to create today. As you can see that this is a very basic text intro but looks very eye-catching and effective. You can also say that this is a funky text intro. It is very easy to create and just involves some of the basic steps. So let's see that how can we create it. First of all, you need to go to composition and create a new composition. I'm going to name it as funky text. Make sure that the frame rate is at least 30 frames per second and the duration you can decrease to around 5 seconds. Hit OK. This will create a new composition. Now, for the background, instead of using a solid color, I am going to use an image. This is the image that I'm going to use for the background. So, I will just drag it over here. First of all, I have to bring up its scale property. So make sure while your image layer is selected, hit S on the keyboard to bring up scale and reduce its size. This is okay. Now, I'm going to go at Effects and Presets and search for Tint. Now, as soon as I apply this tint effect to this image, all of its colors will go and it will just change to a black and white image. That's what I want. Now, I'm going to hit T to bring up opacity and decrease the value of its opacity to around 20%. Now, first of all, we are going to create a text layer. So, we are going to type in any text that we want. I'm going to type text intro. Now I'm going to just set the dimensions for this text. The distance between the text must be 0 pixels. Its size must be around 150 pixels. The color of this text should be pure black. Now make sure that your text is aligned to the center both horizontally and vertically using this Align tab. If you can't find your Align tab over here, then you can just go to the window option in your menu bar and make sure that your Align is checked. If it is not checked, then you can just check it and you will find it over here. So now the text is aligned in the center both horizontally and vertically. The next thing that we are going to do is add a shape layer. So we are going to draw a rectangle that is fully covering the text. So just go to the shape tool or the rectangle tool and make sure that your stroke is set to none and your fill is set to solid color. Hit OK. Then draw a shape covering the whole of your text. Now click on this shape layer and make sure that it also is aligned at the center both horizontally and vertically. Now bring this shape layer just below the text layer. You can also adjust the dimensions of the shape as per your wish. And the next thing now we are going to do is animate the size and position of this shape layer. So we will hit S to bring up the size or the scale property of our shape layer. Move forward in time around 1 second would be good and just keyframe it. Then hit P to bring up position and keyframe it as well. Now move to the first frame and hit S to bring up the scale. Now make sure that this chain sign is not visible or your X coordinate and Y coordinate are not linked together. So just dechain it and change the value of the X coordinate to 0. You can notice that a keyframe has been added automatically over here. The next thing we are going to do is bring up the position factor and change its X coordinate to the beginning of the text. Right here is good. Now just hit on this shape layer and pressing the U key will bring up all these keyframes. Select all of them and hit F9 on your keyboard to easy ease them. Also, you can just right click and go to Keyframe Assistant to easy ease these keyframes. This will help you to create a smooth animation. The next thing we are going to do is just click on this shape layer and press Ctrl D on your keyboard to duplicate it. Alternatively, you can also click on your text layer, go to Edit, and here you will find an option of Duplicate Layer to just duplicate it. Now, the layer that you have just duplicated, bring it above the text layer. Now we need to change the track matte value of our text layer. If you can't find the track matte tab, then you can go to Toggle Switches and Modes and just click on there. If your menu is visible like this, then go to Toggle Switches and Modes, and then you will find the track matte tab over here. Otherwise, if the track matte tab is visible, then just go to the text layer's track matte and change it to Alpha Matte Shape Layer 2. Now let's see that what we have created. The next thing we are going to do is just select this shape layer and create 3 duplicates of this layer. So I'm going to edit and select duplicate for 3 times. Now these 3 duplicates have been created. We have to move these layers a little bit forward in time, around 2 frames for each would be good. For the 5th layer, that is the shape layer 5, we are going to keep the color white. For this shape layer 4, we have to change its color. So just select this layer and go to the fill color option and select a red color. The hexadecimal value of the color that I'm using is this. If you want, you can just copy it, or you can just choose any color of your choice. Click OK. Then for the shape layer 3, we are going to change its color to blue. And then for the shape layer 1, I'm going to change its hexadecimal value to green. Now all these layers have changed their colors. So what we are going to do is just keep this shape layer 1 at its original position, move forward 2 frames, then drag this shape layer 3 and bring it to these 2 frames. So this shape layer 1 will start from the starting frame, but this shape layer 3 will start from the 2nd frame. Similarly, just drag this shape layer 4 to around 4 frames and then drag this shape layer 5 to around 6 frames in time. The next thing we are going to do is just select all these layers from the first shape layer to this shape layer. This will select all these layers. Now right click and you will find an option of pre-compose. So just click on it. You will find this menu in front of you. You have to give a new composition name and it can be anything. I'm going to name it Text Intro. Make sure that this option, Move All Attributes into the New Composition, is selected and click OK. Now all of your layers have been moved on to this new composition. Just double click on it and you will find all your layers over here. Go to Effects and Presets and search for an effect called CC Slant. Here you will find it under Distort. Just select it and apply it. Now change the slant value to around 30. The next thing we are going to do is just rotate this thing a little bit. So go to your pre-comp player and hit R on the keyboard to bring up rotation and change the rotation angle a little bit to around -10 degrees. Then move its position a little bit so that your text appears to be in the center. Now is the time for the final preview. Go to the first frame and just play it. As you can see that this funky text intro animation is now complete and it was pretty easy to make. And it can be used in a variety of places as it is quite eye-catching and attention-seeking effect. So that's all for the tutorial today. Thank you for watching. Goodbye. Hello and welcome to the YouTube channel Programming Knowledge. Today, in the After Effects tutorial series, we are going to learn a simple masking text reveal effect. It is very elegant and looks a quite eye-catching effect. So let's see what we have to create. Now let's see that how it is created. First go to Composition, New Composition, give it any name that you want. I'm naming it Masking Text Reveal. Frame rate of 30 seconds is good and the duration of 5 seconds is okay. Then hit OK. Now we need to import an image that will be treated as our background instead of a solid color. So I have this image which I have just dragged and dropped into my composition. Hit S to bring up scale and adjust its dimensions so that you are happy with the end product of your composition. After that, we need to just remove all these colors and bring a black and white color. So go to Effects and Presets and search for Tint. Apply this tint effect onto this image and this will change its color to pure black and white. Now go to the image layer and hit T to bring up opacity and change its opacity to around 20%. With this, now you have created a very good background for your composition. Now just lock it so that you don't accidentally move it here and there. The next thing we are going to do is add a text layer. So just go to the text tool and type in any text that you want. I'm typing TEXT text and you may want to change its color to anything you like, but I'm changing it to white. Okay, now I'm going to increase its size to around 200 pixels. Yes, that's good, and I'm going to align it to the center both horizontally and vertically. That's good. The next thing that I'm going to do is create a mask for this text. So make sure that your layer is selected. Go to the rectangle tool and just draw a rectangle that is covering all of your text like this. Now what we will do is just hit M to bring up this mask path option. The current position of the text is what we want our text to be at the final position. So just move forward in time, around 20 frames would be alright. Add a keyframe by clicking on this stopwatch icon beside the mask path. Go on to the very first frame and change the position of this mask path. Then go to the first frame and just move its position around here. That's good. You will see that a keyframe is automatically being added over here. Now the next thing we want to do is just add a line. So make sure none of your layers is selected. Grab onto this pen tool and draw a line. For this you want that there should be a straight line, and you need to make sure that your fill type is set to none and your stroke type is set to solid. The stroke width must be around 9 to 10 pixels. 10 pixels is fine. Like this, it's looking good. The next thing you have to do is just go to this shape layer. Make sure that your proportional grid is not turned off because we don't need it anymore, and just expand it. Here you will find an option of add. Go to it and just select the trim paths option. Now you have to just expand the trim paths and just keyframe the values of start and end and change both of them to 50% each. Now move forward in time around 10 frames and change the value start to 0% and the value of end to 100%. Now what you need to do is select your shape layer as well as your text layer. Hit U to bring up both the keyframes simultaneously. Select all the keyframes of the text layer and make sure that they are started as soon as the keyframes of the text layer have ended, or maybe a few frames after that, it's good. Now the animation is like this. Okay, so now this shape layer is first appearing, and then this text is appearing, but this text is appearing very slow, so we just bring up its keyframes, and instead of the difference of 20 frames between them, we just decrease the difference to around 10 frames. That is, it is starting at around 12 frames and ending at 20 frames. So just move forward and bring it to 21 or 22 frames. That's good. Now we need to move the position of this shape layer. As soon as the shape layer is formed, we need to move its position towards the right, so that it appears that this shape layer is bringing the text along with it. So we just need to move a shape layer a little bit over here. Hit P on the keyboard to bring up the keyframe. Just go to the first frame where this text layer is animating. Click on the stopwatch icon. Go forward to the next frame and change the X coordinate to this. Now let's see what we have created in our animation up till now. That looks good, but all of the animation is moving pretty slowly. So we just go to the shape layer, hit U to bring up the keyframes, select both of them and just move them a little bit towards each other, and towards like this. Okay, so they will be starting at around 2 frames and would be ending at around 8 frames. So the distance of 5 to 6 frames between them is good. For the shape layer to start, just select all of them and hit F9 on the keyboard to easy ease them. Now as soon as this animation is completed, select the position keyframes and easy ease them as well. The same you have to do with the frames of the text layer. Just select them and hit F9 to easy ease them for a smooth animation. Now if we preview it, the next thing we want is, when the shape layer has already traversed over here, we want text to be visible for about few frames, and then the next text should be appearing in front of us. So for that, when this shape layer has moved here, that is around 22 frames, so we have to wait for this much of time. We have to start our animation from about 20 frames after the shape layer has moved over here. So just add a keyframe for the current position of the shape layer and change its position. Move forward to about 5 frames and just change its position. Now as soon as this position of the shape layer is changing, we want this text layer to be removed and being replaced by another text layer. So first we have to bring up the animation for removing this text layer. We need to go backward in time around 10 frames. That is when the position of the shape layer is over here. We need to just add a keyframe for the mask path. Then go to 15 frames and change the position of this mask path to here, so that this text layer is now not visible. And at the same time we have to bring up another animation for another text layer. So make sure that none of your text layers is selected, so that you add a new text layer, or just you can go to this area, right click, go to new and add a text layer. Now you can type any text of your choice. I have typed intro, and make sure to align it to the center both horizontally and vertically as well. Okay, now the same drill we have to go with this layer as well. We have to create a mask for this layer and make sure that the boundary of this mask is as close to the text as possible. Now we have to go to 10 frames. We have to just Okay, when we are at 15 frames, this is the final position where we want our text to be. To select this layer, hit M to bring up the mask path, keyframe it, go back to 10 frames. We have to move it towards the right at this point, so just move it a little bit. That is okay. Now we want to change the color of this particular layer so that there is somewhat a transition between them. There are two ways to do that. You can just select this text and change its color from over here, or you can go to effects and presets and apply tint on this text layer and change its color by changing map white to. Click on it and select any color that you want. I'm choosing this red color, and this is the hexadecimal value for this. Click OK, and then your layer color is changed. Just select these two keyframes, hit F9 to ease them. So that's what we have created, and it's, as you can see, a pretty good animation, a clean looking animation, and it's very simple to create, and this is known as the masking text reveal. So hope you all have enjoyed it, and keep watching the After Effects tutorials on Programming Knowledge YouTube channel. Thanks for watching. Bye bye. Hello and welcome to the YouTube channel Programming Knowledge. In our After Effects tutorial series, today we are going to generate a very good effect, that is the handwritten text effect. In this, the text will appear in front of you as if you are writing it from your hand. So first of all, let's preview that what we have to create. Okay, so now we have the answer to the question what. Now we need the answer to another question, that how. So for this you need to go to composition, as you know the drill, create a new composition and name it anything that you want. I am naming it handwritten. Then set the frame rate to around 30 seconds, duration of 5 seconds is good, and hit. Now once your composition is created, I have imported this image. Then just drag it into your composition area, adjust it as per your wish, and don't worry, the link of this image would be given in the description. And if you want any other image, just make sure that the image is of a texture of a paper. It may be a brown paper or a pure white paper, that's totally up to you. Or you can just create a solid layer and make it look like a paper as per your wish. So now what we are going to do is just add a text layer, but before that we need to just lock it. Now we need to go to the text tool to add a text layer. I'm going to type in text, and of course this font looks terrible, so I'm going to change its font. Okay, so I have chosen my text font as Viner Hand IDC, and don't worry if you don't have it, I will share the link to download it in the description. And change its color to a dark brown, okay, like this. It's perfect. Maybe a lighter brown or whatever the color you see perfect. This is the hexadecimal value of the color that I'm using. Hit OK. Just bring this text to the center, both horizontally and vertically, like this. Now this looks perfect. Now the next thing that we are going to do is generate masks for this particular text layer. So zoom in a little bit, around 100% or 200% as per your wish. Select the pen tool, make sure that your text layer is selected. Then we got to make the masks. Now these masks have to be the same way as you write the letters on the paper. For the T, you have to first make this horizontal line and then this vertical line. So we will start from here and make this horizontal line like this. Okay, and then the vertical line. Select somewhere else, then select this layer back and trace back this vertical line, just like this. Okay, now in the same way you have to do all the letters. For the E, you have to first go like this. Make sure that you are replicating all the shapes as you are drawing them by hand. If you have any confusion, you can just take on a pen and a paper and duplicate it. just like this. Okay, now when you have completed with this, you need to just take your pen off from the paper and start with a new stroke. So for that, what we are going to do, just go to this layer area and select somewhere else. Just click somewhere else. Now your text layer is not selected. Select it back and then start with it. Otherwise that stroke would become a little bit unnatural. Just like this. Okay, now we want to do T, which is at a distance, so we have to just break it. Select the text layer back again and just start from the top. Now once you're happy with the strokes, just change its zoom percentage to fit. Now what we are going to do is go to effects and presets and search for an effect called stroke. You will find this stroke effect under generate. Just grab onto it and apply it to the text layer. You will find an option of path. Make sure that it is changed to mask 1, and actually we don't need it. You need to just check this box of all masks and make sure that stroke sequentially is checked as well. Just increase the brush size and make sure that all of your text is covered like this. When your end is on 100%, just change its value to 0%. Keyframe it on the very first frame, move forward around 1 second in time and change its value back to 100%. But you have to go to paint style and change its type to reveal original image. Now if we just go and see what our animation is like. Now that looks good, but if you are happy with it, then it's okay. If you want some other thing, then you can just grab onto this layer, hit Ctrl D to duplicate it. On the duplicate layer, just delete this stroke effect and change the track matte of the first layer to alpha matte text layer 2. So it will generate a more smooth animation. Now if you want your text to be generated with a quill or a pen or anything like that, what you have to do is just go to file and import an image of that particular thing from where you want the text to be generated. Like I have this with me. Now make sure that there is no background with that and bring it just above your text layer. Like I have to change its angle and its rotation a little bit like this, and I'm going to change its size also. Now this is perfect. Now what I'm gonna do is just hit P on the keyboard to bring up position. Make sure that I'm to the very first frame and just keyframe its position. Now this is a very delicate step. You have to move frame by frame, and with every frame you have to animate the position of this pen nib as per the stroke that is being generated. So for that, what you need to do is just move on to the next frame. Here you will find the option to move on to the next frame in the preview tab. Just move on to the next frame, and as you can see that in this particular frame this stroke is over here. So just move the position of this nib to this particular point, go on to the next frame, move it here, with the very next frame here. You can move 1 frame at a time or around 2 frames at a time is also good. Now once you have completed your animation, you must move a few frames forward, around 3 to 4 frames, and just move your pen nib to somewhat away from the text. Now just preview it from the very first. Now this is what we have created, and I'm sure you all must have enjoyed watching at this video. Thanks for watching and goodbye. Hello and welcome to the YouTube channel Programming Knowledge. Today in the After Effects tutorials, I'm going to show you how to do some of the basic text animation. Up till now we have been only seeing the animations on the whole words of text. But now, today we are going to learn some of the character-based animation techniques. First of all, let us preview that what we have to create. These 4 animations that are all based on the individual characters are what we are going to learn in today's tutorial. So let's start and see that how it can be created. First of all, you need to go to composition and create a new composition. Name it anything that you want. I'm naming it character-based animation. Make sure that the frame rate is at least 30 frames per second and the duration of 5 seconds is okay. Now hit OK. First of all, we are going to add a background layer. So just right click in the layer area, go to new and add a solid layer. Name it BG for background and choose any color that you want. Now just lock this layer. The next thing we are going to do is add our text layers. So go to the text tool and type in character. Now select it and align its center horizontally. For the next text, that is based, we are going to create a new text layer. So make sure that none of your layers are selected from here and your text tool is selected and click on the composition area. You will see that a new text layer is created. Now here type in based. Now here we are going to type animation. Next we are going to type techniques. Now using the selection tool, select all of your layers and make sure that they are aligned center horizontally. Next thing we are going to do is make sure that these layers are aligned so that they look good. So for that you need to go here and make sure that your guides is turned on. Apart from this, you also need to turn your rulers on. Now we are going to use the vertical rulers. Just drag 2 rulers and place them in the way so that this will be the starting and the ending boundary of all your text layers. If you are not able to see them, you can just go to your solid layer and turn it off. Here you will find that there is a black background. Now select your character layer and now we have to make sure that it aligns to these lines. You can just zoom in and increase the character area so that it meets your desired size. The next thing, animation. Now when the 3 layers are aligned, the next layer, techniques, need to be aligned. Once you are happy with the layers alignment, you can just zoom back to fit and you can turn off the rulers as well as the guides. The next thing you are going to do is turn back on your solid layer and lock it again. Now we have typed our text. The next thing we are going to do is animate this text. We will first start with the character layer. Just expand it. Here you will find an option of animate. Click on it and you will find an option of position. Just select it. As soon as you do that, you will find that a range selector is added as well as a position is also added. So move forward in time around
1 second, keyframe this position at 0, 0, move backward to around 1 to 2 frames, and now if you preview it, you will find that this animation is applying on the whole word character but not on the individual characters. For that, you need to just expand this range selector up. Here you will find offset. You will see that its value is now 0. So go to the first keyframe this offset value, move forward and change the value to 100%. Now if you preview this animation, now this animation is happening on a character basis. Now once the animation of the character layer is complete, we need to animate our base layer. For that, we need to select this base layer and go to the pan behind or the anchor point tool and make sure that your anchor point for this layer is the center of this layer. That is at least over here. Now just expand this base layer. In the animate option, select the scale property. Move forward to around 1 second when the animation of the character layer is complete, and start animating the base layer from about 2 frames from where the animation of the character layer completes. Set the position of scale to 0, keyframe it, move forward to 2 seconds and set it back to 100%. Now go back to the place where you have first keyframe the value of scale, expand the range selector, keyframe the value of offset and go back to 2 seconds and set it back to 100%. Now if you preview it, again move forward around 2 frames in time and now is the time to animate this animation layer. In our test animation, we created its animation using 2 properties, scale and rotation. So just expand this animation layer, go to animate, select scale. Here you will find that the scale is added. Apart from this, you will also find an option of add. So just expand it, go to property and add rotation. Now set the value of rotation to 90 degrees and the value of scale to 0. Keyframe both of them. Expand range selector 1 and keyframe the value of offset at 0%. Move forward up till 3 seconds in time and select your animation layer. Hit U to bring up the keyframes. Set the value of offset back to 100%, the value of scale back to 100%, and the value of rotation back to 0 degrees. Now let us preview our animation. Once this is complete, move forward around 2 frames in time. The next thing we are going to do is animate our techniques layer, and this was animated in our test animation using the property called opacity. So as the same drill, we need to just expand it, go to animate, and here we are going to add the opacity animation. Just select on it, change the value of opacity to 0% and keyframe it. Now go to range selector and keyframe the value of offset, which you will find at 0% again. Move forward to around 4 seconds in time. Go back to your techniques layer and hit U to bring up the keyframes. Now move forward to 4 seconds in time and change the value of offset back to 100%, and the value of opacity will also change back to 100%. Now all our animation is complete. Let us preview it. So for that we need to go to the first frame and make sure that none of your layers is selected. If any of your layers is selected, just go to the layer area and click anywhere else. Now we will preview it. This is the animation that we have created, and if you are happy with it, then it's okay. Otherwise, if you are having any conflict with the speed properties, then you can just bring the keyframes close to one another to decrease the speed, or away from one another to increase the speed of your animation. Further, for a smooth animation, you can always just easy ease all of your keyframes. So that's it for the tutorial today. I hope you all have enjoyed it, and keep watching the YouTube channel Programming Knowledge for such cool After Effects tutorial videos. Bye bye.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the YouTube channel Programming Knowledge. As we all know that in a few days we will be welcoming the festival of Christmas, so in this After Effects tutorial video we are going to show you that how you can create a beautiful Christmas greeting, and it is very good, and it is a live Christmas greeting that you can see. So first of all, let's preview. So let's see that how can we create it. So as you know the drill, you need to go to composition and create new composition. Here you can name it anything. I'm going to name it Christmas greeting. The frame rate is to be set at 30 frames per second, and a duration of 5 seconds is okay. Hit OK, and a new composition would be created. Next thing we are going to do is add a solid layer. So right click on the layer area, go to new and select solid. This will be our background layer, so name it BG. You can take it of any color that you want, or a red color if you want your background to be pure red, but we're taking it to be any color. So we will go to effects and presets and search for an effect called gradient ramp. Here you will find it under generate. Just grab onto this effect and apply it on your BG layer. You will find it that the effect has been applied like this. So just change the ramp shape from the linear ramp to radial ramp. Change the start of ramp to 960 by 540, and then instead of the back for the start color, just choose a shade of red, light shade of red, like this is alright. And for instead of white, choose a darker shade of red like this. If you want the same colors that I'm using, here is the hexadecimal value of the outer color, and here is the hexadecimal value of the inner color. Hit OK, and once you're happy with your background, just lock it to prevent any accidents. Next thing we are going to do is import some of the images in our project. This is the image of the Santa that we have already imported. Now just bring it up. We need to scale it up, so just hit on the scale property. We need to animate its position. Move forward in time around 10 frames to 2 seconds, and hit P on the keyboard to bring up position. Just keyframe it, move backwards 10 frames, and just change the X coordinate. That's it. Now if we just preview it, we will find that the animation for this image is created. The next thing we are going to do is okay, we have got the image of this snowflake. We just need to import it onto our composition. For the time being, we are just locking the layer of the Santa and turning it off. Now we need to just make the snow particles, and for that we have taken up this image of a snowflake. You can find it easily on Google, and I will also share the link in the description of the image that I have downloaded. So just right click on the layer area, go to new and select a solid layer. Just name it as snow, and it could be of any color. It doesn't really matter at this point in time. The next thing we are going to do is make sure that your layer is selected, snow layer is selected. Go to effect. Here you will find simulation, and under simulation you will find an effect called CC particle wort. Just select it and make sure that your snowflake image is turned off. Now once you move a little bit forward in time, you will see that a particle are pouring. So we need to manipulate some of the values over here to generate a good snow layer effect. Just expand the particle. Here change the particle type from line to textured disk, and in the texture property just expand it and change the texture layer from none to snowflake layer. Now you can see that all of your particles have changed to the snowflakes that we have taken into our image. Now change the birth color to pure white and change the death color to pure white as well. Now you will see that they have changed to a light blue color instead of white. If you are happy with this color, then it's okay. Otherwise, go to your snow layer and here you will find an option of mode. Just select it to add. Now as soon as you do that, you will find that it is a pure white snow. So birth rate to around 15 and longevity to 11. And now we are going to just expand this producer, increase the radius X so that it covers your whole composition like this, and the Y radius should be increased as well. If you want, you can also increase the Z radius a little bit. Now we come to physics and change the animation type to 12. Change the velocity. We have to decrease the value of velocity a little bit to change it to 0.01. The gravity must also be changed to 0.01, and you can also just increase the value of random seed to a 50. So now what I'm going to do is just go to layer and grab a new adjustment layer. Now while this adjustment layer is selected, I'm going to select a shape tool as an ellipse. Now double click on this ellipse. You will find that a mask has been added into the adjustment layer. Now while this adjustment layer is selected, hit F to bring up the feather and change its value to around 300. Now what we're going to do is go to effects and presets and search for Gaussian blur. Here you will find Gaussian blur. Just apply it over the adjustment layer and increase the value of blurriness to about 5. Now you can see that the center of your screen has been blurred a little bit. Now in the mask you will find an option of inverted, and as soon as you check on it, you will find that the sides of your composition have been blurred while the middle part is still getting the focus. Now this will help you when you are adding any kind of text or stuff like that, so it will have the focus. Now all these layers are okay. We are just going to lock all of them, but before that we need to just unlock our standard layer and make sure that its visibility is turned on. Now we have to move forward in time at around 2 seconds when the Santa animation is complete. We have to move the Santa layer just a little bit above our snow layer. Just type in the text. So go to the text tool and type in any text that you want. I'm typing Merry Christmas. Now select this text and align it to the center both horizontally and vertically. Now if your text is not visible, you can just play with the colors to make it visible. I'm going to change it to dark gray or black, or if you want you can just go for the holiday colors and change it to a dark green. Hit OK, and this is the color that I'm happy with. And once you're happy with your color, you can just scale up your text or down as per your wish. And once you're happy with your text, you can also add animation to this text if you want. So I'm going to do the same. Just expand this text layer. Here you will find an option of animate. Just go to it and add an animation for scale. Now just move forward around 10 frames and add a stopwatch or a keyframe for this scale value. Move backward in 10 frames and set this scale to 0%. Now you can just go to the first frame and Now we will preview that what we have created so far. So I'll just go to the first frame and preview it. So now as you can see that there is a little yellow bar over here, that means this animation has not been playing in real time. For this you can just change the resolution to quarter and then go to the very first frame and preview it again. Now it is playing with the actual speed and you can actually see that how your animation looks like. I hope you all have enjoyed this tutorial. Keep watching Programming Knowledge for more After Effects tutorials. Goodbye. Hello everyone and welcome to the YouTube channel Programming Knowledge. In this After Effects tutorials, we are going to create a very cool text effect in which text is going to be generated through bubbles. Now this is just a sample text. You can use other shapes also to generate the text. How? I will show you in this tutorial. But first of all, let us preview that what we are going to create today. So now you can see that there is a layer of bubbles that is generating a text which is nothing but bubble, and this bubble is itself made up of bubbles. So let's see that how it is created. First of all, as you know the drill, we have to go to composition and create a new composition. We are going to name it bubble text. The frame rate is kept at 30 frames per second. Duration of 5 seconds is good. Hit OK, and now we are going to create a solid layer for the background. So right click on the layer area, go to new, go to solid to create a background. Just name it BG. You can keep any color that you want, it doesn't really matter at this point. Just click OK. Now go to effects and presets and search for gradient ramp. Here you will find it under generate. Just apply it and change the ramp shape to radial ramp and the start of the ramp to 540. Now the end of the ramp must be changed to 940 to 1080 pixels. That's okay. Just swap the colors and you will find this good looking ramp. Now we're just going to lock this layer. Next thing we are going to do is add our text layer. So for that, just grab on the text tool. Now you have to just adjust it as per your composition, changing it to medium, aligning it to the center horizontally and vertically. Now you need not worry about the color because it is going to be the same color as your bubble layer will be. So as of now, next thing we're going to do is create our own bubble layer. So just right click on the layer area, go to new and create a new solid layer. Name it as bubbles. Hit OK. Now just bring it just below your text layer. And for the time being, you can just turn off this text layer. Go to effects and presets and search for an effect called CC Particle Systems 2. You will find it under simulation. Apply it on the solid layer, and as you move forward, you can see that there is a layer of particles that is shown over here. Now we have to play with the values over here to generate the required particles. So just change the Y radius to 0 over here under producer. Now as the position is concerned, you have to go back to the first frame and change the value of the X coordinate to -200. Click on the stopwatch icon to add a keyframe for the position. Move forward to around 3 seconds in time and change back the position to 2250 like this. So if we just preview it,
Now we have to just expand the physics and change the animation type to twirl. The velocity must be around 0.1 and the gravity must be 0. The direction and extra, it's okay, otherwise you can change the resistance to 10. Now expand the particle, change the particle type to lens bubble, or if you want you can just choose any particle type that you want. I am keeping it to bubble. Now just change the opacity map to fade out sharp and the transfer mode to black matte. Now you can just decrease the bird size a little bit, or you can just keep the bird size the same. You can just decrease the death size a little bit. If the bird size is 0.11, then the death size must be around 0.35 or 3.4. Now if you preview it, okay, so this flare is too long, so we have to just decrease its longevity. Just go to longevity and decrease its value to around 0.9. Now we can just keep on our text layer. Now we have to adjust the size as per this layer, so just grab on this and decrease its size a little bit and make sure it's aligned to the center both horizontally and vertically as well. Now we are going to do is add another solid layer and just name it as bubble text. Whatever the effect that you have created on this bubble layer, just copy it and paste it on the text layer. Hit U to bring up the keyframes and delete these both position keyframes. Now just bring up the producer and make sure that the position is 960 by 540. Now increase the X radius and the Y radius so that it covers the whole of your composition. Now you need to increase the birth rate a little bit like this. That looks good. Birth rate of around 15 is good over here. And yeah, now what we are going to do is make sure that this layer is just below your text layer and change its track matte to alpha matte bubble. Now that is too scarce of a bubble, so just increase its longevity a little bit. And apart from this, you can also increase its birth rate to 0.45 and the death rate to about 0.55. And opacity map should be fade in and out. Now with this you can see that your text is all bubbly. Now we have pre-composed our text, and the next thing we are going to do is just select for linear wipe effect and apply it on to our pre-comp, and just make sure that okay, I have already applied this effect into one of my compositions, so that's showing these values. So make sure that your wipe angle is minus 90 degrees. The transition completion is at 100%. Just stopwatch it. Now you need to move forward in time around here and just drag the keyframe of the transition completion at 100% to here. Now if you just play your animation a little bit, here you have to change the transition completion value back to a 0%. Now you can see that your layer is generated, and increase the feather to around 150. And if you just play it from the first frame, then
So you will see that this is a flare of bubbles that is generating this text of bubbles, which looks pretty good, and it's pretty easy to create, as you can see. But instead of this bubbles, you can just choose any shape that you want. If you just go to this effect and instead of particle type you change it to shaded sphere, then you can just make this effect out of spheres, or you can choose stars, you can choose lines, you can also choose different types of spheres like faded sphere, shaded and faded spheres, the motion polygons, or the tri-polygons, or the quad polygons, or even the cubes you can choose, and many other shapes like the textured tri-polygon and what not. So you can also choose lens bubble and stuff like that, but I'm choosing the bubble, which is what I like. So hope you all enjoyed this tutorial, and keep watching the YouTube channel Programming Knowledge for more such good tutorials. Till then, goodbye.
Hello guys, and welcome to the YouTube channel Programming Knowledge. So today we are going to view that how can we create a simple text animation technique. In this we are going to treat the text as the 3D layers. So this will be our first tutorial in which we are going to manipulate text in a 3-dimensional format. So let's see that what we are going to create. So as you can see, this is the animation that we are going to create, and there are 4 layers of text that we are using, and all these 4 layers are, that means they are aligned together, so it looks cool and appealing to the eye, and it is a very simple text technique. But instead of the 2 dimensions, we are just treating and taking the 3 dimensions of text, that is the height as well, typed using the Kinetic typography. So let's see that how can we create it. So you know the drill, you need to go to composition first and create a new composition. You can now name it anything. Now the frame rate of 30 frames per second is okay, the duration of 5 seconds is okay, the background color you can choose anything, or you can just keep it black, it doesn't matter, hit OK. Now we need to create a new solid layer, so go to the layer area and right click. Now you need to go to new and click on solid to create a new solid layer. Since this is going to be our background, so we are going to name it as BG, and you need to choose a shade that is that you like for your background. So I'm going to choose this yellow shade, and this is the hexadecimal value of the color that I am using. Hit OK, and then again OK. The next thing I'm going to do is start typing my text. So for this you can just go to the text tool and click here. Now type in any text that you want. I'm going to type 3. Now type in any text that you want. I'm typing in dimensional. You can just align this layer. Now go to the text tool and click here. So a new text layer would be created, and then for the 4th layer I'm going to type . So now 4 of my text layers have been created. The next thing we are going to do is align them all to the center. If you are happy with that, you have to go here where you will find an option of choose guide and grid options, and turn on your guides and rulers as well. As soon as you do that, drive 2 guides from your vertical ruler, one to the start of the 3 and the other to the end, like this. Now you got to adjust all of your text so that they are aligned with this starting and the ending points. So go to dimensional and decrease its width a little bit. If you want, you can also just decrease its height. That looks good. Then the same we have to do with text. You have to increase its width a little bit but decrease its height. Once you do that, you gotta make sure that it is aligned to the center again. The same thing we are going to do with animation. Now once you're happy with your text, you can just turn your rulers and guides back off and you will find your text like this. So now what we are going to do is make all these 4 text layers as 3D. So you have to click on toggle switches and modes until you find this panel in front of you. Now when you do that, you will find that there is a cube-like structure over here. So this cube is used to make any 2D layer a 3D layer. So we have to just click on these cubes for the 4 text layers and these all would be made 3D. Now here you will find an option of motion blur. Just click on it. And for the individual layers as well, you have to click on individual motion blurs. This will just create a blurred motion which will in turn result in generating a smooth animation. Now you need to go to your first text layer and for this option you again need to just turn back your guides on. Now just hit P on your keyboard to bring up position. Move forward around 15 frames in time and keyframe the current value of position. Now hit R to bring up rotation and just keyframe the value of Y rotation. Now move back to about 5 frames in time. Hit U to bring up both the keyframes and change the value of position so that just decrease the value of the X coordinate so that there is this green arrow. It must coincide with your guide. Now change the value of Y rotation to a 90 degrees or lesser, around 85 to 90 you have to keep the value so that your text layer is not visible at all. I'm keeping it at 83 degrees. Now the same thing you have to do for the dimensional layer. Move forward to around 1 second, hit P to bring up position, keyframe it and hit R to bring up rotation, keyframe the value of Y rotation. Go back to around 20 frames, hit U to bring up both the keyframes, change the value of position, just increase the value of Y coordinate so that the green arrow coincides with the guides option and change the value of Y to minus 84 degrees. Once you do that, you can see that it is not visible anymore. So that's it. Now the animation for the 3 and the dimensional layer is complete. But now we have to do the animation for the text layer. In our sample animation, the text layer was animated from the above. So for that we are again going to turn on our rulers and this time we have to grab 2 horizontal rulers. One just above the text layer that must be touching the boundary of this text layer and the next horizontal guide would be touching the lower boundary of this animation layer. Now just go to the text layer, hit P to bring up position, move forward to 15 frames and keyframe it, then hit R to bring up rotation and keyframe the value of Y rotation, move back to 15 frames, hit U to bring up the keyframes and change the value of position. For this we are going to change the value of Y coordinate. We are just going to decrease the value of the Y coordinate a little bit and we need to just change the value of Y rotation to a perfect 90 degree. We are going to move forward to about 5 frames and now we need to start animating this animation layer. So move forward to about 15 frames, hit P to bring up the position, keyframe the position, hit R to bring up rotation and keyframe the value of X rotation, hit U to bring up the keyframes, move backward for about 15 frames and change the value of X rotation to a perfect 90 degrees or to a value that makes it invisible. That's it, around 84 degrees, and just change the position a little bit towards the downside like this. Now once you are happy with your animation, you can just turn off the guides and the rulers. Now we need to go to the first frame and just preview it, because our animation is complete. So we just move to the first frame and preview it. So this is the three-dimensional text animation technique that we have created, and as you can see, it is very simple to create. You got nothing to do, just you got to manipulate the position and the angle of rotation, and through this you can achieve this very good looking technique. Hope you all enjoyed this tutorial, and keep watching the YouTube channel Programming Knowledge for more such tutorials. Goodbye. Hello guys, and welcome to the YouTube channel Programming Knowledge. So in the today's After Effects tutorial, we are going to see that how can we create a very good looking green board text animation. You might all have seen some of the videos in which there are the stuff that is being shown on a blackboard or a green board, and the text or the illustrations are shown as if they are drawn using a chalk. So that animation is quite gripping, because all of us can relate to a point in our lives where we attended the school and had to study from the blackboard and the green board. So just reliving all those nostalgic moments, we are here to present you a video in which you can generate any text or any type of content as if it is being written on a green board using a chalk. So first of all, let's preview it. So this is the animation that we are going to create, and as you can see that we have used a green board over here. You can also use a blackboard, and the text that we have written is green board text, but you can write any text that you want. So let's see that how can we create it. First of all, once you have opened your Adobe After Effects, you need to go to composition and create a new composition. Now you can name it anything that you want. I'm naming it green board text. Now keeping the frame rate of 30 frames per second and the duration of 5 seconds, we hit OK. As soon as we do that, we need to import an image of a green board or a blackboard onto our composition. Now this could be any image as per your wish, but the image I am using, I have already imported it in my project. So if you want, you can use this image only. Link I will share in the description. Otherwise you can just keep any image as per your wish. Now once you have chosen your image and imported it in your project, just drag it into your composition and adjust its dimensions like this. Now once you are happy with your image, and make sure that it is covering the whole of your composition, just lock this image. Now our background is fixed. We do not need to make any changes on our background. The next thing we are going to do is add a text layer, and this will be the text that would be displayed in our animation. So just go to layer on the menu bar, go to new and select a text layer. Now type in any text that you want. I'm typing green board text. Once you are happy with your text, make sure to align it to the center both horizontally and vertically. Now the next thing we are going to do is just select this text layer, right click on it, and here you will find an option of create masks from text. So you need to just select on this option. As soon as you do that, you will see that your text layer is now not visible, but a new layer is created by the name green board text outlines, and it is now visible. So if you want to see that what masks have been created, you can go here to toggle mask and shape path visibility, and once you select it, you will see that all of your masks are visible. The next thing we are going to do is hit Ctrl D on your keyboard to duplicate this layer. Now we can just delete our text layer As we do not need it anymore, now what we are going to do is we have to manipulate these two mask layers, these masks that we have created from our very own text layer. So for the first mask, what we are going to do is generate an outline of our text. To do so, we need to go to Effects and Presets and search for an effect called Stroke. You can find it under Generate. Here it is, so just select this effect and apply it on your mask layer. Now once you do that, you can just, for the time being, you can just turn off the visibility of your uppermost layer, and now we have to just manipulate some of the values of the stroke over here. So go to Path and just you will find an option of all masks, so we need to check this all mask option. The color need to be changed to a light gray color instead of pure white. The hexadecimal value of the color that I am using is this. If you want, you can just copy the same value and hit OK. Now you need to just turn off these masks for a greater sense of visibility. The next thing we are going to do is change the paint style to on transparent. This will give us a clear idea that what is going on behind the scenes. Now we are going to just increase the brush size a little bit to around 4. The brush hardness must be decreased to 0 and its opacity must remain at 100. Now we go to an option called spacing and increase its value to around 40. As soon as you do that, you will see that there is a good looking chalk text that is in front of you. The next thing we are going to do is add another effect. So go to Effects and Presets and search for an effect called Roughen Edges. Apply it on the same layer. So for that you need to just change the value of brush hardness to 100%. Now you have to keep the value of edge sharpness at 1. And the evolution angle must be kept at 45 degrees. Now once you do that, you will see that this animation is now changing into a complete animation as if this text is generated through a chalk. Now what we need to do is go to the stroke effect, and here you will find an option of end. So change its value to a 0%, keyframe it on the very first frame of your animation, move forward in time to about a second and change the value of end back to 100%. After that, once our outline has been complete, we need to fill in this outline. For that we need to go to the other mask layer and we need to apply some effect to it. So for that we need to turn it on and go to Effects and Presets and search for an effect called Scribble. You will again find Scribble under Generate. Apply this effect on your layer. Change the scribble from single mask to all masks. And change the fill type to left edge. Alternatively, you can also change it to all masks using modes and change the fill type to inside. It is all generating the same effect. Now again the color needs to be changed to a little light gray and hit OK. The stroke angle must be kept at 45 degrees. Stroke width must be kept to 2.5. And the rest of the values have to be kept as it is. The next thing you are going to do is jump around 10 frames in time. Go back to the scribble effect, change the value of end to a 0% and keyframe it. Now move forward in time by a second, that is, now we are at 2 seconds and 10 frames, and change the value of end back to 100%.
As soon as you do that, this animation is complete. So let us preview that what we have created by going to the very first frame and playing it. So this is the green board text animation that we have created. And if you want, instead of the green board, you can also use a black board or any colored board that you used while learning so many things during your student life. So hope you all have enjoyed this tutorial and keep watching the YouTube channel Programming Knowledge for more such After Effects tutorials. Till then, bye-bye. Hello guys and welcome to the YouTube channel Programming Knowledge. So in today's After Effects tutorials we are going to see Kinetic typography. So this is a technique that is widely used nowadays and it is a very effective and intriguing technique. It is very popular and is used widely. It is used to express a lot of words in an artistic fashion. So instead of writing plain text sentences, you gotta animate them, you gotta add some special effects in them, and kinetic typography is one such technique. So in today's tutorials we are going to see that how can we create kinetic typography in Adobe After Effects. So first of all, let's preview it that what we are going to create. So this is the kinetic typography that I have already created and I'm going to show you that how can you create it. It is very simple and so let's see that how can we create it. So just go to the composition, create a new composition. I'm going to name it the same as our tutorial, that is kinetic typography. Now keeping the frame rate of 30 frames per second and a duration of 5 seconds, we hit OK. The next thing we're going to do is add a new background layer. So we go to solid layer and just name it as PG. Then we go to effects and presets and search for an effect called ramp and add the gradient ramp onto our solid layer. Change its type to radial ramp and the start of ramp to 540 for the Y coordinate. The end of the ramp must be changed to 960 by 1440. Then you need to swap your colors. Now instead of the white, you choose a darker shade like this dark gray, and this is the hexadecimal value of that color and hit OK. Now this is the background that I'm using. You can choose any of your choice. Now I'm going to just lock it up. The next thing I'm going to do is add my text. So I go to the text layer and just click anywhere. The first text that I am going to add is nothing but kinetic typography. Now its color needs to be changed to white initially it will be a white color like this, and its alignment should be the right alignment. The next thing we are going to do is just expand this layer. We will find an option of animate, go to it. Here you will find an option of position, so just select it. Move forward to around 20 frames in time and keyframe the value of position at 00. Now move backward and change this value of position to a minus 1500 for the X coordinate. Now as soon as you do that, you will find that this is the animation that you have created. Now once your animation for this kinetic typography is complete, the next thing we are going to do is rotate it a little bit. So while this layer is selected, move forward to about 5 frames in time, hit R to bring up rotation and Shift P to bring up position and Shift S to bring up scale. Now keyframe all these 3 values, move forward to about 10 frames, change the rotation angle to a 90 degrees or to a minus 90 degrees, yes, and change the position to here.
Now you need to just scale down this a little bit, around this much. 67% is the scale value that I'm using. Now go to the first frame here and go to effects and presets and search for an effect called fill. You will find it under generate, apply it on your layer. Now just change the color back to pure white and hit OK. Just keyframe this color. Now go to this next frame when this rotation and positioning is complete and change the fill color to any other color. I'm using this color and this is the hexadecimal value. Hit OK. Now the animation that we have created so far is going around like this. So this is the basic animation that we have created, and it is the exact thing we are going to do with all of our layers. So we go to the text tool and add another layer. Now for this we are going to just select all this text and change its alignment to a left align. Now we have to just bring it closer to this Kinetic typography layer and increase its size so that it looks like this. It is symmetrical to this Kinetic typography layer. If you are facing any problem, you can just go to toggle guides and grids option and turn on rulers and guides so that you can create a symmetric effect. Now for this I'm just going to animate it again. So expand this layer, you will go to animate option and add an animation for position. Now move forward to about 20 frames and keyframe the value of position at 00. Come back to about 20 frames and this time we are going to change the X value to a positive. Now this will be our animation. Once this is complete, that is these two layers have animated, now we need to type in text taking this area. So for this we need to just go to the layer area, go on new and create a new null object. Now this null object is used because we are going to rotate both of these layers simultaneously. So for that what we are going to do is just select both of your layers. Now here you will find an option, this spider like thing. Just drag it and up to the null object 2 and release it. So now this is that all both of these layers have been parented to your null object. Now we need to manipulate the rotation and the position values. So hit R to bring up rotation and shift P to bring up position. Keyframe it, move forward to some frames, like about 15 frames would be good, or 10 frames as per your wish. Then change the rotation angle to a 90 degrees. So this is okay. Now we need to just manipulate the position a little bit. Now this is looking good. As soon as this is complete, go to your easy and simple layer. We have to change its color also. So go to effects and presets and apply this fill to it. Change its color back to a pure white and keyframe it. Now go to the same frame where this animation of rotation is complete and change its color. We are choosing a light gray this time and hit OK. So the animation that is created for this layer is like this. After that, move forward to 3 seconds. Now a new layer has to be added, that is to create. So go to the text tool and add. Now you have to keep its alignment as left align, and we need to just manipulate its position a little bit and its dimensions as well. Okay. Yeah, so this looks good to me. This time this to create layer is going to come from the above. So we just need to expand it, go to animate. Here you will find an option of position. Move forward to about 15 frames and keyframe the value of position move backward to 15 frames, and this time we are going to change the value of the y coordinate to around here. So this is to create whose animation will be completing at this time. Now there is another text layer that we need to add. So to add a new text layer, we need to just at this time we do not have to add any rotation values. So what we will do, we will just change the color of this to create layers so that the text layers are identified uniquely and they could be read easily. So we just go to effects and presets and apply this fill effect onto the to create layer. Again, you need to change its color to pure white, hit OK, keyframe it, move forward to around 5 frames in time and change its color back to a shade of gray. It could be a darker gray or to a lighter gray as per your background or your wish. I am choosing a lighter gray color. Now move forward to around 4 seconds in time. This time our new layer would be adding in. So just grab onto your text tool and add a new layer. So the total text that I'm going to show is Kinetic Typography is easy and simple to create and learn. So this time this and learn layer needs to be first changed with its dimensions like this. So this is the dimensions of the and learn layer that I'm happy with. Now you have to again expand it, go to animate, position, move forward about 10 frames, keyframe the value of position at 00, move backward 10 frames, and again we have to manipulate the value of the y coordinate. This time increase it to around 150 or so. And with this, our Kinetic Typography animation is complete. So this and learn layer will be coming from the bottom. Now this animation of Kinetic Typography is complete. Let's take a look at what we have created so far. So go back to the first frame and play it. And I hope you all have enjoyed this tutorial. If you do, please let me know your thoughts in the comments and keep watching the YouTube channel Programming Knowledge for more such tutorials. Till then, bye-bye. Hello everyone and welcome to the YouTube channel Programming Knowledge. So today we are going to create a very good looking modern introduction text effect, and this is the text introduction that you can use anywhere. It is going to look clean and simple, and since it is a modern introduction effect, so it is going to appeal you as well. So first of all, let's preview that what we are going to create. But before that, I'm changing its resolution to a quarter and just going to the first frame and previewing it. So this is the effect that we are going to create, and as you can see, it looks catchy and interesting. And instead of the animate text, you can add any text that you want. It's up to your wish. You can use any of the background image, but I'm just using these as a sample. So let's see that how can we create it. First of all, as we all know that we have to go to composition and create a new composition. Now you can name it anything, and I'm going with the intro modern, so that I am able to identify that it is an introduction effect which is using a modern theme. Now I'm keeping the frame rate of 30 frames per second and a duration of 4 seconds, but our whole animation is gonna be of around 3 seconds. So if you want, you can just keep 3 seconds or 4 seconds, that's totally up to you. I'm just keeping the duration of 4 seconds. Now hit OK. As soon as you do that, you will see that a new composition has been created. The next thing that you're gonna do is import some files. So you all know that to import any file, you can just hit Ctrl I on your keyboard, and the folder from which you want to import the files, you can just select that folder and import the files. Otherwise, you can just go to file, and here you will find an option of import, and you can go to file to import a single file or multiple files to import more than one file. I have already imported some of the media into my After Effects. So this is the background image that I'm going to use today. I will share the link of the description of this background image with you all, but if you want, you can choose any of the image as per your choice. So apart from that, I have also imported this mp4 file that is nothing but of an ink bleed that is going to be the basic or the backbone effect in our After Effects composition. So I have just dragged it into my composition just above your background layer. Now you can see that what this file is containing. Now this is the effect that we are going to use in order to just generate our background image, as in our test composition you already saw. So for that we need to first make some changes onto this layer. Make sure your layer is selected, right click on it, you will find an option of transform. So go to it. Here you will find an option of fit to comp. You need to select it. As soon as you do that, you will see that the size of your layer is the same as the size of your composition. The next thing we are going to do is hit S on your keyboard to bring up the scale property and just scale it up to around a 350% like this. And if you want, you can just adjust it a little bit. You can also bring up the rotation and rotate it a little bit to make sure that all of your composition is actually covered by the black spot. If you want, you can just increase the scale a little bit more like this. It looks good. So as far as this is concerned, I am keeping the scale value to a 417% and the rotation of about 94 to 95 degrees. Okay, now you can go to your background layer to apply some of the effects in it. First of all, what we are going to do is make sure your track matte is visible, and now you can just change the track matte of your background layer to Luma inverted matte. Now as soon as you do that, you can just preview your effect and it looks like your image is being generated like this, but it looks a little plain. So what we're going to do is go to the very first frame, hit S on our keyboard to bring up the scale for this background image to a 37%. Just keyframe it. Now go back to around 3 seconds in time, that's when our animation is going to be over, and change back the value of scale to 100%. Now if you go to the first frame and preview it again, then it looks a little bit more lively, but that is moving too fast. So we are going to just change the value of scale from 100% to around 80%, and we preview it again. So that looks better now. Okay, so we are going to add some more effects and presets. So we are going to search for an effect called tint and apply it onto our background layer. As soon as we do that, you will find that it has been changed to a pure black and white, but that looks odd. So I'm going to change the amount to tint to a 55%. Now as soon as I do that, it looks a bit more natural, which is what I'm going to go for. The next thing I'm going to do is go to effects and presets and search for an effect called optical compensation or optics compensation. You will find it under this dot. So just select it and apply it onto your background layer. Now this optics compensation effect is good, and it is used to add a field of view to your image. So I'm going to the very first frame and changing the value of field of view to a 30 and just keyframing it. Then I'm going back to around 3 seconds in time and I'm changing the value of field of view to 100. Now as soon as I do that, it looks a little bit odd as it is bulging towards me. So to just remove that effect, here you will find an option of reverse lens distortion. Just click on it, just check on it, and if you do that, you will see that it is now a more generalized effect. It is subtle, but it looks like as if you're actually going into that image, which is kind of gripping and eye-catching effect. So that's what we are going to do with our background. That's all with our background. Just lock both of these layers, the ink bleed layer and the layer of the background layer as well. So with this, our background is complete. The next thing we are going to do is add some of the text. So for that, we have to first draw a rectangle. So make sure none of your layers is selected and go to the shape tool. We have to select a rectangle. Make sure that the fill is set to solid color and its color must be pure white and the stroke is set to none. that these are the settings that I am using, and if you want you can just choose any settings of your choice and drag and draw a rectangle like this, and make sure it is aligned to the center both horizontally and vertically. The next thing we are going to do is add some text over this rectangle. So just grab onto your text tool and add any text that you want. I'm typing in animate. Now you need to just align your text as well to the center horizontally and vertically so that it aligns on your shape. Now if the shape that you have drawn is smaller than your text, then you need to just scale it up a little bit so that your text fits on your shape perfectly. Next thing I'm going to do is go to my shape layer and change its track matte to alpha inverted matte animate. Now as soon as I do that, you can see that the text is now showing the color of the background solid layer that I have created, and that is a pretty cool effect. The next thing I'm going to do is select my shape layer and my animate layer, and I'm going to pre-compose them. When you pre-compose them, make sure that move all attributes into the new composition option is selected and hit OK. As soon as you do that, you will find that a pre-comp has been created. You can give it any name, but I'm just leaving it to pre-comp 4. The next thing I'm going to do is go to effects and presets and search for an effect called CC slant. Now you will find it under distort. Take it and apply it to the pre-comp 4 layer and change the slant value to around 25%. Yeah, that looks good. Now you gotta manually correct its position a little bit around this so that it appears as if your layer of the text is in the center of your composition. The next thing you are going to do is grab onto your pan anchor tool and just move the anchor so that it appears as if it is on the middle of your text layer and the shape layer, because that's what we are concerned about right now. The next thing we are going to do is move backward in time to about 2 seconds and hit S on a keyboard for the pre-comp 4 layer to bring up the scale. Now change its value to a 0%, keyframe it, move forward in time to about 15 frames would be good, and change the value of scale back to 100%. That's how our introduction effect is created, and now the animation is complete. We can just preview it. So we just go to the very first frame and so I hope you all have enjoyed this tutorial. Till then, goodbye. Hey guys, welcome to the YouTube channel Programming Knowledge, and in today's After Effects tutorial video we are going to see that how can we create a cool picture revealing text or logo animation in Adobe After Effects. But before that, let us preview that what we are going to create. So first go to composition to create a new composition. Now you can name it anything that you want. I'm naming it picture reveal text. Now the next thing you're going to do is create a solid layer. So go to the layer area, right click, go to new and select solid. Now we are going to name it BG, and without concerning with the color, we are going to hit OK. The next thing we are going to do is go to effects and presets and search for an effect called ramp. So you will find gradient ramp under generate. So apply it onto your solid layer. Change the ramp shape from linear ramp to a radial ramp. Now you will find that there is an anchor point just at this position, so drag it to the center position like this. The next thing you will find an anchor point just over here, so you're gonna drag it to around this place.
Next thing I'm going to do is swap my colors, or you can say change my colors. So I'm going to choose a dark gray instead of white, which is the end color, and for the start color I'm going to choose a lighter gray. Now once I have locked it, the next thing we have to do is here you will find an option of choose grid and guide options. So just click on it, and here you will find a title/action save. You make sure to click on this option. As soon as you do that, you will see that a guide has been drawn onto your composition. Now this guide can be used effectively in our animation. So what we are going to do is go to the rectangle tool and make sure that its stroke is set to none and the fill is set to a solid color. Now you can just drag a square or a rectangle like this. The next thing you're going to do is zoom in your animation a little bit, adjust the position of your shape layer so that it coincides with one of the plus symbols. Now that looks pretty good. What we are going to do is just duplicate this shape layer, change its fill color. Now we are going to drag it downwards. Again, zoom in and adjust it like this. And again, duplicate your layer. Change its color again. This time I'm choosing a green, and change its position to cover up the third quadrant. Again, zoom in and adjust your shape like this. Now the same step or the same process has to be continued for the fourth layer. So duplicate it, change its fill color, change its position, zoom in, adjust its position. Now that looks good. Now you can just turn off your tile and action save grid and make sure that all your layers are converging at a single point. Import some of the picture files in your composition, and these picture files will be the ones that would be shown on the screen. So just hit Ctrl I on your keyboard to import those files. Now I have already imported some of the files. You need to just align the layers in an ascending order. So first shape layer 1, then shape layer 2, then shape layer 3, and then the shape layer 4, like this. Okay. Now I want that my first image should be of a mountain. So I'm just dragging this image just below the layer for which I want it to appear. And as soon as you do that, you will find that only that layer is visible. And this is the first layer for which I want this mountain image to show. Now I'm gonna hit S for bringing up the scale of this image and scale it down so that it fits my layer. You may need to delink it so that you can achieve the desired results. Okay, now you can just reposition it and change the track matte of your picture layer to alpha matte shape layer 1. So this is what I'm happy with. Same step you have to follow for all of your 4 layers. Now once you're happy with it, what you're going to do is animate starting point of all these layers. So we are going to start with the shape layer 1. So go to shape layer 1, make sure you are on the very first frame of your composition, hit R to bring up rotation and Shift S to bring up scale and rotation together. Now move forward to around 12 frames in time. Keyframe the value of scale at 100% and rotation at 0%. Now move back to the very first frame, change the value of scale to 0% and the value of rotation to 90 degrees. Now I'm going to select all my keyframes and hit F9 on my keyboard to ease them. Hit S and R, Shift R to bring up the scale and rotation values for shape layer 2. I'm going to keyframe it. Then I'm going to move to the value where the animation of this layer is complete. Now I'm going to change its rotation value to 90 degrees and the scale to 0%. So you have to play with the rotation values, whether you want a clockwise rotation or an anti-clockwise rotation, until you get your desired results. So I'm going to animate both of my layers in the same way. So this is the effect that we have created and it looks pretty cool. So now what we are going to do is grab all of our layers except the background layer and right click, go to pre-compose and pre-compose these layers. Now what we are going to do is just duplicate this image's composition. Go to the composition that is below, hit S to bring up scale and scale it up a little bit. Now hit T to bring up the opacity and decrease its opacity. So I'm giving it actual 65%. Now go to your image's composition, duplicate it once more and move the newly duplicated layer to the bottom of all these layers just above the background layer. Hit S to bring up scale and scale it up so that it fits your whole of the composition. Now you can just hit T to bring up opacity. You can just decrease its opacity a little bit. I'm keeping around 75% values. The next thing you're going to do is go to effects and presets and search for an effect called tint. Apply it on your bottommost images layer, and as soon as you do that, you will see that its color has changed to a black and white. You can just decrease the amount to tint to a 60%. So you will find this effect. Now if we go to the very first frame and preview it, then we will find this cool looking animation in front of us. Now what we are going to do is, for the time being, we are going to hide all these three layers and grab onto our text tool and type in any text that you want. I'm keeping its color to a yellow like this. Okay. Now make sure your text is aligned to the center both horizontally and vertically. Make sure your layer is selected, text layer, right click, go to layer styles and select drop shadow. Now you will see that a drop shadow is added. Just expand its option and select the opacity to about a value of 90%. The distance you can increase a little bit to about 20-21 so that this cool looking effect is in front of you. Turn your image layers on and drag your text layer just above your background layer. Now once your image animation is complete, that is around here. Okay, now what we are going to do is just hit S to bring up scale for this text, set its value to a 0%, keyframe it, move forward about a frame in time and set its value back to 100%. We are going to just open our images composition. Here we are going to select the shape layer 1 and the shape layer 4 together. Now what we are going to do is hit P to bring up its position, keyframe its position, move forward a few frames in time and just decrease the value of the Y coordinate so that this layer goes upwards like this. Now once this animation is complete, we are going to our shape layer 2 and 3 together. Same step has to be followed for this one also. We need to keyframe the value of position, move forward a few frames in time and just increase the value of the Y coordinate so that it moves away from the area of our composition. Then this text layer would be revealed once our images move off. Next thing we are going to do is about 3 seconds in time. Right click on the layer area, go to new and select a camera layer and hit OK. But before that, what we are going to do is change our text layer to a 3D layer. So you go to toggle switches and modes and make sure that this 3D box is checked or is turned on for the text layer. Now for the camera layer, we are going to hit P to bring up the position. Just keyframe it and move forward to about 6 seconds in time and change the value of the position so that your focus is all on the text layer like this. So if we just go to the very first frame and preview our animation, keep watching Programming Knowledge for more such tutorials. Till then, bye bye.
Hey guys, and welcome to the YouTube channel Programming Knowledge. In today's tutorial, we are going to see that how can we create a glitch text effect in Adobe After Effects. So first of all, we are going to preview that what we are going to create. Now this is the glitch text effect that is we are going to create in today's tutorial. So let's see that how can we create it. First of all, you have to go to composition to create a new composition. Now you can name it anything that you want. I'm naming it glitch. Now make sure that your frame rate is at least 30 frames per second and the duration of 5 seconds for this animation is perfect. Now hit OK. As soon as you do that, you will see that a new composition has been created in front of you. So you go to your layer area, which is present right over here. Right click, go to new and add a new solid layer. Now this is going to be our background, so I'm naming it BG, and you can keep any color that you want. Hit OK. Now search for a ramp effect in effects and presets. You will find a gradient ramp effect under generate. Apply it onto your solid layer. Now grab onto the first anchor point, which is present over here to around this position, and the second anchor point to about this position. Now you can choose any colors of your choice. I am keeping a dark blue color like this and a black color. I can okay, so this is what I am happy with. Now you can choose any of the backgrounds that you want, or you can just keep the same values as this as well. Now once you're happy with your background, make sure to just lock it. The next thing we're going to do is add in some text. So grab onto your text tool and click anywhere on your composition and add in any text that you want. Now once you have typed your text, make sure to align it to the center both horizontally and vertically, and also make sure to choose a color that complements with your background. I'm choosing a pure white. Now what we're going to do is grab on to our rectangle tool and draw some of the stray rectangles like this. Now once you have drawn it, you need to move forward for about a few frames. Since we are using a frame rate of 30 frames per second, so we are going to just divide a second into 4 parts. So move forward to about 8 frames in time and hit Alt square bracket key on your keyboard to split this layer. Now go to the part where this layer is already splitted. Make sure none of your layers is selected, and using the rectangle tool you got to draw some other rectangles. Now you got to just adjust this shape layer so that it starts whenever this layer ends. Move forward to about 15 frames and again split this layer like this. Now if you want, you can add any number of layers that you want and for as long as you want. So you can just follow my steps, or you can just follow whatever you wish. Like for this layer, I'm adding 2 shapes. I'm dragging this layer up to this point, moving forward a few frames. Then you can also go to edit, and here you will find an option of split layer using Ctrl+Shift+D. If you just click on it, you will find that your layers have splitted. Now you can just delete your upper layer. Now you got to create a new layer like this. Move it to the point where your layer 3 is splitted and move forward to about a second in time and just split it as well. Now you have to continue this process as long as you want your animation to last. So I'm just continuing this process to about 4 to 5 seconds, and you can just continue it as long as you want. Okay, but remember, every time you have to create a new layer, so you have to deselect your layers that are already created like this. Create a new layer. You can add more than 1 shapes in this layer like this. And one thing you have to make sure that you got to create the shapes in the form so that it covers at least some part of the text, because that is where the glitch is going to be shown, and through these layers only the glitch is going to be created. So you want that your glitch must be on your text so that it is visible to the viewer, otherwise it will not be visible. Now once you have created your layers and you are happy with it, now as I have created 16 layers and up to 4 seconds in time, all you gotta do is select all of your layers, all of your shape layers, and pre-compose them. Now right click and go to pre-compose. Now you can give it any name. I'm naming it glitch base and hit OK. Now the next thing we are going to do for a glitch effect is we go to the layer area, create a new adjustment layer and name it glitch. So you go to rename and name it glitch, because this is the actual glitch that we're going to do. Now you can just turn off your glitch base composition and go to effects and presets and search for an effect called displacement map. You will find it under this dot. So grab onto this effect and apply it onto your adjustment layer. Now just change the value of the displacement map layer to a glitch base. As soon as you do that, you can just preview that the desired glitch effect is already created like this, which is pretty cool to look at. Now what we are going to do is grab onto all the layers except the background layer together and again pre-compose them. Name it glitch actual or any name that you want. Now we are going to duplicate it 3 times. Now for this we go to effects and presets and search for an effect called shift channels. You will find it under channel. So just take on this effect and apply it to the above 3 layers. Now once your effect is applied, just change the red to red and change the value of green to full off and the value of full off for the bottommost layer. For the layer just above, change the value of red to full off and the value of blue to full off, keeping a green. And for the topmost layer, change the value of red and green to full off, keeping it a blue color. Now if you see, the topmost layer is pure blue, the layer just below it is green, and the layer just below it is red. Now just select the top and change the mode of these layers to a screen. Now this is the white text that we have created for the glitch that we have got. Now just grab onto your topmost layer, hit P to bring up position. Now while you're on this stopwatch icon, just press the Alt key and click on it. Now as soon as you do Alt click, you will find that this space is open for typing anything. So you got to type wiggle open parenthesis 2,10 and close parenthesis. Now this is our expression for a wiggle animation. The same thing you got to do for the layer just below it. Hit P, click on Alt and the stopwatch icon. Now type in wiggle. Here we are going to type 3,8 and for the third layer, hit P, Alt click on the stopwatch icon and type an expression wiggle 4,5. Now if we just preview it, the next thing we are going to do is add a new adjustment layer, and this would be adding noise to our glitch. So go to the very first frame, go to effects and presets, or go to effect on the menu bar. Here you will find an option called noise and grain. Expand it and you will find an effect called noise. Increase its value to about a 40%. Make sure that both these values of noise type and clipping are checked. Now grab onto your rectangle tool to create a mask for this adjustment layer like this. Now when you are on the very first frame, what you got to do is hit S to bring up scale, change its scale value to a 0% and keyframe it. Now move forward to about 2 to 3 frames in time, add another keyframe for a 0%, move to the next frame, change its value of scale to 100%. At the same time, you got to keyframe the value of your mask path, so just press
Shift M and keyframe the value of mask path. Now move on to the very next frame and change the value of scale back to a 0%. Now you can add this animation as many times that you want. So I'm adding it around here as well. Now with this, our glitch text animation is complete. Here is what we have created. So that's all for the tutorial today. I hope you all have enjoyed it, and if you do, please let me know your thoughts in the comments. And keep watching the YouTube channel Programming Knowledge for more such tutorials. Till then, goodbye. Welcome to the YouTube channel Programming Knowledge. So in today's After Effects tutorial, we are going to see that how we can create some of the basic shapes in Adobe After Effects. These shapes and animations that we are going to create today are used to add an extra edge in any of your introductions or a simple text. So let us see that what we are going to create. So this is a sample animation in which we have created 3 shapes: the zigzag shape, the spiral shape, and some explosions. So you can add these basic shapes once you know how you can create them in anywhere in any of your animations, and it will make it look more trendy and add an extra edge of creativity. So let's see that how they are created. So now as we know that we have to create a composition, first of all go to composition and select new composition. Alternatively, you can also press Ctrl N on your keyboard to create a new composition. Now you can name it anything that you want. I'm naming it Trendy Animations. Now keeping a frame rate of 30 frames per second and a duration of 5 seconds with the background color as black, I hit OK. As soon as I do that, a new composition is created. So first of all, I just close this previous composition. Now I go to my layer area and right click, go to new and create a solid layer. Now name it BG because it will be our background, and this time I'm going to choose a pure black background and hit OK. Once you're happy with your background, you can just lock this background layer. The next thing we are going to do is add some of the text. So go to the text tool and click anywhere in your composition and type in any text that you want. This is the text that I am happy with. The next thing I'm going to do is go to Effects and Presets and search for an effect called Transform. Now as soon as I apply this effect onto my text layer, I need to just change this skew value to a -15 and my text will look like this. The next thing I'm going to do is align my text to the center both horizontally and vertically, so it looks like this. After this, I'm going to animate the entry of this text layer by expanding this text layer. The next thing I will do is go to Animate and select Scale. Now while I am on the very first frame, I will just change the value of scale to a 0% and keyframe it, then move forward about 15 frames in time and change the value of scale back to 100%. Now if we preview our animation, it looks like this, which is quite eye-catching effect. So that was about our text. Now once our text has occurred, the next thing we are going to do is add some of the shapes or the trendy animations for which we are working on. So grab onto the pen tool and make sure that none of your layers is selected. Now make sure that your fill is set to none and the stroke is set to a solid color. Now just change the width of stroke to around 15 pixels and choose any color of your choice. The next thing we are going to do is draw a line like this, and this will turn out to be our zigzag line. So to convert this line into a zigzag fashion, what do we need to do is just grab onto the shape layer, expand it. Here you will find an option of add. So just click on this arrow. Here you will find an option of zigzag. Select it. Now here you will find that zigzag 1 is added over here. Expand it. And as soon as you do that, you will find some of the values over here which you can manipulate to easily create a zigzag pattern as per your choice. I'm changing the size value to a 14 and the ridges per segment value I'm keeping to around 7. The points I'm changing to smooth, or you can also keep the same values, or if you want you can just change values as per your choice. Now I'm happy with this shape. The next thing I'm going to do is again go to add and add a trim paths. Now I'm going to change the value of end to a 0% and keyframe it. Now I will move forward a few frames in time and change the value of end back to 100%. The moment the value of end is changed to 100%, I will keyframe the value of start at 0% and move forward about a few frames in time and change the value of start back to 100%. So this animation will be created. Which is pretty cool to look at. The next thing you can do is copy these values as much as you want and place it at different positions in time as well as at different positions in the composition. So I'm just going to duplicate this value. Next I'm just going to change its position a little bit. Around here. So if we just preview it now, then it looks like this. Now you can place it anywhere in your composition and at different intervals of time. Now this is our zigzag animation, so just select these two shape layers and pre-compose them together. Now name it anything you want. I'm naming it zigzag. The next thing we are going to do is a spiral animation. So for it, again you have to grab your pen tool and make sure the stroke is set to a solid color with no fill and choose a color of your choice. Keeping a stroke width of around 15 pixels, we just draw a line, straight line over here. The next thing we are going to do is expand this layer and go to add. This time we will add an option or animation called twist. Now we just need to expand this twist and here we will find the value of angle. So we need to increase the value of angle until it transforms into a spiral. Now I am happy with this shape. The next thing I'm going to do is add another animation technique called trim paths. Now expand this trim paths, set the value of end to a 0%, keyframe it. Move forward a few frames in time, keyframe the value of end to 100%. Then keyframe the value of start at 0% and move forward again a few frames in time and change it back to 100%. Now if we preview it, now with this our spiral animation is also complete. Now you can just copy this same animation and change its color or its size and place it at different points in time or at different places in your same composition. Now just grab onto this layer and pre-compose it and call it a spiral. Now once you are happy with it, the next animation that we are going to perform is that of an explosion. So for that we have to grab onto our shape tool and change its shape to an ellipse. This time we have to change the stroke to a none and fill to a solid color. Now we are having a yellow color, so this yellow is what I'm happy with. Hit OK and draw a perfect circle by pressing onto the shift key. Now this is the circle that I am happy with. Once you are happy with your circle, just expand your shape layer, go to add. Here you will find an option of wiggle paths. So just select it and expand this wiggle paths. Here you have to play with some of the values, like you have to increase the size a little bit like this. I'm keeping the size an exact 80. increase the value of detail to around 20 to 25. I'm keeping it 23. If you want, you can change the value of points to smooth or keep it at corner as per you wish. You can also increase the wiggles per second to around 10, and the next thing we are going to do is hit S on the keyboard to bring up the scale property. Keyframe the value of scale at a 0%. Move forward to about 2 frames in time. Change it back to 100%. Then move forward a few frames in time and keyframe it again at 100%, and at the very next frame change the value of scale back to a 0%. Now once we have done that, let's preview that what our explosion animation looks like. So this is the explosion animation, which is pretty cool to look at. Now if you want, you can also just move these keyframes a little bit closer. So this was all about our Adobe After Effects tutorials, in which we discussed about the trendy animation techniques. Hope you all have enjoyed it, and if you do, please let me know your thoughts in the comments below. And also keep watching the YouTube channel Programming Knowledge for more such tutorials. Till then, bye bye. Hey guys, and welcome to the YouTube channel Programming Knowledge. So in today's After Effects tutorial, we are going to learn that how can we apply some of the basic animation presets in Adobe After Effects. As we all know that using Adobe After Effects, we can create a ton of animation techniques or animation effects. But do you know that some of the animations are the ones that are provided by Adobe After Effects itself? So first of all, we will preview that what are these effects. So this is a flicker effect. This is a rearrangement effect. This is a typewriter effect. And this is a twirl effect. So let's see that how can we create them. As you know, first of all, we have to go to composition and create a new composition. Now you can name it anything that you want. So I'm naming it animation presets. Now you have to keep the frame rate at 30 frames per second. But for this animation, I'm keeping a duration of around 10 seconds. Hit OK. Now we have to add a background layer. So right click on the layer area, go to new and add a new solid layer. I'm naming it PG, and without concerning with the color, hit OK. Next, go to effects and presets and search for an effect called ramp. You will find an effect called gradient ramp under generate. Now change the ramp shape to a radial ramp and grab onto the first anchor point and bring it to the center, and the second anchor point that is present over here, place it somewhat here. Now you need to just swap the colors, and for the start color, instead of white, I'm choosing a shade of gray. Now once you're happy with your background, make sure to lock it. The next thing we are going to do is add a text layer. So right click on the layer area, go to new and select text. Now here you can type in any text that you want. I'm typing in animation presets. Now once you have typed your text, you can just go to character and select this small caps option. The next thing we are going to do is create duplicates of this text layer. So I have to create 4 duplicates. Now there are 2 ways to do that. Either you can just select this layer and hit Ctrl D on your keyboard to duplicate it like this, or you can just select one layer, go to edit. Here you will find an option of duplicate. You can duplicate it from here as well. Now I have created 4 duplicates. First of all, I'm going to turn the visibility of the top 3 layers as off. Only my first layer would be visible, and in this I'm going to apply an animation preset. So for that you need to go to Effects and Presets tab over here, and as soon as you go there you will find that at the top there is an option called Animation Presets. So if you expand it, you will find there are various folders that are present. Now these are all the animation presets that are available in Adobe After Effects. These are the built-in animation presets provided by Adobe After Effects. If you want, you can just expand these folders and look out for your effects as per your wish. Otherwise, you can always use the search tab to search for the effects. The first effect that I am using is flicker color. Now you will find that this flicker color effect is present under fill and stroke, which is present under text in the animation presets. So grab onto this flicker color and apply it to your text layer. Now if we preview it, this is the flicker animation that we have got. But it looks pretty bit unnatural, so we have to manipulate some of the values of this animation effect. So we need to go to this text layer, expand it. Here you will find an option called text, so we have to expand it as well. Now here you will find an option of animator wiggle hue / stroke. So expand it. Here you will find an option of wiggle selector. On expanding it you will find the different values. So we have to play with some of the values over here. Change the based on from characters to characters excluding spaces. Increase the amount of the wiggles per second to around 45. Change the correlation value to around 80%. And change the random seed value to a 10. Next, we need to just change the fill hue value to actually keep the fill hue value same and change the stroke hue value to 100 degrees and decrease the stroke width to around 10. Now once you have changed all your values, you can always just preview your animation. Now this is the flicker effect that we have created and it looks pretty cool to look at. Now just collapse this layer back, go to about 1.5 seconds in time, and this is the point where we want our layer or this flicker animation to end. So just drag your layer's endpoint to around here. Now move forward to about a few frames. Now we have to just adjust the second text layer so that it starts a few frames after the first text layer has ended. Now we have to turn on the second layer and apply some of the effects in this second layer as well. In our sample animation, we applied an effect called blue note, which is present under graphical in animation presets into our animation. So we are going to apply the same effect. Now once you have applied, you can just preview it. Which is a pretty cool animation. So when this animation ends, you have to just drag your layer to that particular point in time. If you want, you can also go to edit, and here you will find an option of split layer. You can split this layer, and the extra layer that is created, you can just delete it. So this was the second animation presets being applied. The next is for the third text layer, so we have to just turn its visibility on and drag it few frames after the second animation has completed. Now in this we are going to add a typewriter effect. Now this typewriter effect is nothing but the effect which occurs as if the words are being typed in an animation. So that is why this is known as a typewriter effect. So just go to Effects and Presets and search for an effect called typewriter. So just click on this typewriter and apply it to your text layer. Now if we just preview it, so this is the animation that we have got, but it looks a pretty bit slow. So just grab onto your layer, hit U to bring up the keyframes. Here you will find both of these keyframes. So just select both of them, hit F9 on your keyboard to easy ease them, and just bring the last keyframe a little bit closer to the first keyframe. Now this animation looks pretty cool, and once you are happy with it, you can always split the layer. So go to edit and split layer and just delete the newly formed layer. The next thing you're going to do is move forward a few frames in time and drag onto your uppermost text layer, as it will start about after 5 seconds in animation. Now turn it back on. Now we are going to apply another animation preset, and that is known as twirl on each line. So just grab onto it and apply it to your layer. This is the effect that we have got, and it looks pretty cool. So this is what we have created, and I hope you all have enjoyed the tutorial. And keep watching the YouTube channel Programming Knowledge for more such tutorials. Till then, bye bye. Hey guys, and welcome to the YouTube channel Programming Knowledge. So in today's After Effects tutorial, we are going to talk about how can we create a simple yet creative text intro effect in Adobe After Effects. This will be quite eye-catching effect, and you can use it widely anywhere. So first of all, we will preview that what we are going to create. Now since you have seen that what we want to create, now let's see that how can we create it. We have to first go to composition to create a new composition. Now you can name it anything that you want. I'm naming it creative intro. Now keeping the frame rate of 30 frames per second and a duration of 10 seconds, I hit OK. The next thing I'm going to do is add a text layer. So grab onto your text tool for that and click anywhere on your composition. Now type in any text that you want. I'm typing your text. Now once you are happy with your text, make sure to align its center both horizontally and vertically. Now if you see this kind of option in front of you, then that means you have kept your caps lock key as on, which is preventing the view from refreshing. So you have to just turn off your caps lock key and you will see that your text is back in front of you. Now once you have aligned your text, the next thing we are going to do is add a rectangle. So for that you have to go to your shape tool and select the rounded rectangle tool by continuously pressing the letter Q on your keyboard. Now you have to make a rectangle that covers all of your text just like this. Now once you are happy with your rectangle, make sure to align it to the center horizontally and vertically as well. Now for this rectangle, I have chosen a fill as none and a stroke as a solid color. If you want, you can choose any other settings, or if you want, you can choose the same settings as well. For the color of the stroke, I have chosen a red color with this hexadecimal value, and I have kept the stroke width at 20 pixels. Now the next thing that I am going to do is go to my shape layer and expand it. Here you will find a rectangle, so expand it, go to stroke, and in stroke you will find an option of line cap. Change its type to a round cap and go to add trim paths. Now expand the trim paths and keyframe the value of end at a 0% on the very first frame of your animation. The next thing is that you have to move forward about 15 frames and keyframe the value of end back to 100%. The next thing we are going to do is animate the position of our text. So move backward in time around here we want our text animation to occur. Make sure that your text layer is selected. Go on to your shape tool and press the Q letter on your keyboard to bring up the rectangle tool and create a mask. Make sure it covers all of your text. Now you have to change the position of this mask. So grab onto this mask and change its position to a little bit upwards. Okay, so we want it to start from here. Now keyframe it by hitting M on your keyboard while your text layer is selected. Now move forward and bring back this mask back to the place where your text is visible. If you want, you can just select both of your keyframes, right click, go to Keyframe Assistant and easy ease them for a smooth animation. The next thing I'm going to do is add a stroke. So for that I will move my stylus to around 1 second in time. Grab onto my pen tool, just drop a slanting stroke, splitting your two words of text like this. Now this is the stroke that I am happy with. So I am also going to just expand the shape layer. Go to Contents, go to Shape 1, Stroke 1 and change its line cap to round cap as well. Next I'm going to add the trim paths. Expand it and keyframe the value of end at 0%. Next, moving a few frames forward, I will change the value of end back to 100%. After that, we want our layers to split. So for that you have to go to your layer area which is present over here. Right click, go to New and select an adjustment layer. Now we have to adjust the position of this adjustment layer so that it only covers this text and this stroke. So we have to just drag it a little bit, and if you want you can also rotate it by hitting the R in your keyboard. And if you want to see that how much content this layer is covering, you can always go to Effects and Presets and search for an effect called Fill and apply it onto your adjustment layer. Now with this you can see that how much of the content your adjustment layer is going to cover. Now this is what I am happy with. Once you are happy, you can just change back your zoom back to a fit and delete this fill. Now go to Effects and Presets and search for an effect called Transform. You will find it under Distort. Apply it onto your adjustment layer, keyframe the value of position, move forward a few frames in time and change the value of the Y coordinate like this. You can just increase the value of the Y coordinate or decrease it. That is totally up to you. But you have to just manipulate the value of the Y coordinate until you are happy. Now I'm happy with this value. So I'm going to keep it and it will automatically going to add a keyframe. So I'm just going to the very first frame and previewing my animation. Now this is the animation that I have created and it looks pretty cool, but the only thing is that it is moving a little bit slow. So I'm just going to grab all my layers, hit U to bring up the keyframes and adjust the position of these keyframes so that they move a little bit faster. First of all, I'm going to select all of my keyframes and right click, go to Keyframe Assistant and easy ease them. Now easy easing these keyframes is important as it will help in generating a smooth animation. Now I'm going to grab these keyframes and bring them a little bit closer to one another so that they generate a fast looking animation. Now if we just preview it, now this looks good. The next thing we are going to do is just collapse all of our layers and go to the text to add a new layer. Here type in any text that you want. So now I have added two text layers. One is containing the word text and the other is containing the word here. Now these two will also animate their position once this layer moves upwards. Move forward a few frames in time and make sure your text layer is selected and create a mask for it. Now hit M to bring up the mask path and change its value to around here, keyframe it, move forward a few frames and change its value back to here. The same thing you have to do for this hair layer. Now if we go to the very first frame and preview whole of our animation, then this is our complete animation and it looks pretty cool. So I hope you all have enjoyed this tutorial and keep watching the YouTube channel Programming Knowledge for more such tutorials. Till then, goodbye. Hey guys, and welcome to the YouTube channel Programming Knowledge. So in today's After Effects tutorial, we are going to see that how can we create a liquid animation in Adobe After Effects. So without taking much of your time, let's see that what we are going to create. The next thing that I'm going to do is add some of the background for this composition. So right click on your layer area, go to new and add a solid layer, name it PG and hit OK. The next thing is go to effects and presets and search for an effect called ramp. You will find an effect called gradient ramp under generate, so take it and apply it onto your solid layer. Change the ramp shape from linear ramp to a radial ramp and swap the colors if you want. Now grab onto this stylus and bring it to the center of your composition, and the second point is to be grabbed away like this. Now click onto the start color, which is pure white, and change it to a shade of red like this, and instead of this black color, choose another shade of red like this. Now once you are happy with your background, just lock it because we do not need it anymore. The next thing we are going to do is add some of the text. So grab onto your text tool and click anywhere in your composition. Now I'm choosing the Kinetic font, whose download link I will share in the description, and type in any text that you want. I'm typing liquid. Now we have to increase the size of the text a little bit and also increase the width or the distance between the characters a little bit, so that it appears more natural like this. Now after you are happy with your text, you have to align it to the center both horizontally and vertically. So for this, go to the Align tab, align it to the center horizontally and then to vertically. Now once you are happy with your text, the next thing that you are going to do is grab onto your pen tool and make sure that none of your layers are selected. Select a stroke width of around 20 pixels and don't worry, we can just change it anytime afterwards. Now you got to trace back every one or each one of your characters individually. So follow the steps that I am following and make sure that these characters are actually following the things that you do when you write the words or these characters on a paper. So once you have traced this single character, make sure to click anywhere else on your layer area, select back your shape layer 1 and then again start with your pen tool. Now after this, click anywhere else, then click back your shape layer 1 and trace eye. The same step you have to follow for all of your characters. Now I have traced all of my characters like this, but if you are unhappy or worried that this stroke is not covering all of the characters, then don't worry, because we will only be needing some of the rough edges. Now what we are going to do is increase the width of this stroke. So you have to increase the width of your stroke and make sure that each and every part of your letter is covered. Now you can see that some of these parts are not covered, which are not that essential, but this dot in eye is not covered, but it is essential. So we need to just grab onto your shape layer and cover this dot on eye as well. Okay. Now once you are happy with your text, what are we going to do is expand the shape layer. Here you will find an option of add. Go to it and select trim parts. Now expand this trim parts option. Set the value of start to 100%. Keyframe it. Move forward to around 1 second or 1.5 seconds in time and change the value of start back to a 0%. Next thing is change the trim multiple shapes from simultaneously to individually. And if you want to just see the final look, then go to your text layer and change its track matte from no track matte to alpha matte shape layer 1. Now you can go to the very first frame and preview your animation. So this is the animation that is created and it looks pretty cool. But it is not looking liquidy. So to make it liquidy, we have to add some of the other effects. So for that, go to effects and presets and search for an effect called choker matte. You will find a simple choker or choker matte under matte. So we have simple choker over here. Select it and apply it to your shape layer. Now change the value of choke matte to a 50. And you can see that your text is becoming liquidy a little bit. Now we have to apply another effect. So go to effects and presets and search for an effect called roughen edges. You will find it under stylize. Take it and apply it again onto your shape layer. Now just increase the border a little bit and also increase the edge sharpness to around 5. And the border you have to keep from 12 to 15 as per your choice. I'm keeping it 12.9. The next thing you are going to do is go back to your first frame, keyframe the value of evolution at 0, move forward to around 2 seconds in time and change this evolution to 2x. Now another thing that we are going to do is grab onto this scale, click on this stopwatch icon but with the Alt key. So as soon as you do that, this expression tab will open and type in an expression time multiplied by 300 and hit OK or press the enter key, of course. Now go back to the very first frame and preview your animation. Now this is looking good, but
still it is missing something. So for that, what we are going to do is go to effects and presets and search for an effect called turbulent displace. Now grab it and apply it again to your shape layer and change the amount. You have to decrease the amount. Play with the values until you are happy with the amount. So I'm keeping it a 6. Now this is the animation that we have got. Now what we are going to do is go to effects and presets and search for an effect called fill. Grab it and apply it to your text layer. Change the fill color to a shade of blue. This is the hexadecimal value that I'm using. Now grab onto your shape layer and the liquid layer or the text layer. Duplicate them. Offset them a little bit in time. Change its stroke matte to a 30 and keep all the values same. Now go to your newly duplicated text layer and change its color to a shade of green like this. Now what we need to do is just duplicate these layers once again. So duplicate them, offset them a little bit in time. For this, what we are going to do is come onto your shape layer 3 and delete the simple choker from here, and from the liquid 3 or the text layer, delete your fill effect. So, and if we play it, so this is the animation that we have got. It looks good, but it is too slow. So grab onto all of your shape layers above and move them or offset them a little less in time, like this and this. So grab on, go to the very first frame and preview your animation. So this is what we have created, and I hope you all have enjoyed creating this. So if you do, please let me know your thoughts in the comments below, and keep watching the YouTube channel Programming Knowledge for more such tutorials. Till then, goodbye.
Welcome back to the YouTube channel Programming Knowledge. So in today's After Effects tutorial, we are going to see that how can we create a cool looking brush stroke animation in Adobe After Effects. You all must have seen that in a variety of places there is an animation in which the text or the image is revealed through a brush stroke. So that animation is actually very pretty to look at, and it attracts a lot of viewers as it is related to a painting animation. So today we are going to create the same animation in Adobe After Effects, and trust me, it is pretty simple to create. So first of all, let's see that what we are going to create and what our end product will look like. So this is the brush stroke animation that we are going to create today. So first of all, let's start with our tutorial, and as we know that we have to go to composition to create a new composition, and now you have to give a composition name. So I'm naming it brush animation, but you can just give it any name that you want. It's totally up to you. Now you have to keep a frame rate of at least 30 frames per second and a duration of 5 seconds, then hit OK. Now as soon as you do that, your composition would be created. The next thing that we are going to do is create a solid layer. So go to your layer area over here, right click, go to new and select solid. Now you can name it anything that you want or keep the name as it is, but I'm going to name it BG because it will be our background layer, so it would be just a symbolic that it is a background layer. And I'm choosing a white color and hit OK. Now you can choose any color that you want. Now just lock this background layer because we do not need to apply any modifications to this layer now. The next thing you're going to do is you have to download an image of a brush stroke like this. So I have already downloaded an image, so I'm just dragging it onto my composition like this. And if you want, I will share the link of this image in the description, so you can download the same image, or otherwise you can just search for any brush stroke image and download it and use it into your composition. Now what we are going to do for this particular image is hit S to bring up the scale. Make sure that this scale is not linked, so just unclick this chain and increase its y coordinate to around a 180%, like this. And if you want, you can also increase the x coordinate a little bit. I'm keeping x coordinate as 130 and the y coordinate as 180%. What we are going to do is animate this brush stroke and make it appear as if it is a brush stroke. So for that, what we are going to do, make sure that none of your layers are selected and grab onto your rectangle tool. If you cannot see a rectangle, so you can just press the Q letter on your keyboard and you will begin seeing the rectangle tool. Now I have chosen a fill of a solid color and its color I have kept black, as my brush stroke is black in color, but you can choose any color and make sure that this fill color is the same as that of your brush stroke color. The stroke I have chosen to be none. Now you have to make a rectangle that completely covers your brush stroke image, just like this. Now what we are going to do is go to Effects and Presets and search for an effect called Turbulent Displace. You will find Turbulent Displace under this dot, so just take it and apply it to your shape layer. It will change into this kind of shape, but we have to apply some modifications to it. So in Turbulent Displace, change the displacement from turbulent to a horizontal displacement. Increase the amount to around 1200 and change the size to around 8. So this is what we have got and it looks pretty good. This is what is going to be animated and bring up the brush stroke. So grab onto your shape layer, press P on your keyboard to bring up the position. Keyframe the position at the current value when you are at the very first frame in your composition. Move forward when you want your animation to be complete, that is around 15 frames or so, and change the value of position. Just move the X coordinate a little bit so that your whole of the brush stroke image is now visible, just like this. So if we just preview from the very first frame, it is moving like this. But that is a pretty plain animation and it doesn't look like as if it is a brush stroke. So for that, what we are going to do is select both of these keyframes, hit F9 to easy ease them. Then here you will find an option of graph editor, so click on it and just change the shape of the graph a little bit like this. Now you can come back to your original timeline, go to the very first frame and play your animation. So it moves like this, which is actually what a brush stroke looks like. And once you're happy with this, you can just go to your image layer and change its track matte to alpha inverted matte. Now if we just preview it, then our animation is looking somewhat like this, which is actually resembling a brush stroke. Now for the next step, what we are going to do is select both of these layers and pre-compose them together. Now you can name it anything, but I am naming it stroke as it is a brush stroke animation. The next thing that we are going to do is just duplicate this stroke and move this stroke layer to the point where your animation of the previous stroke layer is actually completing. Now what we are going to do is right click on this stroke layer, go to transform and select flip horizontal. Next, press the arrow key to bring this layer a little bit downwards. If you want to see that what is the current position of this layer, you can just move forward a few frames in time when this layer's animation is complete and bring it downwards. Now we have to make some of the adjustments to this layer. So go to this pre-composition, press R to bring up the rotation and rotate it a little bit like this. Now if you want, you can just change its position. That is looking good. Now if you want, you can just go to the very first frame and preview your whole animation. So it is looking like this, which is pretty good and looks like as a brush stroke. So what we are going to do is take both of these layers, stroke layers, and pre-compose them again. This time we are going to name them animation, cause this is our basic animation that we have created. Now what we are going to do is place some of the text which is going to appear with this animation. But before that, if you want, you can just adjust the position of this pre-composition a little bit so it appears as if it is on the center of the screen. Now one more thing, if you want, you can just change the color of this animation anytime, and if you want to do, this is the point where you have to do it. So you can go to effects and presets and search for an effect called fill. You will find it under generate. Take it and apply it to your animation layer. Now you can choose any color that you want. Here are a variety of colors from where you can choose any color of your choice, but I'm just keeping it a black. And if you want, you can just delete it if you want the original color of your image, but if you want to change the color, you can keep any color of your choice with the help of the fill effect. Now grab onto your text tool and type in any text that you want. This is the text that I have typed, that is brush stroke animation. Now adjust it and make sure that it appears on the center where your brush stroke is appearing, just like this. If you want, you can just increase its width a little bit so that it appears more related to this brush stroke. Now the only thing that is remaining is the entry of this text. So for that, go to your animation composition, duplicate it, drag one of the composition layer just above your text layer and change its track matte to alpha matte animation. Now if we just go back to the very first frame and preview our animation, so this is the brush stroke animation that we have created, and I hope you all have enjoyed this tutorial, and keep watching the YouTube channel Programming Knowledge for more such tutorials. Till then, goodbye.
Hey guys, and welcome to the YouTube channel Programming Knowledge. So in today's After Effects tutorial, we are going to see that how can we create some awesome animation through circle shapes. So with the help of the circles, we are going to create some of the animations. So we are going to create 3 animations today. First of all, we will preview them one by one. So this is our first animation. And our second animation is and this is our third animation. So these are the 3 circle animations that we are going to create today, and so let's see that how can we create. So as you all know, first of all we have to go to composition to create a new composition. Now you can name it anything that you want. I'm naming it circle animation. Now keeping a frame rate of 30 frames per second and a duration of 5 seconds, I hit OK, and the next thing that I'm going to do is create a background layer for my composition. So go to the layer area, click new and click solid. This will be a background layer, so I'm naming it BG, and you can keep it any color that you want and hit OK. Now go to effects and presets and search for an effect called ramp. You will find an effect called gradient ramp under generate, so take it and apply it to your solid layer. Now grab onto the anchor point at the top and change its position to somewhat here, and grab onto the anchor point at the bottom and change its position to somewhat here. Now you gotta change the colors. So for the start color, instead of black, I'm choosing a shade of red, a dark red or a maroon that you can see. For white, I'm choosing a lighter shade of red like this. The next thing we are going to do is add a text layer. So go to your text
tool and click anywhere on your composition and type in any text that you want. I'm typing accent graphics. Once you are happy with your text, you can just go to Align tab and align it to the center both horizontally and vertically. If you want to add some of the other effects in your text, then you can go to Effects and Presets and search for an effect called Transform. You will find it under this dot, apply it to your text layer and change the skew value to a -15 and a skew axis to around 30 degrees. What we are going to do is just expand this text layer, go to Animate and choose Scale. Now just change the value of scale to a 0% and keyframe it, move forward to about 1 second in time and change the value of scale back to 100%. Perfect. Now once you're happy with your text animation, the next thing we are going to do is add the circle layers. So for that, what we're going to do is go here and turn on this title/action safe grid and grab onto your pen tool. Make sure that none of your layers are selected. Set the stroke width to around 15 pixels. Zoom in into your animation a little bit until you see that plus sign real big. Then click at the intersection of the two lines of the plus and draw a straight line just like this. The next thing that we're going to do is grab onto this shape layer and go to Condense, Shape 1, Stroke 1. Here you will find an option called Line Cap. So change its type from butt cap to a round cap. Go to Add in Shape Layer 1 and add a repeater. Now expand this repeater and change the amount of copies to a 15. Then expand this transform repeater 1. Change this X position to a 0, rotate it, increase its rotation until you see a perfect circle forming here. If you find any difficulty seeing it, you can just zoom in your animation, and for a clearer look, you can just turn off your text layer for a second. Now once you have achieved a perfect circle, go to anchor point and increase its Y coordinate like this. Now, and the next thing that we are going to do is keep on increasing this X distance and align it to the center both horizontally and vertically. Now what we are going to do is we got to animate our shape layer that we have just created. So for that, what we're going to do is hit S to bring up scale, change the value of scale to a 0%, keyframe it and move to the very next frame, change the value of scale to 100%, then hit R to bring up rotation, keyframe the value of rotation at 0 degrees, move forward a few seconds in time to about 2 seconds and change the value of rotation to 180 degrees. Now if we just preview it, so that's how our animation is created, and this was the first animation of the circle. Now we can just turn it off to create other animations. We have turned its visibility as off. For the next animation, what we are going to do is make sure that we have an ellipse tool and make a circle by holding on to the shift key. Now if you want, you can just increase the stroke width. I'm keeping the stroke width to around 40 pixels. Now move forward to where your text animation is almost complete, that is around 15 frames, and just drag this layer so that it starts at that point where the text animation is complete. Now what we are going to do is just go to ellipsis 1 in the shape layer 2. Here you will find an option called stroke. Keyframe the value of stroke width at 40. Move forward to about 15 frames in time and change it back to a 0. So if we just preview it, then it looks somewhat like this. Collapse this ellipsis 1, click on it and duplicate it. Then we are going to just create multiple copies of this ellipsis 1 at different places. Now if you want, you can just decrease the size of some of these ellipses like this, or you can just increase the size of some of them. That's totally up to you, but you have to create multiple copies of them. And if you want, you can just grab on to go to this shape layer, hit U to bring up the keyframes, and you can just offset some of the keyframes here and there so that it appears that these layers or these circles are appearing at different intervals in time, which also helps in producing a cool effect. So once you're happy with it, you can just go to the very first frame and preview your animation. So this was our second animation technique with the circles, which again looks pretty good. So for that, again we have to turn off the visibility of this shape layer. Again we have to go to the ellipsis tool and keep the stroke width to around 15 pixels this time. Then holding onto the shift key, we have to make a circle that completely covers this text. So once you are happy with your circle, you can just align it to the center both horizontally and vertically. Now this is the circle that I'm happy with. Now just expand the shape layer, go to add and add a trim paths. Now you can just expand this trim paths, go to the very first frame where your animation is just starting, change the value of start to 100%, keyframe it, move forward about 15 frames in time, change the value of start back to 0%, move backward to about 5 frames. Now keyframe the value of end at 100% and moving forward a few frames, just keyframe the value of end to 0% again. Now if we just preview our animation, then it looks like this, which is looking good, but we have to go to ellipsis, stroke 1 and change the line cap from butt cap to a round cap. The next thing that we are going to do is just grab onto this shape layer, duplicate it and increase its dimensions a little bit. Now you gotta change its stroke width a little bit. I'm keeping it a 6 and offset it by a few frames in the timeline. Again duplicate it. The same process needs to be followed here also. Increase its dimensions and keeping its stroke width to around 18 pixels. Offset it a little bit in time. And the next thing that we are going to do is just preview our animation from the very first frame. So that's how it looks. Now these are the basic animations that we have created using basic circle shape. And I hope you all have enjoyed this tutorial. Keep watching the YouTube channel Programming Knowledge for more such tutorials. Till then, goodbye. Hey guys, and welcome back to the YouTube channel Programming Knowledge. So in today's After Effects tutorial, we are going to see that how can we create a 3D text effect in Adobe After Effects. You all must have seen various animations in which a 3D text is applied. So this 3D text effect is going to add some of the extra dimensions in your project and give your animation a realistic kind of look. Whenever we hear the word 3D, we get curious at how we are going to create. And most of us think that creating 3D animations in Adobe After Effects is going to be quite difficult. It is not that difficult. It is actually very simple. So today in After Effects tutorial, I'm going to tell you that how can we create a 3D text effect in Adobe After Effects. And within 10 minutes, you will be able to see that how can you create a cool looking 3-dimensional text animation. So first of all, we will preview that what we are going to create. So this is the text animation that we are going to create today. And without taking much of your time, let's see that how can we create it. So first of all, we have to go to composition to create a new composition. Now I'm naming it 3D text. Keeping a frame rate of 30 frames per second and a duration of 5 seconds, I hit OK. The next thing I'm going to do is go to my layer area and add a solid layer. this will be my background layer, so I'm naming it as peachy. The color that I'm choosing is a dark red color with this hexadecimal value. If you want, you can choose the same color, but if you want, you can keep any color of your choice. Then hit OK and your background will be created. Now you can just lock this layer because we do not need to apply any modifications to it now. The next thing we are going to do is go to the text tool and click anywhere on your composition. Now type in any text that you want to convert to 3D. So I'm keeping it a basic 3D text. Once you are happy with your text, make sure to align it to the center both horizontally and vertically, just like this. And for the text, I am using a font called Gotham with a 141 point size. Don't worry, I will share the download link of this font in the description below. Now what we are going to do is just go to this text layer, right click and pre-compose it and name it as text. Hit OK. Now press P on your keyboard to bring up position. Go to this stopwatch icon and alt click on this stopwatch icon. So you will find this expression tab in front of you. In this expression tab, you have to paste this expression. So just copy it and paste it. If you want, you can note it down from here also. Otherwise, I will share this expression in the description. Now paste this expression over here and you are done. Now what you have to do is make sure that this layer is converted to a 3D. So just check this 3D box over here. And now we have to create multiple copies of this layer. So we have to duplicate it repeatedly. I'm creating about 20 copies, but if you want, you can create more or less depending upon your choice. Now these layers will be determining the depth of our text. If you want the text to be very deep, you can just increase the amount of layers. But if you want it to be less deep or a shallow one, you can just keep a few layers. So I'm just duplicating it 20 times. So now I have duplicated this layer around 21 times. That means total of 22 layers is what I have created. And all of these layers are now 3D. But you can see that this text is not looking 3D at all. So for that, what we are going to do is go to your topmost layer, then go to effects and presets and search for an effect called fill. Now apply it onto your topmost layer, and along with it you have to apply it onto your bottommost layer as well. So first we will just go to the topmost layer and just change some of the settings over here. Go to color and change its color so that it complements the color of your other layers. So I'm choosing this color, this brighter shade of yellow, and hit OK. Now if you want, you can just go back to your bottommost layer and change the fill color of this layer to a pure black. The reason we are doing this is because we want our bottommost layer to act as a shadow layer instead of an independent layer. So we have changed its color to a pure black to act as a shadow. Next we are going to effects and presets and search for an effect called CC Radial Fast Blur and apply it to our bottommost layer. Now this effect is going to make our layer look more of a shadowy layer. You can see that this is appearing. Now change its amount to around a 60. The next thing we are going to do is add a camera layer. So go to your layer area, or you can just go to layer, click new and add a camera layer. And now I'm keeping the same settings, hit OK. Now this camera layer will only act on those layers that have been marked as 3D. So grab onto your unified camera tool using C and just adjust it to a position where you can just see your text as 3D.
or you can see the depth of your text just like this. Now once you are happy with it, you can click on your camera layer, press speed to bring up position, keyframe it. Now move forward to about 3 seconds in time. Here you have to change the position of your camera a little bit like this. Once you are happy, then you can just grab both of these keyframes and hit F9 to easy ease them. Now what we are going to do is select all of our layers except the background layer, that is the camera layer, and all of our text layers together and pre-compose them and hit OK. So this will be our animation. Now one more important thing, that is once your animation is complete, and we are completing our animation at around 3 seconds, you can move your stylus or your cursor to here around 3 seconds and hit N on your keyboard. So now your animation will only play for 3 seconds instead of the total duration that we have kept, that is 5 seconds. The next thing is very important, is how can you just extract this animation from Adobe After Effects. So for that, what we are going to do is, once you are happy with your animation, you can go to File. Here you will find an option of Export. So as you go there, you will find an option of Add to Render Queue. Just select it, and as soon as you do that, you will see that your current animation is added to your render queue. Now all you have to do is select on render and your animation will start to render. And you can always just select the folder in which you are going to just render your animation. So for that, you can just go to output to, here is the name of the animation, and from here you can change the name of your animation as well as the place or the folder where it will be rendered. One more important thing is, why did we just pre-compose our text layer? So if we just open our pre-composition, this is a text pre-composition. If we just open it, here is 3D text. So if we just change it to any other text, like if I change it to animation, all of our text animation that we created with 3D text is now applied on the word animation. So once you pre-compose your text layer, any changes that you can make to your text layer, then it would be reflected. So I hope you all have enjoyed this tutorial. If you do, please let me know your thoughts in the comments below, and keep watching the YouTube channel Programming Knowledge for more such tutorials. Till then, bye bye. Hey guys, welcome back to the YouTube channel Programming Knowledge. So in today's After Effects tutorial, we are going to start a new thing. From this tutorial onwards, we are going to start our logo reveal animation. So in that, we are going to today look at a liquid fill logo animation. First of all, let's preview that what we are going to create. So this is our logo reveal animation, which is a liquid logo fill. So let's see that how we are going to create it. First of all, we have to go to composition to create a new composition. Now I'm going to name it liquid fill. You can keep a frame rate of 30 frames per second and a duration of 5 seconds for this composition. Then hit OK. After that, first of all, we are going to apply a background for our logo. So right click on the layer area and add a new solid layer. Name it as BG. Now go to effects and presets and search for an effect called gradient ramp. Apply it to your background layer. Change the ramp shape to a radial ramp.
change the start of ramp to 960 x coordinate and 540 as a y coordinate, and increase the y coordinate for the end of the ramp to around 2300 and so on. Now change the start color to a shade of blue, a lighter shade of blue, like this is what I like, and for the end color choose a darker shade of blue. Now I'm happy with these colors. If you want, you can use the same colors or any color of your choice. You are free to use. Now once you're happy with your background layer, you can just lock it. The next thing that I'm going to do is add a shape layer. Now this will be the basic layer which will be revealed as a logo animation. So I go to my shape tool and select an ellipse tool by pressing the Q key on my keyboard. Now click on the word fill and make sure it is set to a solid color, hit OK, and click on the word stroke and make sure that it is set to none, and again hit OK. Now holding on the shift key, draw a perfect circle. Once you are happy with your circle, make sure to align it to the center both horizontally and vertically as well. Now what we are going to do is go to the shape tool again, and this time I'm going to choose a rectangle tool. Now make sure that your fill is set to a solid color and make a rectangle that covers your circle completely, or a slightly bigger than that is gonna be okay. So this layer will be used to generate a liquid effect. For this, go to Effects and Presets and search for an effect called Turbulent Displace. You will find Turbulent Displace under this dot. Apply it onto your rectangle layer. Here we are going to apply some of the changes. Change the amount from 50 to an 80 and the size to an 80 again. Now drag your layer to the bottom just like this. Then what we are going to do is move forward to about 10 frames in your animation. Keyframe the value of evolution at 0. Move forward to around 2 seconds when our animation is going to be complete, and change the value of evolution to a 2x. So change the displacement from turbulent to twist. Now this is looking pretty good. Now what we're going to do is go back to the frame where you keyframed your value of evolution. Go back to your shape layer 2, which is the rectangle layer. Press P on your keyboard to bring up position and keyframe the value of position to that particular place. Now move forward where the other keyframe for the evolution was there, and decrease the value of y coordinate such that it covers whole of your circle, just like this. Now once you are happy with it, you can just come back to your shape layer 1 and change its track matte to alpha matte shape layer 2. Now if we just go back and preview our animation, it is looking like this, which is pretty cool. So what we are going to do now is select both of our layers and pre-compose them together. After that, what we are going to do is go back to the very first frame in time, select the pen tool, make sure that none of your layers is selected, click on the word fill and change its type back to none, and for the stroke set a solid color. Keeping a stroke width of 18 points, I will draw a straight line just like this. From here to the point where this is actually starting to fill. So just adjust its dimensions a little bit so that it appears straighter. Now apply this turbulent displace effect on this straight line as well, and change its amount to a 20, and its size you have to decrease a little bit to around 75. Now this is looking good. Now what we're going to do is go back to the very first frame in time, expand the shape layer 1, go to contents, shape 1, delete the fill 1 from here, go to stroke 1 and change its line cap from butt cap to a round cap. Now go to add in shape layer 1 and add a trim paths. Expand it, keyframe the value of end at a 0%, move forward to the point where this animation is just beginning to show. Now just keyframe the value of end to 100%. Now as your animation is about to complete, that is around here, change the value of end a little bit. Keep it around 43%. Now move forward a few frames. This is where our animation is complete, and here change the value of end to a 0%. Now if we just preview our animation, then so this is what we have got, and it looks pretty cool to look at. Now once you're happy with your animation, you can just grab all these keyframes and easy ease them. Now our shape layer 1 animation is complete as well. Now at about 2 seconds in timeline, our animation is complete. Now if you want some text to appear, so just go back to your text tool and click anywhere on your composition and type in any text that you want. I have typed logo. Now align it to the center both horizontally and vertically. First of all, you gotta pre-compose this and call it as text. Then hit T to bring up opacity. Keyframe the value of opacity to a 0%. Move forward to about 2-3 frames in time and change the value of opacity back to 100%. Now what we are going to do is just pre-compose this text and liquid pre-composed layer together again. Now move forward a few frames in time. Press S to bring up scale. Keyframe the value of scale at 100%. Move forward to about 4 seconds in time, and this is where our animation is going to be complete, and increase the value of scale to 150%. Now if we just go back to the very first frame and preview whole of our animation from the very beginning, then this is what we have created. But there is some issue with this shape layer, so we have to just solve it. The only thing that you have to do now is just adjust the keyframes for this shape layer so that it appears in line with the animation that you have created. So now we have adjusted the keyframes for this shape layer, and our final animation is now looking as this. So this is how you create a liquid fill animation in Adobe After Effects, and I hope you all have enjoyed this tutorial. So keep watching the YouTube channel Programming Knowledge for more such tutorials. Till then, goodbye. Hey guys, welcome back to the YouTube channel Programming Knowledge. So in today's After Effects tutorial, we are going to see a basic but a very cool looking cards animation in Adobe After Effects. So first of all, let's preview that what we are going to create. So this is a basic but a very colorful and eye-catching cards animation that we are going to do in Adobe After Effects. In this, if we just look at it, then we can see that there are these various colored cards that are just adding over here. They are just coming, and then there is a text which is being formed, and it is also of a multicolor. Then it changes its color back to a white. So this can be used for any kind of text or a logo reveal animation if you want. So let's see that how can we create it. First of all, you have to go to composition to create a new composition. Now I'm naming it cards animation, but
You can name it anything that you want. It's totally up to you over here. Now, keeping a frame rate of 30 frames per second and a duration of 5 seconds, I choose a background color to be of a dark gray, just like this, and hit OK. Just create a new solid layer and this will act as a background, so name it as BG and change a dark gray color, just like this, ash gray color for this. Now just lock this layer. The next thing that we are going to do is create a new solid layer and name it as card 1. Now choose any color that you want. I'm choosing a yellow color for this purpose, just like this, and hit OK. Now once you have got your solid layer, what we are going to do is go to the span anchor tool and get this anchor point to this particular position over here. Now you can just press S to bring up scale and change the scale value to a 250%, so it would be looking just like this. Now what we are going to do is change its zoom percentage back to a fit and hit R to bring up rotation. Change the rotation angle to a minus 95 degrees so that your layer is not visible at all. Keyframe it, move forward by a few frames in time, change the value of rotation back to a 0 degrees, move forward again by a few frames in time and change the value of rotation back to a 90 degrees so that it is not visible anymore. If we just preview our animation, then it looks just like this, which is pretty cool to look at. So select these layers and hit F9 to easy ease them. Now what we are going to do is just duplicate this card layer and offset it by a few frames in the timeline, and we are just going to change its color. So make sure that your card layer is selected. Go to layer, solid settings, and here you can just change the color. This time I'm using a green color, just like this, and hit OK. So if you just preview your animation like this, and it is pretty cool. If you want, you can just offset it by a few frames in time so that the distance that is occurring between these two layers is minimized, just like this. Okay, so this is looking good to me. And now you gotta duplicate these layers again and again, change their colors and offset them by a few frames in time until you are happy with your animation. So I'm gonna duplicate it once more, go to layer, solid settings, and change its color to blue this time, then offset it by a few frames in time. If you want, you can just zoom in your animation and you can see that you have offsetted the first layer by how much time. So it is around 3 frames in time. So this next layer would be starting at 6 frames. So you gotta offset it at 6 frames like this. Now this is what we are going to do repeatedly. So just duplicate this topmost layer. Once again, go to layer, solid settings, change its color from here. This time I'm choosing this purplish pink color and offset it by 3 frames in time, and then again duplicate it, go to layer, solid settings, and this time I'm choosing a light red kind of color, offset it to around 12 frames in time. So if we just go to the very first frame and preview our animation, it looks like this, which is pretty cool, and this is exactly that we wanted for cards. So what we are going to do is go back to the very first layer, and we are going to add a drop shadow to it. So for that, what we are going to do is go to effects and presets and search for an effect called drop shadow. Apply it onto your solid layer like this, and here you got to change a few settings. Okay, so these are the values that I am happy with an opacity of 81%, a 160 degree angle, distance of 25, and a softness of 48. Now what we are going to do is just copy this effect and paste it onto all these layers like this. Now if we just go back to the very first frame and preview our animation, Now what we're going to do is select all of these layers and pre-compose them together. And I'm going to name them card. So if we just go back to the frame where this animation of cards is being completed, now what we are going to do is add in our text. So grab onto the text tool and type in any text that you want. I'm typing a simple hi, but you can just type in any text that you want and as per your choice. Now for this text I have chosen this small caps option. Once you're happy with your text, make sure to align it to the center both horizontally and vertically. Then pre-compose this text and name it as text again. Now press S to bring up the scale and move back to the frame where this animation is completing. So at this frame this animation is completed, so change the value scale to a 0%. Move forward to the very next frame and change the value scale to 100%. So this would be the animation, the slight animation where this text would be appearing just like this. Okay, now what we are going to do is grab onto this rectangle tool, make sure that none of the layers are selected, and for fill choose a solid type and just take a color like this. Click OK and draw a rectangle. Now go to effects and presets and search for an effect called turbulent displace. Apply it onto this layer. Change the amount, just increase the amount a little bit and decrease the size. So I'm giving an amount of 128 and a size of 41. Press P to bring up the position. Change its position just like this. Keyframe the value of position. Move forward a few frames in time and change the value of position so that it covers the text fully. Next what we are going to do is just duplicate this layer, offset it by a few frames in time and change its fill property. Just choose any other color that complements with the color that you have chosen first. So I'm choosing this kind of color, a bluish kind of color like this, and you can just offset it by a very few frames in time. So this is what I'm happy with. You can just duplicate this layer again, offset it again, and this time I'm going to choose a kind of a red color and hit OK. So offset it like this. Okay, you can just select these three layers, go to pre-compose and generate a pre-composition out of them. Bring it just below your text layer and change its track matte to alpha matte text. So if we just preview our animation, it looks like this, which is a very subtle effect if you just see it. And you can just go back to your pre-comp layer, duplicate it once more and offset it by a few frames in time and change its fill to a pure white color. So if we just go back to our composition, main composition, and preview our animation once again, then this is what we have got, and this is exactly that we have wanted. So this is how our text animation or the cards animation plays out, and I hope you all have enjoyed this tutorial. If you do, please let me know your thoughts in the comments below and keep watching the YouTube channel Programming Knowledge for more such tutorials. Till then, goodbye.
Hi everyone and welcome back to the YouTube channel Programming Knowledge. In today's After Effects tutorial video, we are going to see that how can we create a curl up text reveal effect in Adobe After Effects. So first of all, let's preview that what is this curl up text reveal effect. So this is the curl up text reveal effect that what we are going to create today. So let us see that how can we create. First of all, we are supposed to create a new composition. So for that you can go to composition and create a new composition. Now name it anything that you want. I'm naming it curl up text. The next thing, make sure that your frame rate is at least 30 frames per second and a duration of 5 seconds is okay. And change the background color of your composition to a pure white. Now as soon as you hit OK, you will see that a new composition has been created, and that's exactly that we wanted. Next thing what we are going to do is right click on our layer area and add a new solid layer. Now this solid layer is going to act as our background, so name it as BG and make sure that its color is pure white. Now hit OK. Then we are going to add some text to our composition. So grab onto your text tool, click anywhere in your composition and type in any text that you want. Now I'm typing it curl up text reveal effect. Once you are happy with your text, make sure to align it properly using the Align tab. The next thing that we are going to do is change this text color from pure black to a shade of dark gray, just like this. Now what we are going to do is pre-compose this text and this background layer together. So select both of them, go to pre-compose and pre-compose it to text. Now once we have got our pre-composition called text, the next thing that we are going to do is make sure that this layer is converted to 3D by clicking on this icon, this cube icon. Now as soon as you do that, you will see that this anchor point is visible in front of you. Now we have to manipulate the position of this anchor point a little bit. So for that, go to your toolbar and select the pan behind or the anchor point tool. Grab this anchor point and take it to this particular position like this. Make sure that your green arrow is coinciding with the vertical length of your composition, just like this. The next thing that we are going to do is just zoom out of our composition a little bit like this, and then we are going to create a mask. So for that, make sure that your text composition is already selected. Grab onto your rectangle tool and draw a rectangle like this. Now press R to bring up the rotation. Move forward a few frames in time. If we just expand it, then it would be around 15 frames. So change the value of Y rotation at 0 degrees over here. Move back to the very first frame of time, and here we are going to change the value of Y rotation a little bit over 90 degrees so that our text is not visible at all. So if we just preview our animation, then it looks like this, which is resembling a text curl up effect. But if we want, we can add some more things to it. So go to effects and presets and search for an effect called drop shadow. You will find drop shadow effect under perspective. So apply it onto your text composition, and we are going to play with some of the values over here, like increase the distance a little bit, increase the softness, and the opacity is to be kept at 70%, distance at around 50, and the softness we are keeping at 84. Now if you do that, you will see that the shadow is cutting at this point. To just remove the problem of the edges, come to this composition and increase its size a little bit, just like this, only in the length. Now if we just preview our animation, then you can see that the problem of the edges has been solved. Now what we are going to do is duplicate this text composition a few times until and unless we are getting the masks that is covering our whole piece of text. So press Ctrl D on your keyboard to just duplicate it. Then we have to adjust the position of this mask a little bit, like this. Now what we are going to do is either you have to increase the dimensions of the lower layer for the mask, or once you have increased the dimensions, you can just move this layer to the bottom. Now if we just preview our animation, then it is looking like this, which is not pretty good. So what we are going to do is press U on our keyboard to bring up the keyframes for the bottom layer. Go back to about 15 frames in time, that is at the point where the first keyframe is ending, and offset the bottom layer to start at that particular point in time, just like this. So now if we preview our animation, it is looking like this. So what we are going to do now is go back to the very first frame and change its value of rotation from positive 97 degrees to a negative 97 degrees. Now if we just go back to the very first frame and preview our animation, it looks like this, which is the exact text curl up effect that we wanted. Now what we are going to do is just repeat these steps. So we have to first move our stylus to the particular point where this animation is ending. Then duplicate this particular layer, move the bottommost layer to that exact point, and press U on that layer to bring up the end keyframe. Increase the position of this mask a little bit. Now this is what we are going to do with the rest of our layers. That is, duplicate, press U for the previous layer to bring up the keyframe, the end keyframe, drag the bottommost layer to the position where the keyframe of the previous layer is ending. Now play the animation, go back to the time where the animation for this newly duplicated layer is ending, and increase the value of the mask a little bit. Similarly, duplicate again, move this layer, press U to bring up keyframes, go back to the last keyframe, increase the value of mask, duplicate, drag, bring up keyframes, go back to the last keyframes and drag the value of mask. Again, duplicate, drag the layer, press U to bring up the keyframes, go back to the last keyframe, drag the value of the mask. Now with this, our animation is complete, and if we just go back to the very first frame, but before that, make sure that none of your layers is selected, or if you want a smooth animation, you can just select all of your text layers, right click and pre-compose them together as effect and hit OK. Now if we just preview our animation, so this is a good looking animation, but the only problem that I think is of timing. So for that, what we are going to do is open our composition, and we can just adjust this offsetting of this layers a little bit so that it does not takes that much time. Or if you want, you can also adjust the keyframes, and instead of 15 frames, you can just decrease the value to about 10 frames or 8 frames, or what much time that you want. I hope you all have enjoyed this tutorial. Keep watching the YouTube channel Programming Knowledge for more such After Effects tutorials, and till then, goodbye. Hey guys, and welcome back to the YouTube channel Programming Knowledge. In today's After Effects tutorial video, we are going to see a very basic but a very important technique of animation, and that is called morphing. First of all of us must know that what morphing is. So morphing is the conversion of one object into another through animation. Suppose there is a square that is lying around. If it turns into a circle, and it is kind of an animation that the square is changing itself into the shape of a circle, so that is known as morphing. And that is exactly that what we are going to create in our today's video. So if we just preview our animation, this is the basic morphing animation that we are going to create today. And since morphing is a very important technique, so I would request you all to please pay close attention to this video. First of all, we are supposed to create a composition to just start with our things. So I'm naming it as morphing because that is the central idea. Now, keeping a frame rate of 30 frames per second and a duration of around 10 seconds is what I'm going to choose in this composition. I hit OK. Next, what we are going to do is right click, go to new and select a solid. Now name it as BG. So I'm adding a solid layer which will act as my background. Now go to effects and presets and search for an effect called 4-color gradient. You will find it under generate. Take it and apply it onto your solid layer. Now for the color 1, I'm going to choose a reddish color, orangish red color, just like this. This is a hexadecimal value of the color that I'm choosing, but you're free to choose any color. Now for the rest 3 colors, I'm choosing a shade of dark gray, just like this. So what I am going to do is just select the same color like this and grab this anchor point for the very first color and bring it around here. So this is the pattern of the background that I have got, and I'm pretty happy with it. If you want, you can just choose the same values as I'm choosing, or if you want, you can choose any values or any color of your choice. That's totally up to you. Now once you're happy with your background, you are supposed to lock it from here. The next thing is we have to add a shape. So basically we will first add a square, and that is what is going to morph into a circle. So for that, grab onto your shape tool, make sure it is a rectangle. Make sure that your fill is set to a solid color and your stroke is set to a none. And I'm keeping a white color. If you want, you can choose the same color. It's totally up to you again. Now from the rectangle, we know that if we want to make a square, then we have to press onto the shift key. But at this point, we are going to drag a rectangle by pressing the shift key, and along with it we are also going to press the alt key because we want this rectangle or this shape to give us a path, and this path will be going to morph into the another path, that is our circle. So I will just explain the dynamics of the paths later on, but at this point make sure that you draw your square by pressing on the shift as well as the alt key. So this is my square and I'm happy with it. Make sure to align it to the center both horizontally and vertically. Next thing we are going to do is click on this shape layer and go to the pan anchor point tool. Bring up this tile and action safe grid and drag this anchor point to the center of this plus sign. That is the exact center of our composition. If you want, you can just zoom in and adjust the position of your anchor point just like this. Now once you're happy with it, what we are going to do is just Go to this shape layer. If we expand it, we will find rectangle 1, and this is this path 1 that we have got. And it is totally because of the Alt key that we pressed while dragging our square. So make sure you are on the very first frame of your composition and keyframe the value of path. Now move forward to about 4 seconds in time and add another keyframe for this path. Now if we just come back to our composition, now go to the shape tool again and change it to an ellipse tool. This time what we are going to do is draw a circle from this ellipse tool. So again we have to draw the circle by pressing on the Shift as well as the Alt key together. Now this is the circle that I have drawn, and again we have to go to the Align tab and align it to the center both horizontally and vertically. The next thing that is we have to adjust its anchor point to the center of the composition, just like this. Now once you are happy with your center point, you can just zoom out of your composition. And so what we are going to do now is go to our shape layer 2, expand it, go to ellipse 1. Here you will find path 1, and that is totally cause we just pressed the Alt key while drawing our circle. So go back to 2 seconds and keyframe this value of path and copy this keyframe using Ctrl C. Now what we are going to do is go back to our shape layer 1, press U to bring up the keyframes, and press Ctrl V over here to just paste it. Now if we just turn off the visibility of our second shape layer, then we can see that okay, so this is the animation that we have got, but it is moving very slow. So what we are going to do is grab on these keyframes and decrease the distance between them. Instead of 2 seconds, I am keeping now a distance of 1 second between each shape. So if we just preview our animation, it looks like this, which is cool, but this circle is not remaining for a longer period of time. So I'm just going to change this value of the keyframe a little bit, copy this keyframe and paste it again over here. So if we just preview our animation now, so this is the morphing that we have got, and it looks pretty cool. Now if you want, you can just delete this shape layer too, because we do not need it anymore. Next thing what we are going to do is for an extra effect, first of all just turn off this title action save grid, and we are going to add a text that is going to signify that what is actually happening here. So grab onto your text tool and type in morphing. For this I'm going to choose small caps and adjust its dimensions a little bit. Now I'm going to change its color to a white, and go to effects and presets and search for a drop shadow effect. Apply it onto the text and just apply a little shadow to it. Now what we are going to do is go to effects and presets again, and we have to just search for an effect called Y Cascade, that is its full name is 3D Basic Y Cascade, and apply it to your morphing text. So if we just preview our animation from the very first frame, then we have got this. Now this is a pretty cool looking morphing animation, and I hope you all have enjoyed this. And if you do, please let me know your thoughts in the comments, and keep watching the YouTube channel Programming Knowledge for more such tutorials. Till then, goodbye. Hey guys, welcome back to the YouTube channel Programming Knowledge. In today's After Effects tutorial, we are going to see something different. Today we are going to create a glass fill animation in Adobe After Effects. First of all, let's preview that what we are going to create. This is the glass fill animation that we are going to create today. So let's jump in. First of all, go to composition and create a new composition. Name it anything that you want. I'm naming it as glass fill, signifying that this is the animation that we are going to create. Now, keeping a frame rate of 30 frames per second and a total duration of 5 seconds for this composition, I hit OK to create a new composition. So I have already added this solid background. The next thing that we are going to do is grab onto our pen tool. Make sure that the fill is set to a solid color and the stroke is set to a none. Press OK and change the value of fill to around this color, and this is the hexadecimal value that I'm using. Press OK. Now we have to make a shape of a glass. For this, what we are going to do is go to here and turn on the rulers and drag some guides like this. We have to drag 3 guides and make sure that they are equidistant from one another. Now once you have got your 3 equidistant guides, what we are going to do is go to view and lock these guides together. Then grab onto the pen tool, and to make the shape of a glass, first draw a line like this, and then what we are going to do is just drop another guide over here and just draw it like this. So if we just view our shape, then it looks like this, which is pretty cool and it resembles the shape of a glass. So once you are happy with your shape, what we are going to do is just select on this clear guides option from the view menu and turn off these rulers as well. Now what we are going to do is press S to bring up scale, and we are going to manipulate some of the values of the scale so that this glass looks pretty more natural. So this is what a shape of a glass that I am happy with. You are free to choose any shape of glass that you want. Now once you are happy with your shape of glass, then right click on this shape layer and go to pre-compose. Now name it as picture, because this is going to be our only layer that is going to be filled with the drink. So just pre-compose it and then duplicate it. Next thing what we are going to do is grab onto our pen tool again. This time what we are going to do is select a stroke with a solid color, and keeping a stroke width of around 20 pixels or points, we are going to draw a straight line. Now I have drawn this line and I have changed the stroke width to 27 pixels. The next thing that I am going to do is this time I am going to draw this base of this line. So just zoom in into your animation a little bit and grab onto your pen tool again and draw a shape like this. And once you are happy, you can just zoom back to a fit and preview your shape together. It looks a little bit big, so what I'm going to do is press S to bring up scale and scale it down a little bit, just like this. So now this is the shape that I have got and I'm pretty happy with it. Then just pre-compose this shape layer 1 and shape layer 2 together and rename it as glass. Now drag this glass layer to the bottom just above your background layer. Now what we are going to do is add some juice to our layer. So for that what we are going to do is just grab onto our rectangle tool, change the stroke. For this we are going to keep a stroke at none, and change the color of the fill to the color of the juice or the liquid that you want to be filled in your glass. So I'm choosing this bright yellow color, and this is the hexadecimal value. If you want, you can choose any color of your choice, that's totally up to you. Now draw a rectangle like this, and move forward to around about a second in time. Press P to bring up position and keyframe the value of position over here. Go back to the very first frame and change the value of position so that this layer is not in the visibility area anymore. Now what we are going to do is go to effects and presets and search for an effect called turbulent displace. Apply it to this rectangle layer that we have just created and bring it up to a point where it is visible a little bit. Change the value of amount to around 130 and decrease the value of size to around 22. Now if we just preview the animation of this rectangle layer, then it looks like this. Now what we are going to do is drag this rectangle layer in between our two picture layers and change the track matte of this rectangle layer to alpha matte picture. Now if we just preview our animation from the very first frame, so this is the glass fill animation that we have got, and no doubt it looks pretty cool to look at, but still there are some things that could be added. So for that, what we are going to do is select all the layers except the background layer and pre-compose them together. Now I'm naming this pre-composition as animation. Now what we are going to do is grab onto our pen tool again. Now make sure that your fill is set to a solid and the stroke is set to a none, and change the color of fill to an approx white, and draw a slight stroke like this. Now what we are going to do is just zoom in our composition a little bit and adjust the value of this stroke. We want this kind of stroke, so if we just zoom back, then you can see that this stroke is signifying that this glass is actually creating a reflection. For an extra effect, if you want, you can also add a background sound effect of a glass fill. And apart from that, if you want, you can also create a liquid dropping effect by creating a liquid line from the above. For that, what we are going to do is make sure that the fill is set to a none and the stroke is set to a solid with this hexadecimal value, and this is the same color as that of our liquid juice. Now what we are going to do is select both of these layers and adjust its position a little bit. Now what we are going to do is with our pen tool, we got to make a straight line. So basically I am keeping a stroke width of 30 pixels, but if you want, you can just choose any of the stroke width that suits you. Then go to effects and presets and search for turbulent displace again. Apply it this time on this layer that we have constructed. The next thing we are going to do is just expand this shape layer and go to add. Now add a trim paths. Now we are going to manipulate some of the values of the trim paths over here. So make sure you are on the very first frame of your animation. Then just change the value of end to a 0% and keyframe it. Now move forward to a few frames in time, and you have to move to that exact frame where this liquid is starting to fill. Here what we are going to do is just change the value of end to 100% like this. Now what we are going to do is move forward when this liquid is completely filled. So at this particular frame, this liquid is completely filled. So keyframe the value of end again at 100%. Then move forward by a frame or two in time and
just change the value of end back to a 0%. Now if we just preview our animation from the very first frame, and this is all in our glass fill animation. I hope you all have enjoyed this tutorial. If you do, please let me know your thoughts in the comments below. And keep watching the YouTube channel Programming Knowledge for more such tutorials. Thank you and goodbye.
Hi everyone, and welcome back to the YouTube channel Programming Knowledge.
So in today's After Effects tutorial video, we are going to see that how can we create a roller coaster text effect in Adobe After Effects. First of all, let's preview that what I am talking about. So this is the roller coaster text effect that what we are going to create, and it is called roller coaster because the flow of the text that it just followed is resembling the shape of a roller coaster, and it looks pretty cool to look at. So let's jump into our tutorial and see that how can we create it. It is pretty simple to create. First of all, you got to create a new composition. So for that, go to composition and click on the new composition. Now I'm naming it roller coaster text, but you are free to choose any name for your composition. Once you have got a name for your composition, make sure that your frame rate is 30 frames per second and the duration you have kept is of at least 5 seconds. Now I'm going to choose a pure white background color, but if you want, you can choose any color for your composition. The next thing that we are going to do is go to the text tool and add a new text layer. Now here I am typing in roller coaster. Now once you have got your text layer, the next thing that we are going to do is just change the zoom percentage of your composition a little bit. I have kept a zoom percentage of 25%. The main purpose is that we got to view the scene that is around this composition, because we are going to make a path now. So for that, what we are going to do is just grab onto our pen tool and we are going to make a mask path. So for that, make sure that your text layer is selected and make a path out of your pen tool. You got to make sure that this is a little bit a curvy path. Because this is the exact path that our text will follow as a roller coaster. So you gotta resemble this path in that of a roller coaster with a little bits ups and downs like this. Now here I'm choosing a 3-lane path in our composition, but you can choose any lanes or any dimension of path that you want. Once you have drawn your path with your pen tool, just grab onto your selection tool and make some adjustments to the path if you want. Like I'm just adding some more bumps in the last lane like this. Now once you are happy with your path, what you got to do is just go back to your text layer over here, expand it. Here you will find an option called text. So just expand it. You will find an option called path options. So when you expand it, you will find that there is something called path over here, and there is a drop down in front of it which is set to none. Instead of none, just set it to mask 1. As soon as you do that, you can see that some of the options have been opened in front of you, and you can see that your text has reached over here. So what we are going to do is manipulate some of the values over here. First of all, you got to change the value of the first margin to a negative around 699. Keyframe it to the very first frame of your animation. Now move forward to about 3 seconds in time and increase its value to around 3000. Now in 3000 it has reached here, so we got to increase its value a little bit more. Okay, now so I have kept the value as 10,000 in the 3rd second. If we just preview our animation from the very first frame, So this is the roller coaster text animation that we have got. No doubt it looks pretty cool, but if you want you can just make some changes. So I'm around here where this text is visible. Now there is the first option of a reverse path. If you just turn it on, then you can just go back and see your animation, and it will be starting in the reversed direction. So if you want you can just choose the reverse path option, or if you want you can just turn it off, which I have done already. Then there is another option called perpendicular to path. So at this particular point where this perpendicular to path option is set to on, we can see that our text is all perpendicular to our mask path. But if we just turn it to off, then you can see that this text is turned like this, which is not looking pretty good. So I'm just turning it on. Then there is another option of force alignment, which is turned to off. If we just turn it on, then you can see that the distance between each of the characters has increased. And if we just go back to the very first frame and play our animation, then instead of a word to word basis, our animation now moves on a character to character basis. So if you want a character based animation, then you can of course just turn this option as on, but I think that for my particular animation this force alignment is turned off and it looks pretty good to me. So I'm just keeping it like this. Now if you want you can also make some changes to your mask path so that it suits your imagination, and once you are happy with your mask path, you can just turn back to your composition, and you will see that your roller coaster text has been created. But the thing that is most important as of now is this text is just going off at 3 seconds and is never coming back to the screen. So what we are going to do is grab onto our text tool and select all of this text, copy it, and just create another text layer over here and just paste this text. Then at around 3 seconds in time, when this text has been completely moved out of our area of visibility, what we are going to do is make sure that this new text layer is aligned to the center both horizontally and vertically. Press P to bring up the position and keyframe this current value of position by moving forward a few frames in time. Then move back to the frame where this animation has been completed and just change the value of the X coordinate a little bit to that particular area where this position where this text is just diminishing. So since this text is going to this side, so from here only we want our text to emerge. And then go back to the very next keyframe. Before that, move around 2 frames and just increase the value of this roller coaster a little bit. The X coordinate needs to be increased a little bit. So if we just preview the value of X coordinates for the 3 keyframes, then for the very first keyframe it is around 2000 something. For the second keyframe it is around 300 something, and for the third keyframe it is 408 something, and this is the exact center position. Now if we just preview our animation, then our text forms a roller coaster path and it moves out of our view area, and after some time this text appears. Now if you want you can just increase the distance between these 2 keyframes and ease them together. So the effect that we have created with our new text layer is that of the roller coaster. When it just stops, it goes forward and then comes a slightly backwards. Now once you are happy with your animation, you can just select both of your layers and pre-compose them together and name it as animation. Now what we are going to do is go to effects and presets and search for an effect called drop shadow. Now apply this drop shadow onto this particular composition and just play with the values a little bit. So basically I'm keeping the opacity as 50%, the distance at 19, and the softness value is kept at 33%. So this is the roller coaster text effect that we have created today, and I hope you all have enjoyed this video. For more such tutorials, keep watching the YouTube channel Programming Knowledge. Until then, goodbye. Hey guys, welcome back to the YouTube channel Programming Knowledge. In today's After Effects tutorial video, we are going to see a very good looking text decoder effect in Adobe After Effects. So let's preview that what we are going to create. So this is the text decoder effect that we are going to create today, and it can be used in a variety of places in almost every animation. You all must have seen in a variety of places where an animation occurs where there is a random text or some random numbers which transitions repeatedly and just transitions into that particular character which is of some sense to the viewer. So this is the basic concept behind the text decoder effect, and this is exactly what we are going to create today in our tutorial. So without taking much of your time, let's jump in right into the tutorial. First of all, create a composition. So go to composition and press new composition. Now name it anything that you want. I'm naming it decode text because this is a text that is being decoded. And now I'm keeping a frame rate of 30 frames per second, and a background color. I'm going to choose this particular background color, a shade of red, with this hexadecimal value. Now click OK. Now you have got your new composition. The next thing that we are going to do is grab onto our text tool, the horizontal type text tool, click anywhere on our composition and just type in the letter T. Now I'm keeping a white color for this, and this is what we are going to first animate. Is go to effects and presets and search for an effect called decoder fade in. You will find it under animate in within animation presets. Take it and apply it to your text layer. Now if we just preview, so this is what we have got, but it is not looking very good. So we are going to manipulate some of the values. Press U to bring up the keyframes and bring this end keyframe a little closer to the very first keyframe and keep the distance between them at about 15 frames. So we want our animation, the first character animation, to be completed at about 15 frames. Now select both of them and press F9 to easy ease those keyframes. Now go to the graph editor from over here, click on it, and if your graph is looking like this, then it's okay. Otherwise, right click and make sure that the edit speed graph is selected from here. Now select this endpoint and change the value or the shape of this graph so that it looks somewhat like this, pointed and then gradually decreasing. Now if we just preview the value, it is looking somewhat like this, but still we got to make some changes. Now what we are going to do is just expand our T, the text layer T. Go to text, expand it. Here you will find an option of animator 1. On expanding it, you will find advanced. So just expand this advanced, and here you will find opacity. Just make sure to set it to 100%. So what will it do, that this opacity will now just keep itself at 100% at all the times, which is what we want. The next thing we are going to do is just turn this randomized order at on. So if we just preview our animation, then it moves fast, and of course it is of a random order. So you got to increase the value of a random seed and keep it at a 50. Now if we just preview, then it is looking good. Now the only thing that we are going to do is go back to the very first frame in time. Here what we are going to do is press P to bring up the position. Now this is the exact position that we want, but make sure to align it to the center first, and just manipulate the value of the x coordinate a little bit. I'm keeping the value of x coordinate at a 400, and as the y coordinate is considered, I have just aligned it to the center. Now moving to around about 15 frames where this animation is complete. Here I am just keyframing the value of this position, and now I'm going back to the very first frame and just changing the value of y coordinate so that it is not in the visibility area anymore. Now if I just play this animation, so this is what I have got, and this is how I'm going to animate the rest of my layers. So what I'm going to do is just duplicate it. Now just move to around 15 frames in time when the animation of the first layer is being completed, a few frames before that, and I'm going to offset my second layer to a few frames before the completion of this animation. The next thing I'm going to do is press P to bring up the position and make some changes in the x coordinate. Instead of 400, I'm going to select 600 for both the starting as well as the ending keyframes. So I'm keeping a distance of around 200 between my letters like this. But instead of T, I want something else, like I want E to be present here. So grab onto your text tool and just change the letter at as E like this. So if we just preview our two letters animation, then it looks like this, which is pretty cool to look at. Similarly, we have duplicated this E again and offsetted it by a few frames in time. Then press P to bring up position and just manipulate the value of the x coordinate. This time I'm keeping the x coordinate at 800, and on the completion, change it to x. Now just take this x and duplicate this layer, offset it by a few frames in time, press P to bring up the keyframes and change the value of the keyframes. Now keeping a value of x at 1000 for the starting and the ending position keyframes, press OK. And when this transition is almost completed, just change it to T. So this is what we have got. Now it looks in the sideways, so what we can do is just grab onto all these layers together, right click and pre-compose them. Now I'm naming it as text, press OK. Now grab onto your selection tool and just align it to the center like this. Now if we just go back to the very first frame and preview our animation, so this is the text decoder animation that we have got, but again this text animation looks a bit plain. So to add some extra effects, what can we do is just go to this pre-composition, select an effect called drop shadow and apply it. Now we are going to just manipulate some of the values over here. Here I am keeping the opacity of a 61%, the distance of 25 and the softness of 42. And once this animation is complete, which is around 2 seconds, what I'm going to do is press S to bring up the scale for this pre-composition, keyframe the value of scale at 100%, and move forward to the last frame of my animation, which is around 5 seconds, and increase its value a little bit to around 120%. Now if we just go back and preview whole of our animation, then this is the animation of the text decoder effect that we have got, and I hope you all have enjoyed this tutorial, and keep watching the YouTube channel Programming Knowledge for more such tutorials. Till then, goodbye.
Hi everyone, and welcome back to the YouTube channel Programming Knowledge.
In today's After Effects tutorial video, we are going to see a jelly effect or a blob effect in Adobe After Effects. So let's see that what I am talking about and how can we create it. So this is the jelly effect that we are going to create today, and if you want to see it more clearly, then you can see that at this particular point in time, this shape, when it was entering this particular shape, big shape, and now when it is leaving this big shape, then it is forming like a jelly, which is a sticky effect, and it looks nice like this. So this is the basic jelly or the blob effect that we are going to create today, and as nice as it looks to view at this effect, it is pretty simple to create it. First of all, we are supposed to create a composition, so go to composition and create a new composition. I'm naming it as jelly effect. Now you can choose any name for your composition that suits you the best. Now keeping a frame rate of 30 frames per second and a duration of 5 seconds, I hit OK. The next thing that I'm going to do is add a solid layer which will be acting as my background. Go to Effects and Presets and search for an effect called Gradient Ramp. Apply it onto your solid layer. Change the ramp shape from the linear ramp to a radial ramp, and just move this stylus to the center point like this, and this particular has to be moved away. Now just swap the colors, and instead of white, what I'm going to do is choose a dark shade of gray like this. So I'm pretty happy with my background, and once you're happy with your background, make sure to lock it, because we do not need to make any changes to our background layer. Now what we are going to do is grab onto the shape tool and press the letter Q on your keyboard to bring up this ellipse tool. Change the fill from none to a solid color, and make sure that your stroke is set to a none. Now I'm going to choose a shade of red for my shape, and this would be the starting color of my shape, but you are free to choose any color that you want. Now this is the shape of a circle that I'm happy with. The next thing that I'm going to do is just select on this layer, go to this pan behind or the anchor point tool, and bring this anchor point to the center. Now what I'm going to do is just select on this shape layer, press Ctrl D to duplicate it. This time what I'm going to do is just place it somewhat here, and this shape layer is to be placed here. Then I'm going to decrease it in size. Now this is the shape of the circle that I'm happy with, and what I'm going to do is just duplicate it once more by pressing Ctrl D, and this time I'm placing it over here. So in this particular animation, we do not need any kind of symmetry, but if you are following the symmetry, then it's good. The next thing we are going to do is go to Effects and Presets and search for Turbulent Displace effect. Apply it onto all of our 3 layers. So what we have done is just go back to 3 seconds in time and change the value of amount to 100 now, and just keyframe the value of offset also, and then we have to change the value of offset a little bit as well. So at this point where is at least 3 seconds, I have kept this value of offset, and the very first frame I have kept this value of offset. Now the same thing is to be followed with these 2 layers as well. So what I'm going to do is just press U to bring up these keyframes, select all of these keyframes together, copy them and paste them into both of our layers. Now if we just preview, then these keyframes have been added. Now the animation looks somewhat like this. So you can see that there is a subtle transition, but one thing that is this shape layer is following this path. So just bring up the keyframes for this shape layer and just decrease the value of the offset a little bit, so that this pointed thing just removes. The next thing we are going to do is grab onto our shape layer 2, press P to bring up the position, go back to the very first keyframe and keyframe the value of position. Next, go to around 1.5 seconds in time, and this time just change the value of position into this big circle. Then move forward to about 3 seconds and change the value of position to the place where this first shape was over there. Now we got to change the shape of this path of the position that we have got and make it somewhat curvy like this. Now you can just choose any shape for your path that you are happy with. Next, go to the shape layer 3, make sure you are on the very first frame of your animation. Same thing, just keyframe the value of position. Move forward to around 1.5 frames. Change the value of position so that it is into this layer. Go to around 3 seconds and change the value of position around here. Now just make this path a little bit curvy like this as well. And once you are happy with your path, you can always just preview your animation. So this is the animation that we have got and it looks pretty cool. But the only thing is that the jelly effect that we are supposed to create in our animation is missing. So how can we create it? For that, what we are going to do is grab onto all of our 3 layers and pre-compose them together. Now I'm naming it as shapes. The next thing that I'm going to do is go to Effects and Presets and search for an effect called Fast Blur. You will find Fast Blur under Blur and Sharpen. Take it and apply it to your composition. Now increase the amount of blurriness to around an 80. Then go to Effects and Presets and search for an effect called Simple Choker. Take it and again apply it onto your shape's composition and increase the value of the choke mat to around a 50. Now once you do that, you can see that the small shape layers. So go back to your shape's composition and press S to bring up scale and increase its scale a little bit like this. Now if we just go back to our area, what I'm going to do is keep the value of scale at a 60%. So if we just go back to our composition, then they are visible a little bit. So just preview them. Now you can see that this jelly effect has been created very well. and these shapes are now moving at a particular pace, which is pretty cool to look at. Now for an extra effect, if you want, you can also add a color transition. Now for the color transition, what we are going to do is make sure you are on your shapes pre-composition, go to effects and presets and search for an effect called fill. Take it and apply it to your shapes layer. Now just change its color. Make sure to choose any color that suits you and is complementing with your background as well. So I have chosen this yellow color. Come back to the very first frame, keyframe the value of this color. Now move to that particular time where these two shapes have completely entered this blob, this big shape. So around 1 second. Press U to bring up the keyframes, then again add a keyframe for this color. Now move to about 2 frames forward and this time change the value of color to something else like this light red color and press OK. So you can just increase this value, increase this keyframe transition and make sure that this is changing. This color is completely changed to red the moment these shapes are leaving this big shape. So that's all in the today's After Effects tutorial, and I hope you all have enjoyed this video. For more such tutorials, keep watching the YouTube channel Programming Knowledge. Until then, goodbye. Hey guys, and welcome back to the YouTube channel Programming Knowledge. In today's After Effects tutorial video, we are going to see that how some of the basic text animations or the commonly used text animations are so simple to create in Adobe After Effects, and these effects can only be created very easily using a built-in After Effects plugin that is known as the animation presets. Now we all have seen some of the effects of the animation presets in our previous videos, but through this video I'm going to show you how some of the commonly or the widely used text animations can be created easily. So in this video we are going to cover 5 commonly used text animations and see that how can we create them very easily using animation presets. The first effect is this. This is our second effect. This is our third effect. This is our fourth effect. And this is our fifth effect. So all these effects, as you can see, are the basic text animations and they are used in a wide variety of places. So if you want, you can also use them very easily in your composition anytime and anywhere just by using animation presets. So how can we use them is what this tutorial is all about. So first of all, let's go to composition and create a new composition. I'm naming it basic text animations. Now keeping a frame rate of 30 frames per second and a duration of 5 seconds and not concerning with the background color, I press OK. The next thing I'm going to do in my new composition is that create a solid layer. So go to the layer area and add a new solid layer, which is our background layer, and press OK. Go to effects and presets then and search for an effect called ramp. Now you will find an effect called gradient ramp under generate apply it onto your solid layer. Now what we are going to do is just change the zoom percentage of the composition to around 25%. Make sure you are on the very first frame of your composition and then change the value of this stylus to around here. And the second point is to be changed around here. And keyframe the value of start of ramp and end of ramp as well. And as the start of the ramp is concerned, for the last frame what we are going to do is just change the value to around here. So now what we are going to do is just change the color of our composition. So these are the two colors that I'm happy with, and if we just preview the background, then it is transcending a little bit, which is pretty good to look at. And if you want, you can just choose a lighter version of the red color like this, or yes. So this is my background and I'm pretty happy with it. Once you are happy with your background, you can just zoom back to fit for your composition and lock your background layer. The next thing that I'm going to do is go to my text tool and add in any text that you want. I'm typing in text effects. Now make sure to align it to the center both horizontally and vertically, and make 5 copies of this text layer. So basically we have to duplicate it at least 4 times. So now we have got 5 copies of our text layers. Now turn the visibility off of all the remaining text layers except the bottommost layer. Then go to effects and presets and search for an effect called drop bounce. So take it and apply it to your text layer, but before that make sure you are on the very first frame of your composition and now apply it. So this drop bounce effect is like this. Now once you are happy with your drop bounce effect, you can go to the very first frame of your composition again. Just turn the visibility off for the bottommost layer and turn the visibility on for the layer just above it. Now go to effects and presets and search for an effect called Labrador. Take it and apply it. Now if we just preview, so this is the Labrador text effect. Next, what we are going to do is turn its visibility off again. Go back to our third text layer, turn its visibility on. Go to effects and presets and search for an effect called Slice and Dice. Take it and apply it to your text layer. Now this is the Slice and Dice effect. So what we have done here mistakenly is that our stylus was at 3 seconds in time. So what we are going to do is select all these keyframes and move them to the very first frame of our composition. Now if you just see these keyframes, there are so many keyframes, but you need not add any keyframes manually. All you got to do is just drag and drop this effect into your text. So that is the benefit of a plugin, and this all effects are through built-in plugin of the After Effects, that is animation presets. So this is the text effect that we have got over here. Now for our fourth text layer, make sure you are on the very first frame of your composition. Turn its visibility as on. Go to effects and presets and search for another effect called sprouts. Apply it onto your text layer and preview it. So this was our sprouts effect. Next, turn its visibility off. Now go back to the last layer and make sure you are on the very first frame of your composition. Turn its visibility back on. Now search for an effect called wind current. Take it and apply it onto your text effect and preview it. So this is the wind current effect. Now all these effects have been applied using animation presets. So if you go to effects and presets, and here you will find the first folder as animation presets. When you expand it, you will find that there is a folder called text. So on expanding it, you will find these ton of options or the animations that you can add, and all these animations will help you to add cool looking text animations. The animations that we saw today were a part of organic animations. So if you expand it, you can see so much effects in front of you. So some of these effects have been used by us in today's video, like this drop bounce effect, then this Labrador effect, then this slice and dice effect, sprouts effect, and wind current effect. So these are the 5 effects of this organic in text animations that I like, but you can try them all. So I hope you all have enjoyed this tutorial. If you do, please let me know your thoughts in the comments below, and keep watching the YouTube channel Programming Knowledge for more such tutorials. Till then, goodbye.
Hey guys, and welcome back to the YouTube channel Programming Knowledge. In today's After Effects tutorial, we are going to create a mysterious and an intriguing text effect, that is the burnt text effect. So let us preview that what we are going to create. So this is the burnt text effect that we are going to create today, and as you can see that this is looking a kind of mysterious, and it is thus therefore very eye-catching, and you must be wondering that how can we create it. So let's go back to After Effects and see what steps we need to follow. First of all, go to composition and create a new composition. Now I have named my composition as burnt text, but you are free to choose any name for your composition. But keep in mind to choose a frame rate of 30 frames per second and a duration of 10 seconds, and then hit OK. So I have got this image file which I have imported, and I will share its download link in the description below. So once you have got your image, what we are going to do is press S to bring up scale and scale it up a little bit. We have to scale it up so that its resolution is visible like this. So these tiny threads that are embedded in a paper should be visible, and that's exactly the effect that we want. So I have kept a scale of 520%. Now once you have got this, you can just lock your layer. The next thing we are going to do is add some text. So grab onto your text tool, click anywhere in your composition and type in any text that you want. I have typed burnt, and I have kept a brown color with this hexadecimal value, but at this point in time this color doesn't really matter because we won't be using this color at all. The thing that will matter is the font. So this is a Billy Argyle font that I'm using, and I will share its download link in the description as well. So just align your layers to the center, both horizontally and vertically, and then what we are going to do is go to our text layer and right click. Here you will find an option of create masks from text. So select this option. So what we are going to do now is just go to this text layer and delete it, because we do not need the text layer. We actually only need the masks of these text layer. Now what we are going to do is go to effects and presets and search for an effect called stroke. So just select this all masks option and change the paint style to on transparent. Now if you want, you can just turn off your mask visibility for a clearer look. And you can see that your text is being generated just like this. So go to brush size and increase it a little bit. Now I'm keeping a brush size of 3, but you are free to choose any size for your stroke. It's totally up to you. The thing that will matter over here is you gotta change your color. So I'm using this color with this hexadecimal value, and if you want, you can of course choose any color of your choice. Next, move forward a few frames at around 5 frames in the timeline and keyframe the value of end at a 0% over here. If your animation is ending at 10 seconds, so what we are going to do is move to around 10 frames before the last frame and keyframe the value of end at 100%. Now what we are going to do is you can just select this layer, press Ctrl D to duplicate it. Now increase the brush size of the above layer a little bit to around an 8 or 9. I'm keeping a size of 9.1. Then go to Effects and Presets and search for an effect called Glow. Now you will find this glow, so apply it onto your text layer, above text layer, and increase this glow. So now this is what I'm happy with. What I have done is kept a brush size of 4.8 and a glow radius of 30, and I have brought this layer just below my previous layer. So this is the glow effect that I have got. Next thing what we are going to do is duplicate it once more and drag it to the bottom just above your background layer and increase its brush size a little bit to around a 4. Now you can just change the resolution to auto for a faster output, and this is all for the text that we have created. Now we have to create a burning simulation. So duplicate your stroke layer once more, and what we are going to do this time is just press U to bring up the keyframes, and over here move forward by a few frames in time from where your end keyframe is starting, and keyframe the value of start at a 0%. Then move to the keyframe where this end frame value is changing to 100%. Move a few frames forward by it as well and change the value of start to 100%. Now just change the color of this uppermost layer to a shade of orange, bright orange, like this. Press OK. Now if we just preview our animation, then you can see that this is the kind of effect that we have got. So what we are going to do is just increase its size a little bit to around 6 would be okay. And we are going to make some adjustments. So if you want to change the length of this stroke, then bring this start keyframe a little bit closer to your end keyframe. So in that case, the length of this fire stroke would be decreased. And if you want, you can also change its color, or you can play with the size values as well, so as to generate a effect that suits you the best. So I'm just trying to keep a size of 20. Then go to Effects and Presets and search for an effect called Fast Blur, and apply it onto the uppermost layer. Now increase this blurriness a little bit. So I have kept this blurriness to around 20, and now if we just preview it, it is looking good to me, but there is something that it is lacking, and that is a little bit glow. So go to Effects and Presets and search for glow and apply it. So keep a glow intensity of 0.3 and increase the glow radius to around 100. What we are going to do is just duplicate this layer once more. From here, just delete this glow effect and offset it by a few frames in time. And if you want, you can just change the color of the below layer to a shade of dark red like this and press OK. Now if you see it now, then you can see that it is actually simulating the motions of a fire, and that is exactly that we want. Now once you are happy with your fire animation, what we are going to do is select all the layers, but before that we have to unlock our background layer. Now select all of your layers and right click, go to pre-compose and pre-compose them all together. Now what we are going to do is play with the camera angles a little bit. So for that, first check this 3D box and change your pre-composition to a 3D layer, because camera only works on a 3D layer. Now right click on the layer area, go to new and add a camera layer. Now I'm keeping all the default settings, but if you want you can just change the settings a little bit. Now press P and Shift R to bring up position and orientation, and keyframe both of their values at the very first frame in your animation. Now what we are going to do is just play this animation a little bit. At around this, just select this camera tool, and our main focus is going to be this fire layer. So you have to focus on this layer every time and make sure that it is at the center of the viewer's screen. So this is what I'm going to do, and if you want you can just change the resolution values from here so that you can get a faster rendering output, as this is a heavy animation. Now if you want, over here you can just change the camera angle a little bit. All these camera adjustments are totally up to you, and once you're happy with your adjustments, what you can do is just render your composition and view that how it looks. So that is all in today's After Effects tutorial, and I hope you all have enjoyed it. And keep watching the YouTube channel Programming Knowledge for more such tutorials. Till then, goodbye. Hey guys, and welcome back to the YouTube channel Programming Knowledge. In today's After Effects tutorial video, we are going to see a different kind of effect or animation in Adobe After Effects. Today we are going to move to some real-world graphics, and I'm going to show you that how can you create a snap effect, or you can say a skaterize effect in Adobe After Effects. So let us preview that what we are going to create today. So this is the snap effect or the skaterize effect that we are going to create today in our After Effects tutorials video. The basic concept behind this effect is that there is a person, or it could be any other object, that is being skaterized into nothing, and then there is a slight movement of the background which gives an effect that this is a real world graphics or real thing is happening, but actually no video is involved over here, and it's just a play of images. So let's start and see that what we are going to do to create the skaterize effect. First of all, you have to create a new composition. So for that, you can go to composition in the menu bar and press new composition, then name it anything that you want. I am naming it as snap effect. Now keeping a frame rate of 30 frames per second and a duration you can keep of around 5 to 6 seconds. So I'm keeping a 6-second duration. Now press OK. The next thing that you need to do is import some of the images in your project. Now I have got two images. One is of this car and the other of this human. Now this human image was shown in the sample animation. So this time I'm going to create this animation out of this car, but if you want you can just go with the human image as well. Basically what would we need for this animation is a clear background image that consists of nothing. So just press S and scale it up a little bit so that it fits the dimensions of your composition, and make sure that your image is high quality enough so that its pixels won't distort when you are increasing its dimensions, or if you want you can just choose a high quality image or a high dimension image. That's totally up to you. And the second image that we have got is of our object. So this is the image of our object, and this is just the object. So if we turn off this background image, then you can see we have only got this object, that is this car, without any background and nothing. So this is the two types of images that we need for this effect, and you gotta scale it up as well so that it fits to the background just like this. Now if you want, you can download these images from the internet very easily, or if you want, I will share the download link of some of these images in the description, so you can download those images from there as well. Now similarly, if I show you for the human images, then also I have got this human background. So let's turn it off a little bit, and this is the human background image that we have got. If you want, you can just scale it up as well, adjust it to the composition, dimensions, and then select this human image. It is just a human like this, so you gotta adjust its position and its dimensions so that it looks like actually a human is walking over there. Okay, so this is the perfect angle for me, or if you want, you can just adjust its dimensions as per your wish. Now whatever the set of the images that you are choosing, make sure you have to get two images. One is of a plain background without anything on it, and the next image should be of just an object without any background. So once you have got your desired images, what you are going to do is just take this background image and go to effects and presets. Now we are going to apply an effect to it that is known as optics compensation. So search for it and you will find it under this dot. Apply it onto your background image. Now what we are going to do is turn off our object image for a while. Make sure you are on the very first frame of your composition. Then keyframe this value of field of view at 0. Now move to the very last frame of your animation, that is around 6 seconds, and increase its field of view value. Now you will see that this background is distorting at the edges. So what you are going to do is check this reverse lens distortion option and increase its value a little bit more like this. Alright, so now we are going to preview it. So you can see that your background has got a little bit of motion in it, and this is exactly that we want, so that it gives a little bit depth to your scene and it appears as if it is a moving video instead of a still image. Now once you have got your moving animation, what we are going to do is turn back our object layer, turn its visibility back on, then press Ctrl D to duplicate it. Now move forward about a few frames in time. So since we have kept a frame rate of 30 frames per second, so I'm moving to about 15 frames, and just split your uppermost background layer over here. Now you can go to edit and select split layer, or you can just press Ctrl Shift D. Now make sure that the layer that is shorter in length is just above and the layer that is bigger in length is below. What we are going to do is make sure that we are on the last frame for this layer, and just keyframe the value of opacity. Press T to bring up opacity for this uppermost layer and change its value to a 0% and keyframe it. Now move back to about 2 or 3 frames. Change the value of opacity back to 100%. And what we are going to do is just drag this layer. We are going to zoom in a little bit between these two keyframes. We have to drag this layer just like this, and if you want, you can just move this keyframe a little bit over here. So at around 13 frames, the opacity value of the object is set at 100%. At the very next frame, that is at the 14th frame, when its opacity value turns to about 50%, we have dragged on this downwards layer, and at the 15th frame, its opacity is set to a 0%. Now this is exactly the setting that we want. move to the 14th frame and go to Effects and Presets and search for an effect called Skaterize. You will find an effect called CC Skaterized under Simulation, so take it and apply it on your below background layer. Now you can just turn its visibility on. Just keyframe the value of skater at 0% and the value of right twist at a 0% on 14 frames. Now move to around 3 seconds in time and increase the value of skater to around 150 or a 300 would be alright. And also increase the right twist value to a 3x. Then go to around 4 seconds or 3.5 seconds would be good. Now increase this value of skater to around a 9000 and then go to around 4 seconds in time, and here what we are going to do is press T to bring up the opacity. Now keyframe the value of opacity at 100%. Move to the very next frame and just change the value of opacity back to a 0%. So this is the basic concept behind the Skaterize effect. What we have done is first slowly increase the value of scattering effect so that it looks to the viewer, it is shown to the viewer that the object is actually scattering off, and after that we have increased it tremendously to just make sure that those particles are spread everywhere, and then this opacity is set to a 0% to just remove those particles from the area of visibility. Now if we just preview our animation, okay, so now you must have seen this orange bar over here, so just change your resolution to an auto. So you can see that this is the kind of effect, scattering effect that we have got, and what we are going to do is press a U for this layer on which we have applied our scattering effect to bring up its keyframes, and we are going to manipulate some of the values. Like this value that we keyframed at 3 seconds, change its time to around 2 seconds and bring this opacity keyframe close to the time when we are changing the value to a 9000. Now at this particular keyframe also increase the value of right twist to a 5x. So if we just preview our animation now, so these are these arrangements which you can always adjust as per your wish and choice. It's totally up to you for these arrangements. This is the arrangement that I like, but you can take any arrangement of your choice. So that is all for the scattering effect video or the snap effect video, and I hope you all have enjoyed this tutorial. Keep watching the YouTube channel Programming Knowledge for more such tutorials. Till then, goodbye. Hey guys, and welcome back to the YouTube channel Programming Knowledge. In today's After Effects tutorial video, we are going to see that how can we create a vintage logo reveal animation in Adobe After Effects. So first of all, let us preview that what we are going to create. So this is the logo reveal animation that we are going to create today. So let's see that how can we create it. First of all, you have to create a new composition for it. So in order to do that, you can simply press Ctrl N on your keyboard and you will get this menu. Now name it anything that you want. I'm just simply naming it as vintage. Now keep a frame rate of 30 frames per second. And the duration you can set to a comfortable 10 seconds and then press OK. Now I have already imported some of the images and the files that I will be needing for this composition or animation. So basically this is a page image. So after that I have also got this mp4 file which is just of an ink blot, and so I have also created one logo. So if you want, you can use your own logo or
any text that you want to be revealed in that manner. Okay, so first of all, what we are going to do is just I have got this paper image onto my composition, and this will be our background. So first of all, we are going to lock it. Then what we are going to do is grab onto this text tool and change your font to a chiller. Then here you can just type in any text that you want. So I'm just typing welcome to. Grab onto the text tool once again and click anywhere else to add a new text layer. Now here I'm going to type vintage logo animation. Now this is the text that I have got. Now press R to bring up the rotation for your text layer and set its rotation value to 180 degrees, just like this, and place it around here. We are going to just bring this pre-composition onto our original composition. So this is this pre-comp that we have got, and now what we're going to do is just drag it around here. So this would be the actual logo on which this vintage animation is going to happen. So before that, what we are going to do, we are going to animate the positions of this animation. So around 3 seconds is when this logo is going to start revealing itself. Then what we are going to do is just drag this ink blot video into our composition. Now select this ink blot video and this logo composition together and pre-compose them again. Now name it as blot. Hit enter. Now open this blot pre-comp. Now I'm going to just close all of these pre-comps because it's actually of no use as of now. Now once you are in your blot comp, make sure to just drag your blot layer just behind the logo and make sure to start it at around 3 seconds like this. So if you can just play it, it is looking like this, which is very big in size. So what we're going to do is just adjust its dimensions. So bring up the scale factor for this blot layer and change its scale value as per your choice. Now once you're happy with it, what you're going to do is just bring your logo layer just below your blot video layer, and now what we're going to do is just change its track matte. You got to change the track matte of your logo layer to Luma inverted matte. So yes, this looks pretty good to me, and now basically everything is done. The only thing that is remaining is a little bit of camera work. So what we are going to do for that is just select all of our layers and pre-compose them together. Just give it any other name like final. Then add a new camera layer, keeping on the default settings, press OK. Okay, so that is the issue that we have got. And before adding a camera layer, what you have to do is just make sure that your comp layer is changed to a 3D, because camera only works on a 3D layer. And now we have to just play with the values of the point of interest and position in this camera layer. But before that, what we are going to do is go to this unified camera tool and make sure that this XY head is in front of you. So just manipulate these values a little bit. You can also press C to bring up the desired tool that you want. Basically what we are going to do is just make our focus on a single word. Like first of all, we are going to focus on welcome to, and then we are going to focus on our next text layer, and then we are going to change the focus to our logo. So this is the first point where our animation is going to start. So here what we are going to do is just keyframe the values of point of interest and position like this. Now you can just go back to the camera layer and press U so that only these keyframes are visible. and then we are going to move forward by around 1 second in time, or 150. Okay, so now we have moved to around 45 frames in our time. Then again keyframe the values of the point of interest and position. Then move forward by around 2 to 3 keyframes. Then what we're going to do is just change this value to here. Here you again gotta just change this values a little bit so that your vintage logo animation text is visible completely. But here, since we have taken into account the fact that this text is rotated by 180 degrees, so for that what we're going to do is just press R to bring up the rotation values and change the value of Z rotation to a 180 degrees and keyframe it. Now again press U to bring up the keyframes. Go back to the previous keyframe, and over here you gotta change the value of Z rotation to a 0 degrees. So the transition that is being formed is like this. Now since this is a very subtle transition, so what we're going to do is just increase the distance between these keyframes so that it is shown to the viewer that what is actually happening. Alright, and apart from that, what we're going to do is just turn on this motion blur and apply it like here, from here. So if you can just preview our animation now. Okay, so you must have noticed this orange bar. To get rid of it, you can just change your resolution to auto, or if you want you can just change it to a third or a quarter for a smooth rendering. So this is what we have got. Then again press U to bring up the keyframes. Move to around here, which is around 83 frames in time. You can just see the frames from here, and just keyframe the values like this. Now move forward to around 3 seconds, that is at 90 frames. Here we have to move our point of interest to the place where this logo was supposed to be revealed. This is the perfect dimensions for my logo, as I think, but again it's totally up to you. It's totally your choice. You have to move the values as per your wish or as you like. So if you can just continue with our animation, then it ends over here at around 6 and some seconds. So just press N to cut it down. One more thing that you could have witnessed is this black line is showing over here, which is not looking good. So what we're going to do for that is just grab onto our picture, paper picture, and place it at the bottom once again. So if we just preview it again, so this is what we have got, and I hope you all have enjoyed this tutorial. If you do, please let me know your thoughts in the comments below, and keep watching the YouTube channel Programming Knowledge for more such tutorials. Till then, goodbye.
Hey guys, and welcome back to the YouTube channel Programming Knowledge. In today's After Effects tutorial video, we are going to see some other real-world graphics. And today we are going to create a motion stretch or a speed effect in Adobe After Effects. Now this speed effect is very popular and you have seen it in a lot of places. It is basically showing that some object is moving at a very high speed by blurring its motion or stretching its motion, that what we say in animation terms. So first of all, let us preview that what we are going to create today. So this is the kind of the motion stretch video that we are going to create, and here you can see that this at some places like this one, this motion is blurred and it is looking as if it is moving at a very fast pace. So this is exactly the kind of effect that we are going to create today, and it is pretty simple to create. All you have to do is just follow a few steps, and in 10 minutes you would be able to create this effect for yourself. So let's jump into our After Effects. First of all, you gotta create a new composition. So for that you can press Ctrl N and name it anything that you want. I'm naming it Speed Effect. Now make sure that you have to keep a frame rate of 29.97 frames per second for this particular animation, and the duration you can keep to 20 seconds, but it would be less than that. Then hit OK. The next thing is that you have to get a video for yourself, and I have got this video. So once you have got your video, make sure to bring it to your composition. Then this is my video, and first of all let me show you that what my video contains. And what I'm going to do now is just stretch it a little bit with the Y coordinate so that it fully covers my composition screen. Now you can just choose any video that you like, or if you want I will share the download link of this particular video in the description below so that you can just choose the same video. The next thing we are going to do is move to the very first frame and identify the parts where we are going to apply that speed effect. So if we just play our video once again, then up till this part we are going to apply our speed effect. So what you're going to do is just go to edit and select this split layer option. Now this part is where we are going to apply our speed effect, so just right click on it and rename it as speed 1 to signify that yes, I'm going to apply my speed effect onto this particular part. Next you can just play your video. So this is going to be moving in a smooth animation. Okay, so this is the place where up till now my video is going to be moving smooth, so I'm going to split it once again. For that you can simply press Ctrl Shift D on your keyboard, and this I'm going to rename as Smooth 1. Now this part is going to be again moving with a very high speed up till this particular position. So I'm just going to split my layer here and renaming my layer as speed 2. Now this part is going to be moving smoothly up till here, and from here it's going to be again moving with a speed animation. So rename this as smooth 2, and the rest of the animation is going to be moving with a high speed, so it is going to be renamed as speed 3. So rename it as speed 3. Now once you have identified the parts of your clip, which part is going to be moving with a speed animation and whether it's going to be a smooth one, the next thing you have to do is select all your parts where it is a speed animation together by pressing the Control and selecting on that particular layer. Since I have got 3 speed layers, so I have selected them all. Then right click. Here you will find an option of time. So go to time stretch. Now in time stretch, what we are going to do is just change the value of the stretch factor, and we are going to keep this stretch factor at a value of 20. and press OK. Now as soon as you do that, you can see that all of your layers duration has been compressed. So what we are going to do is zoom in our timeline a little bit and adjust the position of all these animations so that they are perfectly aligned with one another, just like this. Okay, so now I have aligned all my layers, and if you want, you can just preview it from the very first frame to make sure that everything is going on smoothly. This is going to be a speeded up process. That's our smooth layer. Okay, so there was a little glitch over here, and this is the reason why. So just make sure the second layer starts the moment the first layer ends, just like this. Now once you're happy with it, what I'm going to do is go back to the very frame where this animation is ending and press the letter N on my keyboard to make sure that this animation ends at that particular frame. Now what I'm going to do is go to my speed 1 layer and then go to effects and presets and search for an effect called CC Force Motion Blur. Now take it and apply it onto your first speed layer. Now we are going to play with some of the values. So increase the value of motion blur samples to a maximum value of 255. Then we are going to increase the shutter angle as well. And if you want to see the effect, then what you can do is just play this video a little bit like this and change its resolution to a full so that you can see your output in a high quality. And I'm going to increase the value of this shutter angle to around 1200. Sometimes you have to wait for the output because it's very high quality and it needs some time for processing. So if you can just see it, that then yes, it is exactly the effect that I have wanted in my animation, and it's what I have got. So by keeping a motion blur samples value at 255 and shutter angle at 1200, I have got this. Then what you got to do is just copy the CC Force Motion Blur effect and apply it to the rest of your speed layers. Just paste it there. And once you are happy, what you can do is go to File. But before that, make sure to just change the resolution of your composition from full to auto so that it doesn't take very much time to process itself, or you can just change it to a quarter. Then go to export and select add to render queue. Now you can just render your effect, so just click on render, and it may take some time to render, so you have to wait for that particular amount of time. So now it's about to render, and okay, now it's rendered, and if you want you can just preview it. So this is our video. And this is what we have created, and I hope you all have enjoyed this tutorial. So keep watching the YouTube channel Programming Knowledge for more such tutorials, and till then, goodbye. Hey guys, welcome back to the YouTube channel Programming Knowledge. In today's After Effects tutorials video, we are going to see another real-world graphics. Now this is popularly known as the stop motion graphics, but you must have seen it in a variety of places and you must all have called it by different names.
So first of all, let us preview that what we are going to create. So this is the effect that we are going to create today, and this is popularly known as the stop motion effect. As you can see that this is a stop motion icon. There are various positions of the same character that have already been depicted in the film, and when this video progresses, it takes shapes of that characters, and those shapes just disappear automatically. So as you can see, it looks quite intriguing effect. So it is pretty simple to create, and within 10 minutes I guarantee you that you all would be able to create this effect in Adobe After Effects. All you need is a simple video which you can get from anywhere. Make sure if you want, you can just take some royalty free videos. So I have also taken some royalty free videos. So first of all, what we are going to do is create a composition. This will be our new composition, so I'm going to name it as freeze frame. Now, keeping a frame rate of 29.97 frames per second for this particular composition and a duration of 30 seconds, I hit OK. Now you have to make sure that this duration is slightly more than the duration of the video that you are using. So for the sample animation, the video that I used was this one, and its duration is around 20 seconds and somewhat more than that. It has a total duration of around 20 seconds, so that's why I have kept a frame rate or a total duration, you can say, of 30 seconds. But if you want, you can just adjust it as per your wish. The next thing that we are going to do is we have to first mark those areas of our video where we want our character to stop. So if you can just move further and get those specific areas, then this could be any area of your particular choice. It doesn't matter that you have to get the same point as I am going through. So I have got this area and I like this position of the character. So what I'm going to do is just press Ctrl Shift D to split my layer over here. The next thing that I'm going to do is just move forward and mark and try to mark another area. We need at least 2 positions of our character. So this time I'm going to mark some other area, and again, it's totally up to you that what area you want to mark. So this is the area that I'm happy with. So again, press Ctrl Shift D to split your layer. So as of now, what we have done is we have marked 2 areas and we have split our layer. So now our layer has been splitted into 3 equal parts. Now what we are going to do is just go back to the first layer, that is when we marked our first area, its ending. Right click, and here you will find an option of time. In time, select this option of freeze frame. The same you have to do for the next layer as well. That is go to its end point, that is where this layer has been splitted. Then what we are going to do is you have to make sure that you go to the exact last frame where this layer is splitted. Then go to time and again select freeze frame. Now if you want, you can just zoom in into your timeline a little bit to find out the perfect area where you are freezing your frame. So this is going to be moved over here. So these are the 2 frames where I have freezed the video. And if we just preview our animation, then it looks simply like this for the some duration of time. Then it appears the second frame that is being freezed for the second part of the video, and then this video continues like this. Okay, so now what we are going to do is we have got these 2 frames which we have freezed. So come back to the very first frame which we have freezed, make sure that this layer is selected, and we can just rename it to frame 1, and the layer just above it we can just rename it to a frame 2. And this is our final video, so just rename it as video. Okay, now what we are going to do is just go back to this frame 1 layer, grab onto your pen tool and zoom in into your video a little bit, and we have to create the masks all around the character. Make sure your masks must be as precise as possible, because we are masking out the extra area, and you have to be as accurate in your work as you can, as this is going to have a huge impact on our final product. So make sure to follow each of these guidelines. That is, you only mask out the character and nothing else. Not background, no background. So it's a very accuracy demanding procedure, and I hope you all will understand its importance, because it is like the soul of this whole animation. If your mask is not good, then your animation will look dirty and it will not be appealing to the user. So make sure to just create the mask perfectly, and if you want, you can just zoom in or out of your animation multiple times to create a perfect mask for yourself. Now we have created the masks for both the layers, and now what we have done is okay, now we are going to do is just extend this frame 1 and frame 2 so that it starts from the very first frame of our animation. Next, what we are going to do is just grab this video file and bring it to the very bottom of the layer. So our 3 layers composition would be as follows. First of all is the 2 frames and then the video file. Now we have created masks for the frame 1 and the frame 2, and if we just preview our animation from the very first frame, then okay, in the preview you all must have noticed this slight orange bar. So for that you can just change your resolution to auto or a quarter for a smooth rendering process. Now you can just see your animation for a one final time. So this is what we have created, and this is the stop motion animation technique which we have created very easily in Adobe After Effects. And if you want the link of this video, then I will share its download link in the description. I hope you all have enjoyed this tutorial. If you do, please let me know your thoughts in the comments below. And for more such tutorials, keep watching the YouTube channel Programming Knowledge. Till then, goodbye. Hey guys, and welcome back to the YouTube channel Programming Knowledge. In today's After Effects tutorial video, we are going to see that how can we create a glow movement tracker effect in Adobe After Effects. Now this is the effect that you must have seen in some of the music videos. So this is the basic effect that is gaining popularity nowadays. So before taking much of your time, let's see that what we are going to create today. So this was the glow movement tracker effect that we are going to create today, and you can see that it looks pretty appealing to the eyes and it is very popular effect nowadays. All you got to do is come to your Adobe After Effects, then press Ctrl N to create a new composition. Now you can name it anything that you want. I'm naming it Glow Motion Tracker. Here you can keep a frame rate of 30 frames per second and the duration I'm going to keep of 15 seconds, but this totally depends on the video that you are going to use for your composition, and press OK. The video that I used in my sample animation is this one, and it is around 12 to 13 seconds long, so that's why I have kept a duration of 15 seconds. And I will share the download link of this particular video in the description. So if you want, you can use the same video, or if you want, you can just take up any video of your choice. But make sure to change your resolution to a quarter for a smooth rendering. Now what we are going to do is just mark the places where our glow is going to occur. So for that, what we are going to do is just go to a layer and double click on it. Now as soon as you do that, you can just adjust the panels and you will see that your layer has been opened just like this, and this is exactly what we need now. Now you can just adjust your work area a little bit. Now the next thing that we are going to do is go to Window. Here you will find an option called Brushes. So just click on it. And as you do that, you will see that a brushes panel has been opened. What you're going to do is go to Window again and select on this paint option as well. So brushes and paint is what we want to add as of now to make those glow effects in our video. Next thing, go to the toolbar and grab on this brush tool. Now this is the first time that I'm using this brush tool in front of you all. So make sure to look very closely to it, because there are some of these things that you need to understand well before using the brush tool. First of all, go to brushes and just select a brush of your choice, brush size of your choice. Okay, now as far as the specifications is concerned, I have kept a diameter of 25 pixels. And the rest of the values are like this. So if you want, you can just copy all of these values in your animation as the same. The next thing is go to this paint tab and choose the paint that you wish in your video, and make sure to be a neon paint so that for a good effect it can be visible in your video. As my video has a dark background, so what I'm going to do is use a lighter color, and this is from the family of the neon colors with this hexadecimal value. Then press OK. Now just change this duration to a single frame. Now what we are going to do is just make some stray marks, like I'm going to track this hand movement. Then move on to the very next frame. For that, you can just go to your preview tab, and here you will find an option of moving to the next frame like this, and just trace it like this, incrementing it at every frame. And this is exactly that we want to do. We have to make some of the marks at every frame, and this is what is the significance of our single frame duration, that it enables us to mark the brush strokes on our video that only last for a single frame of time. Now if you want, you can just animate these frame by frame till up to the last frame. which is obviously going to be a very tedious job. So what I'm going to do is just make some of these arrangements, and then I'm going to skip it for some of the for a few seconds like this. And don't worry if your shape is not as precise as you want, because it is only an effect that's going to last for a frame. And here we are using a frame rate of 30 frames per second, that is around 30 frames would be there in a total second, in a second. So that's what it's going to be looking like. It's very subtle effect. Now here, since my background has been changed to a red color, but still this color will be going perfectly with it, so I'm just going with this color. Or if you want, you can just change your color as well. As of now, what I'm going to do is just choose this yellow color, and instead of this hand, what I'm going to do is make some other marks like this over here, and just move on to the next frame. And here I'm going to make a crown shape on top of this phone. So all of these shapes are totally up to you. So it's your choice. You have to select that what you want to just show to the audience. And if you want, you can just change the colors of your brush and make more than one ink mark in a single frame, just like this. As of now, here I'm going to make 3 ink marks. Now I'm going to change my color to a blue, and I'm going to trace this hand with a blue mark. Then I'm going to change my color to a shade of yellow, and making this mark over here with a shade of yellow. And over here I'm going to take this pink, and I'm going to trace this hand with a shade of pink. Okay, that is not visible, so what I'm going to do is just change its color to a shade of dark blue like this, and trace it around here, this hand. And this is exactly that you have to do in all in the whole duration of your video. Over here with this blue color, what I'm going to do is just make a crown shape again. Then move to the very next frame and pick up some other color like this light blue color that I really liked, and it goes with the video contrast as well. You can just draw any shape of your choice. You can play with the shapes as much as you want, and this is the freedom that we get over here. Okay, so this is what I have animated in my portion. Now once you're satisfied with your strokes, you can just close your paint and the brushes tab, and as well as your video tab as well. Next, what I'm going to do is just move on to my main composition and open this video. Here you will find effects, and in this effect you will find this paint. So you have to just click on this paint, go to edit and click copy. Then create a new solid layer and name it as glow. Now just expand this glow layer and paste these effects in this glow. So if we just take a view at our effects, then all these effects are present over here. Alright, now what we are going to do is go to effects and presets and search for an effect which is the same as our layer name, that is glow, and apply it onto our glow layer. And then what we are going to do is just change the glow threshold amount to a 20 and increase this glow radius to around 53, and also increase this glow intensity to around 1.5. Then again apply a glow effect on this glow layer. This will be glow 2. Now here just decrease the glow intensity to around 0.4. Okay, now so this is the kind of the glow effects that we have got. Now what you can do is just go to this mode tab and change the mode of your solid glow layer that we have created to a screen. And now you can see that in your final video all these effects have been merged very easily. And if you want to see a final preview, what you can do is just change its resolution to a full, then go to File, Export and add to render queue. Now you can just render this video, and once it is rendered you can just view the final output in front of your eyes. And you can also notice that while rendering it is just showing this final output. And it looks pretty cool to look at. So that is all in today's After Effects tutorial, and I hope you all have enjoyed this. Hey guys, and welcome back to the YouTube channel Programming Knowledge. In today's After Effects tutorial video, we are going to create a kind of a music video in which whatever is there in your video that reacts to the audio that is playing in the background. So this is what we are going to create today, and in this, as you can see, that whatever is there in the video, that is just our picture and some text, it is reacting to the audio that is being playing in the background. So without taking much of your time, let's see that what steps we need to follow for this. First of all, come to your After Effects and press Ctrl N to create a new composition. Now name it anything that you want. I'm naming it as Audio React. Next, what I'm going to do is keep a frame rate of 24 frames per second for this particular animation. And the duration I'm keeping 15 seconds, but this duration is to be adjusted as per your audio. Then press OK. Now what I have done is already imported some of the files in my After Effects composition. First of all, this is an audio which is around 1 minute and 58 seconds in length. So first of all, bring your audio into your composition area. Now all we need to do for the audio is just right click on this audio layer. Here you will find an option of keyframe assistant. So go to it and click on this convert audio to keyframes option. Next, what we are going to do is just import this image, and this is the image that I have downloaded from the internet. You can get any image that complements with your audio or your background, but if you want the same image, I will share its download link in the description. So just bring it into your composition area and just adjust its scale by pressing S and scaling it down as per your wish. Or if you want, you can just right click here, then go to transform and select fit to comp. So this image would be fitted to your composition area automatically. Next, what we are going to do with this image is go to effects and presets and search for an effect called tint and apply it onto our image. Now as soon as you do that, you will see that your image has been turned into a black and white background, which we don't want obviously. So just change the amount to tint value to a 35%, and this is exactly what I want and I like it very much, so I'm going to keep it the same. The next thing that I'm going to do with my image is press T to bring up opacity and change its opacity value to an 80%. Now what I'm going to do is add some of the text over my image. So grab onto your text tool and type in any text that you want. Now I have typed music as my text, but it totally is your choice. So once you have typed your text, you can just align it to the center both horizontally and vertically. Then go to Effects and Presets and search for an effect called Glow. Apply it onto your text and adjust some of the values. Like increase the glow threshold to a 70%, increase the glow radius to a 51 or 50, and also increase the glow intensity. Now I'm keeping a glow intensity of around 3. Then again apply this glow effect on the text, and this time we are going to keep the default values as it is. Then again go to Effects and Presets and search for an effect called Fill. Apply this fill onto your text and click on this color panel. Now you can just choose any of the color for your text that complements with your background. This is the color that I'm happy with, and it is this hexadecimal value. Once you're satisfied with your color, just press OK. And now what we are going to do is just expand this text layer, go to Animate and click on Skew. Now what we are going to do is just expand this range selector. Here you will find an option called Advanced, and in Advanced change the based on from characters to words. Now just change the skew as per your wish. I'm keeping these values. I'm keeping a skew of -13 and a skew axis of a 17 degrees, and I'm pretty happy with it. So you have to manipulate the text as per your wish, and once you're happy with it, that's all that you need to do. Now our text and image is complete. All we need to do is make it react to the audio. So for that, make sure that your audio layer is on top of all the other layers. Then press F4 to change the modes and increase this view area. Now in the audio amplitude, press U to bring up the keyframes and delete the keyframes for the left and the right channel. Now you will find these both channel keyframes. So just go to here, which is a graph editor option. And from here, make sure that your edit speed graph is checked, because that is what we need to do at present. Now from here, what we are going to do is mark the areas where the audio has the highest frequency and the lowest frequency as well. So this is the area for the highest frequency of the audio in the positive. And as far as the lowest point is concerned, it is -537.24 units per second. So these are the highest and the lowest values, which is roughly around from -500 to a +500, which is what we are going to keep in mind. Next, what we are going to do is just go to this stopwatch icon and alt click here. Now as soon as you do that, you will find this text box like structure in front of you. So just delete everything that's written over here and copy this script over here. I will share the script in the description, so you can just copy paste it. Now once you have pasted your script, what you have to do is just come back to your main timeline and go to your text layer, press S to bring up the scale. Now before that, make sure your audio amplitude slider is shown over here. Then alt click again on this stopwatch icon for the scale. Now as soon as you alt click on this scale, you will find this pick whip tool. So just drag it to the slider and you will see that your text has increased in size by a drastic amount. Now go to Effects and Presets and search for an effect called Transform. Apply it onto your text layer and just decrease the scale value from here to around 50 or until you are satisfied with the size of your text. The same thing you got to do with your background image. Press S to bring up scale, alt click and then drag this pick whip tool to the slider. Then you will see that after some time your image will also distort greatly in the shape. And again, Yes, so it has distorted in the scale. So just drag this transform effect into your image and scale it down a little bit until you are satisfied or it fits your composition. Now what we are going to do is again go to effects and presets and search for an effect called brightness and contrast and apply it onto your image layer again. Now alt click on this brightness stopwatch icon and drag its pick whip again to the slider. Now this is what your effect would be generated. Now if you want, you can just press T to bring up opacity and play with its opacity values so that it complements with a text that you have created. So I have chosen an opacity value of 45%. Now if you just preview your animation from the very first frame, make sure to just change its resolution to a quarter for a smooth rendering process. You can see that your picture and your text is reacting to the audio. Obviously you cannot hear the audio from here, so what we are going to do is just go to file and click on export, then press add to render queue. But before that, what we are going to do is just clip the work area to around 6 seconds and then we are going to render it because we are only trying to see a preview. So if we just render it now, it would be a smooth rendering and it would be rendered fast and you can just see it quickly. So that is the preview of what our final product looks like. And that is all in this tutorial today. And I hope you all have enjoyed this. For more such tutorials, keep watching the YouTube channel Programming Knowledge. Till then, goodbye. Hey guys, welcome back to the YouTube channel Programming Knowledge. In today's After Effects tutorial video, I'm going to show you that how you can separate an object from its background. Now here you can see that this is the image of a person on a black surface. Now this is just a separated image, that is, this object is separated from its background. And if we talk about the original image, then this was the original image of the person on a sky background, which I have manipulated and separated the object, that is this whole person, out of it and generated this kind of an image. Now this image can be placed on any of the background, and this is exactly what we are going to learn in today's After Effects tutorial. First of all, you gotta create a new composition. So for that, press Ctrl N and I'm going to name it as Rotoscope. Just press OK. Then what you gotta do is just import the file from where you want your background to be separated. Then press S to bring up the scale properties and scale it down so that it fits your area of visibility. So this is what I'm happy with. Now what I'm going to do is just double click on this image, but before that I'm just going to rename it to man. Then double click on this image. Now as soon as you do that, you will see that a new layer is there in front of you. Increase this area because it is the only area in which we are going to work as of now. So if you want, you can just increase the zoom percentage as per your wish. Now go to this toolbar and select this roto brush tool. Now as soon as you do that, you will see this kind of a brush in front of you. So just drag this brush all over the area of your object which you want to select, just like this. Now you can see that some of the selections have been made like this, which is not a perfect selection. So obviously we have to manipulate it once again. So Before that, we are going to just make a full selection. So again, just go to your roto brush tool and select the areas. So you can just see that some of the areas of your image have been selected, and if you want, you can just zoom in for a better accuracy. And you may have noticed that there is a pink boundary all over the place, and if you want to just change the color of your boundary, then you can just go here, which is alpha boundary or the overlay color, and a color panel would be open, and from here you can just change the boundary of your color to uh, a shade that is more visible to the eyes and complements with the background of your image or the part where you want to select it. Now I have chosen this red color, and make sure to just cover up all the areas like this. Now, the reason I have chosen this particular image for rotoscoping is that, as you can see that in this image, these are these few strands that are visible. So, a roto brush's true feature would be shown over here when we would be able to even select those strands from this image. So, I will show its tutorial as well, but first of all, we have to just select all the parts of the image as precisely as possible. Now, once you are sure that all of your image has been selected, you gotta review it once again to find some of the parts over there. Like here, this hand is not selected properly, so just select it. Alright, and here is some of the portion of the shirt that is left. So you gotta make sure that all of your image has been selected properly, and once you have done with your selection, you can just preview your image once again. Now here you can see that this lace of this shoe is left. So for that, go to this roto brush tool and press Alt W, and a refine edge tool would be selected in front of you. Then just drag your refine edge tool over this lace of the shoe, and after some time processing, you can see that it is selected, but it is visible like this. So what you gotta do is just click on this toggle refine edge x-ray, and after some processing, you will see that even this is selected. And this is exactly what is the work of this refine edge tool. It is going to select all those tiny edges like these strands of this shots of this man with utmost accuracy. So just drag your brush on the areas where you want to select, just like this, and after some processing you will be able to see that these have been selected as well. If you want, you can just go to toggle alpha overlay mode, and you will see that the things that are marked with the red color are the ones that are not selected, and the ones in their original colors are the ones that are selected. So it will give you a better view of your image as well. Then now you can just grab onto your hand tool and just preview the parts of your image once again. Then this thumb is not selected, so I'm just going to select it once again. Now you can see that there is some of the problem with the hair, so just drag your brush all over it once again. Alright, now you can just review your image for one final time. So here is some part of the image that is in red color, so just select it as well. That's exactly what you need to do for the rotoscoping process. That is, you have to just move over your image again and again and make sure that all the parts of the image are selected. And if there are very tiny parts, then you can of course grab on to the refine edge tool instead of the roto brush tool to even select those parts of the image. Alright, now one final time review. Alright, so everything looks perfect except for the fact that over here you can see that some of the extra area is selected. So for that, what we are going to do is just go to this roto brush tool again and just drag it over by pressing on the Alt. Now you must have noticed that as soon as we pressed the Alt key, the sign changed from plus to a minus. This is a green plus sign, and as soon as we press this Alt key, it will change into a red minus sign. That means that this is the tool that is used to subtract the area. So just press on this Alt key and deselect the area that you want. Now once you are satisfied with your image, you can just change its zoom percentage back to a fit and close this layer. And after some processing, when you are on your final composition, you can see that it is the only object that is visible in your composition. Now if you want, you can just import any other image. So I have got this image. Which is like this. I have imported this image onto my composition, and you can just right click on this image, go to transform and select fit to comp. Now if you just make this man visible over here, then it looks like that this man is jumping over a grass field. And if you want, you can also adjust its dimensions a little bit for a more clearer look like this. Alright, now this is what we have got. We have separated the object from its background and placed it on another background. So this is what the technique of rotoscoping is. And I hope you all have enjoyed this tutorial. And for more such tutorials, keep watching the YouTube channel Programming Knowledge. Till then, goodbye.
Hey guys, welcome back to the YouTube channel Programming Knowledge. In today's After Effects tutorial video, we are going to create a quick impact logo reveal animation in Adobe After Effects. And with this tutorial video, we are moving towards logo animations. So this is a pretty cool looking logo reveal animation which you can easily use to animate your brand identity, that is your logo. So let's say that what we are going to create today. So this is the quick impact logo reveal animation that we are going to create today. And as you can see, it looks pretty cool to look at. But let me tell you, it is pretty simple to create too. So let us start with our tutorial and see that what steps we need to follow. First of all, when you have opened your After Effects, press Ctrl N to create a new composition. Now I'm naming it as Quick Impact Logo Reveal, but you are free to choose any name for your composition. What you gotta do is just put the width as 1940 and the height as 1080 pixels with a frame rate of 30 frames per second and a duration of 10 seconds. Then hit OK. Now I have already imported some of the files into my After Effects, so you gotta do the same. And these files are a background image that we're going to use for our logo, a texture image that is going to provide texture to our logo, then is our logo itself, which we have pre-composed and named it as logo texture, and this is a smoke explosion video. You are free to choose any of these images or videos as per your choice, but if you want these same, then I will share their download link in the description, so you can just copy them and download these same images.
First of all, just grab onto your background image and bring it to your work area and adjust its dimensions like this. Then go to Effects and Presets and search for an effect called Brightness and Contrast and apply it onto your background layer. Now just adjust a few settings and change the brightness to a -30 and a contrast to a -15. Now when you do that, you will find this kind of and that is exactly the background that we need for our quick impact logo animate. Next, you just grab your logo texture pre-comp onto your main composition area, and once you have got it, you got to pre-compose it once again, and this time I'm going to name it as logo main. Now once you open your logo main, you will find that this logo texture pre-comp is already present in it. Then just grab onto your texture layer like this and adjust it so that it aligns perfectly with the logo. What I have done over here is just trying to avoid these cracks from occurring onto my logo. Now change the track matte of your texture layer to alpha matte logo texture. Now turn on the visibility of your logo layer, go to Effects and Presets and search for an effect called Gradient Wipe. Now apply it onto your logo layer and change the gradient layer to the texture layer. Now you can see that there is no change over here, so just go back to your logo layer and change its mode to a multiply. Now as soon as you do that, you will see that your logo has been changed in texture, and now its texture is similar to that of this other texture layer that we just imported, and that's exactly what we want. Then while on the Effects and Presets, search for an effect called Turbulent Displace under Distort. Apply it again to your logo layer, change the size to a 4 and change the amount to an 80. Now this is too much, so I'm going to change the amount to a 60. Now just go to your logo texture layer once again, right click, go to Layer Styles and select Bevel and Emboss. Now expand this Bevel and Emboss and increase the size to around an 18. Then just change the highlight opacity to a 50%. And this is what our logo looks like, and I'm pretty happy with it. And once you are happy, just return to your main comp and here make both of your layers, that is the background layer and the logo layer, as 3D by clicking on this box icon. Then press S to bring up the scale for the logo layer and scale it down to around 80% or 81% is okay. Then press R to bring up the rotation values and change its Z rotation to a -15 degrees. Come to around 1 second in time and press P to bring up position. Keyframe the value of position. Now move backward in time by a few frames. We have moved to around 15 frames. And increase this value of the Z coordinate to a negative number so that your logo is just away from the area of visibility. So that's what we have got. And if we just preview our animation from the very first frame, so you must have noticed this orange bar. For that, just change your resolution to a quarter. Okay, so that isn't looking very impressive, so just select both of these keyframes, press F9 to easy ease them, go to the graph editor and change its shape to something like this. Now if we just preview our animation, okay, it looks good to me. What we are going to do is just apply motion blur to it, and that's it. Now if you want, you can just decrease the area between these two keyframes to make sure that this logo animation is moving a little bit faster. Next, what we are going to do is just import this smoke layer into our After Effects composition just below our logo layer.
and change its mode to a screen. Now press T to bring up opacity and just decrease its opacity to a 60%. Now at this particular frame, this logo is about to impact on our background, and this is exactly where we want our smoke layer to start. So if we just preview it, okay, we need to just play with some of the values over here, that is the timing, until you get a perfect look for your logo like this. So this is exactly where this timing matches, and this is what I'm going to keep, but I'm going to just change its opacity to a 50% for a very subtle and a light effect. Okay, now what I'm going to do is just duplicate my logo main, and the layer that is below, I'm just going to rename it as shadow, because I'm going to add a shadow effect for my logo over here. For that, go to effects and presets and search for the fill effect, apply it on the shadow layer, then search for an effect called CC radial fast blur and apply it again. Now just change the color to a black and change the radial amount to an 80. Now if we just preview our animation, so this is the logo reveal animation that we have got. Now press R to bring up rotation and move forward to around 3 seconds. Keyframe the value of the Z rotation and move to around 5 seconds and change its value to a 0 decrease. Now if we just preview our animation from the very first frame, so this is what we have got, and from here this you can see that the logo is changing to a 0 degree rotation, and that is looking cool. What you can do is just select all these layers and pre-compose them together to any name, make it a 3D, then add a new camera layer with a 35mm preset, press OK. Go back to the very first frame, press P to bring up position, just keyframe the value of position, then move forward to around 5 seconds and just zoom in into your animation a little bit like this. So now if we just preview our animation for one final time, so this is what we have got, and I hope you all have enjoyed this tutorial, and for more such tutorials keep watching the YouTube channel Programming Knowledge. Till then, goodbye.
Hey guys, welcome back to the YouTube channel Programming Knowledge. In today's Adobe After Effects tutorials video, we are going to see that how can we create a neon text effect in Adobe After Effects. You all must have seen that there are a variety of advertisements and places in which the text or the logo is depicted using the neon colors and it's resembling the neon effect. So, in today's After Effects tutorials video, we are going to learn the same. In front of your screens, you can see that this is an example of a neon text, and that is exactly what we are going to create today in Adobe After Effects. You can see that a neon blue color is used for this purpose, and on zooming in a little bit, you can see that it correctly resembles the shape of a tube, and it looks like the tube or the wire is present over there and a neon light is illuminating over it. And that's exactly the kind of the neon effect that we are going to create today. So without taking much of your time, let us jump into our tutorial and see that what steps we need to follow. So first of all, when you have opened your Adobe After Effects, what you need to do is press Ctrl N to create a new composition. Then I'm going to name it as neon, but that is totally up to you.
The rest of the settings I'm just keeping the same and press OK. Now after that you can just change your zoom percentage to a fit. Now I have got this background image that is of a wall, and I will share its download link in the description. So if you want you can just use the same image for yourself, but if you want you can use a different image as well. Then press S to bring up scale and scale it up a little bit so that it fits the composition area like this. Now I'm just going to rename it to BG for our reference. Then what I'm going to do is just go to effects and presets and search for an effect called curves. You will find it under color correction. So just grab on this curves and apply it to your image. Now just change the shape of the graph like this. The basic reason for using these curves is that we want a darker version of our background image instead of the lighter one that we already had. So this is what I'm happy with. Now once you have got a darker version of your image, just again go to effects and presets and search for an effect called tint. Apply it onto your image and just change the amount to tint to a 94%, and instead of a white color choose a grey color for yourself like this, and then again press OK. Now this kind of a darker shade looks good. Now what I'm going to do is just right click over this layer area, go to new and add a new solid layer, and again I'm going to name it as BG. Make sure it is pure black in color and then press OK. Now when this layer is selected, go to your shape tool and make sure that it is an ellipse. Now double click on this ellipse and you will see that your shape layer has been converted into an ellipse as well. Now you can see that a mask has been added to your shape layer, and now change its value from add to subtract. Then press F to bring up the feather and increase its value to around 767 pixels to create this kind of an effect. And I'm happy with this, so I'm just going to select both of my layers, right click and pre-compose them together. Then press OK. Now since our background is final, we can just lock it because we do not need to make any changes to our background now. Now it is the time for us to just add some text or whatever logo we want to create into a neon effect. So I'm just going to type some text. So for that you can just go to horizontal type tool and click anywhere in your composition. Now type in any text that you want. In our sample we typed neon, so this time I'm going to type TEXT text. The font I'm using is a clip font and I will share its download link in the description. So if you want you can use the similar font for yourself. The color that I'm using is with this hexadecimal value. Now once you are happy with the alignment of your text, you can go to effects and presets and search for an effect called transform. Apply it onto your text layer and just change its skew to a -6 or a -7 to get this kind of an effect for yourself. Now just pre-compose this text layer as text and press OK. Now the reason we have pre-composed this text layer is because we can later on just change text to anything that we want, and all the effects that we would be applying to that layer would be changed for that corresponding piece of text. Now just duplicate this newly composed text layer, and for a while we are just going to hide this upper layer. Come back to this bottom layer, go to effects and presets and search for an effect called fill. Apply this fill effect onto the text layer and change its color to a shade of grey like this and press OK. Then just right click on this layer, go to layer styles. Here you will find an option of bevel and emboss. So just click on it. Then expand this bevel and emboss options, and in direction just change its value to down. Now if we just zoom in into our animation, you can see that this kind of the effect we have got. So this is basically resembling the shapes of the wires, and that's exactly what we wanted. Now you can just turn on the layer which has color in it, and now what we are going to do is just duplicate it once again. Now on the layer that is at the second position, we are going to apply some effects. So go to effects and presets and search for an effect called fast blur. Apply it onto this layer and increase its blurriness to around 100 or 110. So I'm keeping a perfect 110. Then just duplicate the uppermost layer once again. Again go to the layer just below the uppermost layer. Go to effects and presets and search for an effect called glow. Apply it to this layer. Right click, go to layer styles. Here you will find an option called bevel and emboss. So just select on it and apply it onto this layer. Now come back to the topmost layer and apply glow effect to this topmost layer as well. Right click, go to the layer styles. Here you will find an option of inner glow. So just click on it and inner glow would be added to it. So just expand this inner glow, and here you will find an option called source. So change its value from edge to center. Now you can see that your text is looking like a neon text. If you want, you can just change its zoom percentage to a fit. Now what we are going to do is just go to the uppermost layer, expand it and go to this inner glow option. And here we are going to change some values. Just change the opacity of inner glow to a 35%. And this will help your text to look more clear. Now if you want, you can just select all these text layers together and pre-compose them once again. Now if we just open this pre-comp, then we will get this text pre-comp, and when we open it, then we can just change this text to any other thing. Like if we just type neon, so if we just go to our main comp now, then we can see that our text has been changed to neon. So that is exactly the reason why we just pre-composed our text layer, so that later on it could be changed to anything that we want. So that is all in today's After Effects tutorial. For more such tutorials, keep watching the YouTube channel Programming Knowledge. Till then, goodbye.